Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 6, as we are live here again from the UMG studio. Myself, Landon Lando Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Whole Grains. Guys, another week. We're in week number 6, as I just mentioned, but I don't know what to say, man. Like, there's literally so much that we were kind of discussing in the pre-show coming into this week in terms of, expectations for certain rosters. Now a lot of teams are kind of changed up, a lot of things kind of mixed up, some new weapons kind of thrown into the discussion, I guess you could say, for this week. But a lot of interesting topics to get into. But how are you guys feeling coming to today?
You know me. I'm always feeling good whenever it's Friday Fortnite, baby. Some Fortnite action going. I think we have the best seat in the house. There's no pressure on us, right, to win, the top place prize. We're not worried about first place, at least in terms of our predictions. I think that's the only thing we care about.
We were pretty much done in the first round. Like that's
honestly every time, pretty much. Except 9. Actually, 9, you've been pretty correct when it comes to your predictions. I'm not going to lie. You're like the prediction man.
Well, I haven't predicted a winner yet. Hopefully that changes.
Well, no,
this
but
week.
Mr. Modest.
But he does well, though. Kamo Aqua, come on.
Well, I just picked the consistent teams, and you all keep making it more difficult on us by switching up the teams here, making it very difficult to do that prediction bit there, but I'm excited for this week. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, right. We talked about kind of teams mixed up a little bit, things kind of thrown into the ringer, and obviously so we talked about a number of different teams. The one thing that's nice is obviously the format does not change whatsoever. If you started off back in 2018, now here into 2019, things are not different whatsoever. In terms of the format, like we talked about, it stays the same. A double elimination bracket. We'll have 2v2s in normal squad lobbies. Teams will earn 1 point per elimination. The team with the most points after 2 games will win the series and advance in the bracket. If both teams are tied after 2 games, overtime will be played until a winner is decided. Like we were discussing, hey, if you somewhat forget how the event format works, if you forget how the elimination system works, which it's pretty basic. But regardless, though, we've got a little help for you. You can feel free to use !rules. Type that in chat for the full list. Let's go and take a look at our bracket coming in toward week number 6. Some interesting matchups. Obviously, a few buys playing kind of into factor. But, guys, as we take a look through our first round of matches, any teams, matchups kind of stick off the page for you?
Oh, absolutely. I got to – honestly, my team to take the entire thing.
Okay, already.
Mitro is going to be Clix and Bugha, but I got to say they're going to have a tough run, to say the least. Of course, they're going to potentially be moving into Highsky versus DrLupo, depending on, Kamo and Agua's match goes. And then over into winners round 3. They might even have Nate Hill and HD, which is pretty interesting to say the least. Nate Hill obviously coming off the victory from last week, not having his partner this week, and now we see HD filling in the spot of Funk Bomb. And I got to say, that is going to be an interesting talking point, to say the least. But as far as those 2 matches go, I got to say those are going to be pretty interesting. But 9, what are you thinking about?
Well, you mentioned talking points here. The biggest talking point for me, I think, look at the very bottom of our bracket there, Dubs and Megga. 2nd place in the last 2 Friday Fortnights.
Yeah.
They got to find a way to get over that hump. To come away with a 1st place, 2 second places, I know, does feel good, but it gets frustrating after a while. And then, of course, Typical Gamer and Thieves as well, 2 of the most consistent players here. Those 2 teams really, I think, separating themselves in this current is one of the few teams that's been together for a while outside of Mongraal and Mitro, as you've mentioned there. But 3 of the most consistent teams there. And I really want to see if we can get anything close to a repeat champion. Because like you guys have said, it's been back and forth. This team wins, then they separate. Another team comes in and takes the victory. And I want to see if there could be any semblance of consistency between our winners.
Yeah, we're kind of talking about, teams that have kind of looked to be in that conversation. Things have kind of changed them as of recently. We talked about, the most consistent duo in Typical Gamer and Thieves that come into last week and finished top 16, which was not expected whatsoever from that particular duo. Same thing with Dubs and Megga, as you were mentioning, 9, back-to-back, kind of 2nd place finishes. What can they do? We'll obviously be kind of having those conversations as time goes on. One team that I'm actually really excited about kind of coming into this, when we were hearing about this roster, this duo kind of coming into fruition with each other, was actually Jarvis and Vikkstar. Now, I think this combo could actually be very, very interesting. Now, we all know Jarvis was a week 2 champion here in 2019. He hasn't really played too much since then. I know he's supposed to play with his brother FaZe K, but it didn't really work out too well. His raw skill, we were watching him dominate along with Tilt, was just insane. It probably is one of the most dominant runs, along with the run that we saw last week from Nate Hill and Funk Bomb. It's kind of in that same conversation. I wouldn't say to the same extent, but it's probably in that second place position, if you will. He and Tilt were unbelievable, and I think now that he's with a guy like Vikkstar, who is a seasoned veteran himself, he hasn't had the greatest 2019 so far in Friday Fortnite, but back in 2018, he actually had 3 different events of which he placed top 4 or higher. So I think this is going to be a really good team to look out for. They've got kind of the veteran kind of mentality mixed in with the overall slaying talent, because Vikkstar is so underrated. We obviously watch him in Minecraft Monday, obviously a recent champion when it comes down to that, week 4 champion in Minecraft Monday, but he's very underrated when it comes to Fortnite itself and to Friday Fortnite, this format. He was always so good with a number of different people that he played with. Now that he's paired with one of the best control players in the world in Jarvis, I think they could kind of make some noise, to be honest. And it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever if we see them involved in that winners round 3.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Jarvis and Vikkstar, solid team, and honestly, their run is going to be pretty powerful. I put them in winners round 3, playing against Ninja and Sway, which Ninja couldn't play last week, stuck on a plane, but he's back this week. And Ninja and Sway, played before, and they did, quite well, I would say. But Ninja and Sway, though, this week, I think are going to be even better, as the Kinks are going to be worked out. And the top side of the bracket's looking a bit soft, so I think they're going to be able to work their way through and do considerably well. But obviously, I do want to highlight once again, Nine, what you kind of said to pair it off of you. Typical Gamer face Thieves. I think they're going to be a solid duo once again. One of the most consistent duos. As long as Thieves can stay away from stinker nades, I think it'll be okay. I got a story about that later if we get to watch them. But Akademiks versus, or Akademiks and Destroy going against them is going to be a tough matchup. Akademiks has proved himself time and time again to be a great support player, and Destroy is always bringing the hype. And he's going to be a solid player, to say the least, dropping high numbers. So that's going to be a deadly duo, to say the least.
Now, one match that I do also want to highlight, this will be the last one that we obviously do cover, at least before we hop into our first game. It's going to be Myth, Nick28T versus Dakotaz and Yellows. This is going to be a pretty interesting one to watch overall, just because in terms of Myth and Nick28T, they've had their runs, obviously, in terms of Friday Fortnite 2019, even prior to that. This is their first time ever competing with each other. And I know for Dakotaz and Yellow, this is their first time playing in 2019. They were actually a duo that played back in 2018, week number 4. They've had a top 24 finish, but obviously very well experienced players. Obviously, Yellow, a number of different kind of highlight moments throughout his competitive career. Dakotaz is also a very well-known player kind of in the Fortnite community, very popular streamer, also known for his skill. So they're going to be facing off against Myth and Nick28T. And Taylor, you and myself were having this conversation in terms of these guys are very similar in terms of what they do for their roster. They're kind of the IGL, the main communicators. They kind of work along with the Slayer, and it seems to work out in a very dominant pair. And that seemed to be the case, especially last week with Myth, the way that he was kind of playing and the way that they were able to mesh so well with each other. They ended up seeing that top 4 finish. They ended up having a really, really good run, and it wasn't just Myth's teammate. It was actually Myth himself who was constantly picking it up, kind of picking up the pace, playing a fantastic support role. Now, while the mixture is kind of in terms of 2 supports with each other, I think that's not necessarily a terrible thing. If you have 2 IGLs, it means the communication is going to be there. And if that's kind of a situation we're looking at in terms of the way that these 2 IGLs can work and the way that they can kind of roam throughout the map and value their lives, I think they could be in a pretty good spot.
Absolutely. And Myth is going to have to change his play style playing with Nick28T. Like you said, very similar, but last week playing with Deez was very aggressive. One of the qualifier winners from previous weeks, and we know Deez with Grandma was just a phenomenal duo, but picking up Nick28T, who knows, honestly, I got to say, Nick has been playing considerably well in recent weeks of Friday Fortnite. And now with Myth, I got to say, their playstyles is going to be beneficial. And this, I was going to point this out, they're going over towards Fatal, and this is an area that I pinned them to go to. Nick28T has been favoring Fatal Fields as of recently, either that or going onto the dropship or Weird Mountain and dropping into Salty. But Myth and Nick, this area seems perfect. It's going to be a nice slow drop. We've seen a lot of tournaments end here for the most part, but I think they'll be okay. I didn't see too many players going here. Meanwhile, on the other side of Yellow and Dark, they're going to be heading over towards, I believe, the Salty Dusty area. But look at Myth already heating up, and that's going to be 2 elims.
10 bullets, and every single one of them hit. Miraculous way to start it off there. And I agree with everything you're saying there, Taylor, in terms of dropping here to the Fatal Salty area and then moving out a little bit more slowly. Because, again, what did we see last week? This exact strategy from Funk and Nate Hill. So maybe trying to take a page from that book. And if you don't have a very aggressive player, why try to force it? I like this opening from them.
Yeah, I think we were all kind of on the same page with that. That was the biggest discussion that we've been having over the last few weeks, is valuing your life, right? Making sure that you're alive throughout the first game is so crucial. And even last week too, it was, even though the conversation had been had, even the moments, the people who have been kind of tweeting about it, talking about it on social media have even kind of said the same thing. And despite that being the case, we saw so many early round drops that almost after halfway through game one, the entire series was decided. Like, it was just like, okay, this one's done. We kind of know the way that this one's going to look, unless we see a crazy comeback, if you will. Nothing's really going to come from it. So I think valuing your life and kind of going for those slow play styles off the start, which clearly was, as we were discussing, the mainframe, the really big talking point, for Nate Hill and Funkbomb. I think it's really smart that all these teams are maybe taking the same approach.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy, especially if you start thinking about, if you get deeper into the tournament, you're going to be gunning or playing against, more aggressive teams. And yes, they do have the potential to drop high numbers, and you will need to drop high numbers to win this tournament. But with high numbers also comes a lot of risk versus reward, and we've seen tournaments end quickly. Dubs and Megga last week, right? They didn't have the best performances going for the hot drops in finals. Because of that, Nate Hill and Funk were able to come through, and a nice shot through the corn as Nick is going to manage to pick off another player. And I got to say, his pump shot has been on point. I saw a couple of clips from him as of recently where he was getting some nice snapshots, and he was able to connect. So a lot of stuff to look out for him. One elim, though, on the side of Dakotaz. Not the best of start, considering we have 3 on the left.
I popped the slurp. Let's dip, bro.
I'm going to say, too, one thing to kind of point out was that in the first frag that we see Myth and Nick28T get, what was the main topic? What was the one thing they were hiding or highlighting? The fact of how they use their communication, right? One was coming in from the corn stalks. Like, Nick28T was waiting to approach it after Myth made the initial aggression. And so that was the main discussion that we were having was, can these guys work together? Is the slang going to be enough? And while that still is yet to be 100% decided, the one thing that we can rely on is the fact that off their very first few engagements, their communication was their biggest factor and the reason why they took down a few teams when it came down to Fatal Fields. But already off the back of a rotation, Dark and Yellow deciding to go ahead and jaunt their way here over towards Salty Springs. Is the scoreboard not the craziest, but that can be, without question, a discussion in terms of they land, they don't really see anybody, and now they're realizing, hey, we have to get going because if not, we could start to fall behind.
Definitely so, right? You got to be thinking about that. Salty might have had some stragglers, but no one is going to be here. And you got to be thinking they rotated over towards Fatal, because a lot of players who land Salty, especially if the circle is in favor of it, they'll go ahead and head over towards Fatal with the launch pad there. I got to be thinking, yeah, there you see it on the elimination feed. Myth and Nick28T, in fact, are going to run into the players that just rotated out from Salty. So that's going to be a big talking point and something to watch out for, especially whenever it comes to the final score, because this is another team going to the hands of Nick and Myth. Whereas if maybe Dakotaz and Yellow would have rotated out a little bit earlier into Salty, they would have found this team before they rotated over towards Fatal. So it's those little nuances that do make a difference in the final score.
It is, and we talk so much about starting off quick and getting those big early game points. You don't always have to make a hot drop to do it here, right? They waited for the teams to come over to them and doing it without a very risky bid. I think we're in the neighborhood of 5 or 6 elims, and that's not all that different than what you might see in maybe a tilted drop, depending on how many people came that way. So again, you can never have too much communication. Your communication can never be too efficient. So I think as long as this group is able to get their rotations on point, they're going to be able to have the individual skill working together to get the picks they need, and I think that's what we've seen so far.
Stiff on the other side, Yellow trying to do some damage. Unfortunately, though, Dakotaz has already taken most of the grunt work, which, hey, not a negative by any means. If you're Yellow, hey, no problems whatsoever. As long as we're getting the eliminations that we need, that's the biggest positive to be taking out of the situation. But, hey, venturing over toward Megga, like we said, the factor of the way they started off this game, the amount of locations that they've pretty much gone to in terms of landing in Dusty, traveling over towards Salty Springs, not really seeing too much. They finally are beginning to make somewhat of a presence felt when it comes down to Megga Mall, but it took so long, and already half the lobby has started to end up dropping. And you could argue maybe as time goes on, they may start to, I was going to say, maybe venture off, maybe even try to split which seems to be Yellow's call at this time. Now, this isn't always the most common strategy, but I think this is Yellow maybe a little bit frustrated at the game plan as of this moment, saying, hey, we're not really seeing as many players as we'd like. We currently find ourselves, what, 5 elims down at this moment. We need to kind of change things up a little bit.
And this is going to be an awkward push from Yellow. I mean, he's going to be at the bottom of pressure, and he finds a player who was, in fact, knocked a little bit earlier. And luckily, that was one of the guys that he was able to knock. But this is always an awkward fight going up the pressure because you have to.
It's also the hot zone.
It is, and you got to cover a lot of elevation, right, to get yeah, with the lava all around, right? But to cover that ground to get all the way up there, it runs you at risk of potentially getting sniped from up top, and you know obviously can't overtake that high ground, and it's going to be difficult. Luckily, though, Dakotaz will in fact be backing him up. Dakotaz is a streamer I've been watching for quite some time. He's one of like the OG Fortnite streamers. He's very talented. He's been playing for quite some time, and Yellow as well. We've seen him around, like you pointed out, one of the original duos from Friday Fortnite. But that new pump was going to be over there, so maybe they'll pick that up and we'll get to see some action from it. But from what I can tell, everybody's just going with the traditional pumps.
It's interesting to see how they've opted to rotate as well. Of course, you were saying up there at Pressure Plant. Down here at Paradise Palms, we see Myth and Nick28T trying to make a stand here, catch some people in the rotation, so one goes up and one goes further down. And I'm curious here, the way that the circle is moving, I think both teams are in a decent enough position here to catch stragglers coming in from the side. But I almost wonder, well, I guess let's see here. I almost wonder if this is a little bit too exposed the way they've gone here. And we'll see. Myth did play this role, this savior role a little bit last week, a lot of it last week actually with Dubs. See if they can get over there. There's that storm. And now this is starting to look a little dangerous. You're going to have to start thinking about self-preservation here too.
Definitely so. Pushing into the storm, always a risky thing to do, but it seems as if Myth and Nick wanted to be aggressive and they need to do so. Myth, very fruitful indeed, as he's at 7 elims. Nick sitting at 5 himself. Hopefully there's some rifts left over. And the players who rotated out of Paradise didn't use them all, but bandages will be in hand. They don't have that far to run, but now they got to start thinking about the rotation. It's probably not going to be a lot of players they're going to run into, especially onto Bridge. They've already cleared out Fatals, so it might be a little bit of time until they find another engagement. Dakotaz and Yellow could take advantage of this, being over next to Dusty and Loot, as well as Neo Tilted. They could run into quite a few stragglers.
Yeah, they definitely could. That's the biggest kind of talking point at this moment is in terms of, hey, the other team who is currently obviously in that advantage, they go south because the rotations that were made, they pretty much got cut off towards Salty and Megga Mall. What do? They go south. Things obviously start to go that way. And in terms of, like I said, their moment at this current time is actually great. If they can kind of move forward, maybe try to take over Loot Lake, try to play this gatekeeper role before things close out, they're going to be in a really good position because there's still a very wide open chunk of the map where quite a few teams are probably going to be rotating from. And so if they can start to kind of key out these particular players, they could be in a really good position. And based off of the early ping that comes in here from Dakotaz, it looks as if they might have spotted someone just toward the inner workings of Loot Lake. But you notice on the other side, look at this. It looks as if right now Myth and Nick28T may be joining the fight quicker than we thought.
Absolutely. This is great, right? That quad crasher provides so much mobility. Getting over towards Loot to meet up with Dakotaz and Yellow, who had free reign, is going to be a huge damper in their plans. And already an engagement going down. Myth going for it. But Dakotaz is going to be the first one up there. Nick onto the high ground. This is going to be a mad dash to see who can get the final shots into the enemy players.
We saw last week sometimes 5, even 6 elims going the other way based on this exact mirroring strategy. And we know Myth is great at this, right? This is a strategy we've seen Myth employ a lot. We usually attribute this to Typical Gamer and Thieves. What you're seeing right here, that time I believe Dart got the knock and the shotgun down as well. So, again, they're fighting for these elims. But, again, this is what we've seen so often, rotating over here to try to steal some of these. And got to be careful here. They know you're up here, Myth. Can they fight out?
I was going to say, Myth, he's known for his revolver play. For those who remember back in 2018, hit one of the craziest shots to keep his team alive. And clearly with the recent changes, right, the variant's kind of toned up a little bit. That's going to fit his play style pretty well. But kind of having this back point of view, trying to call out to his teammates, as we've discussed, is the biggest factor for him in Nick28T. It's one of their biggest and brightest key points. As it looks as if they're going to go and hand off a few resources. Player decides to use Glider Redeploy to try to vacate himself out of Loot Lake. However, here come the stink bombs, and that's going to do it. Lovely toss coming through from Myth, as that's going to be a knock. Keeping in mind is that elimination does finally come through. I think that it was, in fact, okay, I was going to say, for a moment, I wasn't 100% sure if that player still did have teammates. I believe Dakotaz finishes up the last one over toward the top side, and my goodness, what a changeup we're looking at in terms of that Loot Lake rotation, as Dakotaz making a very big presence as he's already found 10 coming into what? We only have like a decent amount of players still remain. This is a great scoreline for them.
That's massive. I mean, Dakotaz, from that one fight alone inside of Loot, was able to gather up at least 4 eliminations to put himself up to 10. I know Yellow's sitting at a couple himself, and despite Dakotaz being weak and having meds, he's opting to go ahead and continue to rotate out to get that distance from Myth and Nick. And Nick is weak himself, but the quad crasher into play, and look at how aggressive both sides are. This is probably the most aggressive play that I've seen. Typically, players take their time, heal up. No, they want distance in front of the other, and it makes sense. But actually, it's kind of funny. They get pretty much neck and neck with each other. Now they're going to decide to heal up, but as they just get inside of zone.
Wow.
But definitely a nice competitive game going on here.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, right? This is why. And again, the fact that they're both over here does mean they're going to get another chance. And I think last time was Dakotaz who ended up getting, like you said, about 4 or 5 of them. I think only one went the way of Myth and Nick A30 there. And again, they're going to get the drop on this player. Not too many shots so far, but you have to imagine that Nick and Myth are going to be up here pretty shortly. They had exchanged enough, and looks like indeed they're down there at the bottom. It's just going to matter of who can search them out here. A little bit of orienteering, some scavenger hunting for poor, straggling lobby players.
Yeah, this is not going to be too kind for them, that's for sure. As it looks as if Yellow, having a unique perspective, trying to join alongside of his teammate Dakotaz, unfortunately gets ramped off for the time. No problem, no foul. Actually places down the cone. But unfortunately, that player has already made his way, vacated a certain situation out. But nice play from Yellow, decides to go and make the quick edit through, and I think that player might have jumped out, maybe even fallen, taking quite a bit of fall damage. Regardless, though, Yellow able to clean it up, but that's not going to stop the fight as Dark, a.k.a. Dakotaz, ends up getting taken down. And you notice the immediate realization, Yellow places down the walls just to make sure his teammate's going to be safe, and knowing that these frags aren't finding themselves as of recent, decides to go ahead and go for the revive. And during that time, this could be an opportunity for Myth and Nick A30 to try and distance themselves. Things have been close, and there comes in Myth, actually with 2.
Yeah, big elims coming in from Myth, and I believe he was able to at least get 2 or 3 from that, and already the rotation coming through. As Yellow, though, is going to have the advantage. He's going to be on this high ground, and he's healed up at least considerably well. He's got, plenty of mats to work with, plus his inventory is not bad at all. So I got to say, he is well prepared for this fight, and I don't think this team knows he's going to be rolling up on them, and as they do, in fact, start building up, but it's going to be a little bit too late. As Yellow, let's see these building skills. Will they be able to take the high ground? Well, having a little bit of trouble currently, actually, as he tries to get the cone, but ends up getting coned himself, forced to take the low ground, but luckily a player just below. But he's got to watch out. He doesn't have glider redeploy.
This could be a little bit nerve-wracking, that's for sure. Being oh so careful. Has so many builds, and thankfully manages to thread the needle there, grabbing quite a bit of loot. And here's another enemy just in front of him. I think he was a little bit surprised by the fact that that one was pretty much served on a silver platter. And here's another one. Lovely stuff coming through from Yellow, as he'll get a majority of those along with Dakotaz. So a fantastic situation for them. A gun engagement that did not look the kindest in terms of 4 players holding a very tall fort, if you will, toward the top side of the mountain. They quickly engage. They find pretty much every single one. And I think based off of that, Myth and Nick A30 trying to cut their losses are starting to rotate themselves, trying to find what is one of the final teams still up. But to no avail, I mean, we kind of look at this situation without question, a positive for Dakotaz and Yellow at that time.
Absolutely so, right? I mean, Dakotaz and Yellows are tearing it up. 18 total elims, and the snipe just misses over that player's head. And Myth and Nick on the side of 15. So despite the passive start that I was a little bit worried about for Dakotaz and Yellow, they have the lead so far, but it's not if Nick can help it. Trying to damage his player. Unfortunately, gets hopped off, and that is bad, but to say the least. Luckily, he's going to be able to fly back up, but he could get beamed into the air. But now he's going to be thinking, where is Myth? Is he going to be joining into the mix? Because this is a full squad, and he's not in the best of positions. He has plenty of mats, though, in a way to kind of, maneuver around, but he's got to finish off these players quickly before Dakotaz and Yellow get here.
This trap might be something that turns it around, and I love the way that he's just kind of kept their attention here and does indeed get a knock. Can Myth rotate over? And again, Nick A30's been holding this position, talking the entire time, making sure that Myth knows exactly where they are, and it does look like Myth has finally rotated over. Keep an eye on that feed in the bottom left. It does look like Myth got a knock as well as the elim there. And this rotation, like you were saying there, Landon, I think finally starting to bear fruit is, I think there's only 1 or 2 left, and Myth was able to get that one. There's only 2 left. Can he get this right now? Even if he goes down here, this isn't the worst.
Oh, and Myth needs to be pixel perfect, and he is! A lovely shot from range, and I feel like every time we visited a player's perspective, they were near or above that double elimination mark. I know we see Nick28T with 5. I want to say Myth, yeah, is around 12, so we'll obviously be adding up the entirety of these scores, but to no avail. This was a very interesting game from pretty much start to finish rotations, and for me, the biggest deal was the way that a team would kind of pounce off their rotation. We talked about early whenever things started to kind of go south for for Myth and for Nick28T, they went all the way down to Paradise Palms. While they did end up finding eliminations, they did have to try to res in the storm during that time. That allowed for a huge opportunity for Dakotaz and Yelo when they were rotating in toward Loot Lake. That's when we were discussing, wow, he has 10? Like, Dakotaz literally has 10 after leaving. I feel like he was just at like 3 or 4. So the fact that that obviously occurred, then we saw the rotation from Nick28T. I feel like it was constantly back and forth. Both of these duos saw a huge opportunity in front of them, but I will say the biggest highlight for Dakotaz and Yelo is that they saw, I think, the bigger portion of those. It wasn't like their early game that was the most successful, but the most evident situations of which they were free and had to do to take down were the ones that we highlighted, the team that was on the mountain and then the rotation that they made toward Loot Lake.
Yeah, that Loot Lake was the breaking point, I think, whenever it came to Dakotaz coming through and finishing up with a high amount of elims. And this is exactly where it started. But Myth was kind of distracted onto the guy on the right, but Dakotaz was fighting a full squad on that big build that was just off to his left. So not a bad opportunity. And Yelo getting aggressive on this hill fight, like you said, was a huge play to say the least. But 20-18, not a bad scoreline. And honestly, way more competitive than I thought this match was going to be. Myth and Nick was probably my favorite going into this match. We haven't seen Dakotaz and Yelo in quite some time, but what a fight they put up. And going into second game, it's anybody's. Yeah,
I think that was really impressive. And honestly, like we were discussing on it, this is like their first time being in Friday Fortnite, like as Taylor mentioned, since 2018. This is their first time playing alongside each other since like week 4 of 2018, which is over a year ago at this point. So the fact that they were kind of performing at that level versus, 2 individual players who haven't played with each other necessarily, but have all the skills and all the, the history of placing high. That was I think somewhat of a win for for them in their books. Obviously being up by 2 is, somewhat minuscule, but at the same time to come out that way and to show out, I think was really impressive from them.
I think so too. It was a pretty clean game, and I think they're at that Loot Lake scuffle. I think kind of showed you the weakness of the Nick28T and the Myth team, right? They weren't able to send somebody up there, rely on them to do that slaying role. They had to kind of communicate and try to build their way up, and by the time they did, they saw a few had been knocked already. Dakotaz was taking on those last couple, so they said, let's just get this one elim right here on the side and get out. So you guys talked about what it could be and what it could mean if that team wasn't able to get started early. I think we saw it there, but like you said, just 2 points separating them. This should be a competitive second game.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because we did highlight that specifically in the beginning. I know, Landon, you touched up on it as well. Myth and Nick have similar play styles. They're both, I would say, more passive to say the least, but I don't like what I'm seeing. We're going over towards Neo Tilted. You have a 2 elim lead. You were so successful off of the initial drop at Dusty, but luckily we're actually heading over towards Shifty. And how fitting, right? A strategy that we saw time and time again in Friday Fortnite 2018. Coming back with the original duo of Dakotaz and Yelo, we're going home.
What a major changeup this is. It was just like one high toward, what is a very low, if you will, in terms of like, oh, they're going to go Neo, and then, oh, they're going to go towards Shifty Shafts, which I'm actually pretty excited about this. I know we were obviously discussing like this was the hot place to go, not for every other player, but for a lot of teams that saw quite a bit of success. This was the rotation that we saw. Guys like Avery and Noah J, Ninja and Hysteria. I mean, so many different duos really preferred going toward this location, and clearly they saw results from it. And I think this may be that team thinking the same thing back last year was, hey, this situation, this particular spot was fantastic. You think about as well, maybe a late rotation in toward Neo Tilted. That was the main call for a lot of rosters, was that they didn't want to engage on a spot like Tilted. But if we go toward more of a passive start, take down one guaranteed squad, our loot plus theirs in the mix with the houses that are just on the outside of Shifty Shafts should give us some pretty decent items coming in toward that very, very kind of interesting location. I think that could be the case here, is they already are starting to find some players. They're kind of already having their mindsets forward in terms of looking toward those houses. If they can kind of keep in mind the rotations, maybe head in toward Neo, what seemed like an odd call off the start may actually be a positive one.
Right, and if they don't want to go Neo, they do have the option of going over towards Salty too. So it's really kind of a pick your poison, an a la carte, all-you-can-eat buffet of these players. But they got to be a little careful now. A little damage being done there. But these are top players. They're going to be able to clean that one up. Not a problem. Meanwhile, on the other side, I did see that we had a fatal drop from Nick and Myth. So they are doing the same thing they did last game. Felt confident in that one. You can see right here. The feeds 3-0 currently, so a slower start from Nick and Myth this time. I don't think they got gifted the elims they did at the beginning last time, but looks like one side sticking to their guns and one side going back with the old school strat.
I got to say, one thing that I find really interesting, I think this could honestly be somewhat of a positive for Myth and Nick28T. What was the biggest issue for their mid game that allowed for Dakotaz and Yelo to get back in the matchup? Was that Dakotaz and Yelo were cutting off the rotations. They pretty much hit Salty. They ended up hitting toward Megga Mall, and that allowed for Myth and Nick28T to do what? Go south. Like, that's the only option they had to do. And then from there, they obviously made the rotations. Now they're going to have the cream of the crop, no pun intended, right? They had pretty much everything around them at their disposal. And if you're Dakotaz and Yelo, the ideal rotation is most likely heading in toward Neo. Well, that's fine. By the time that they're in Neo and start to slay out and maybe stay alive, Myth and Nick28T could have hit pretty much every location that they have on their target.
Yeah, exactly right. So now they're going to have free reign, a free buffet, if you will, going over towards, Salty. They can go to Dusty. They can go to Megga. There's so many elims they can pick up, but they're being very passive. They're taking a lot of time to rotate out. Now, granted, they do have the slipstream. They're going to be able to use just oversight or over on top of Fatal. But with that being said, Dakotaz Yelo, they already started off with 3 elims. They're already rotating into Neo. They can go into loot if they want to avoid Neo entirely, if they so decide to. And honestly, it's not going to be a huge jaunt if they want to take the slipstreams all the way over towards Dusty. So, oh my gosh, though, a lot of fall damage from Yelo. You cannot afford to do that, but they're going to go ahead. Hey, they're going to opt to go into Neo tilted. A very risky strategy. Honestly, I'm against this, but it could pay off dividends. But really tagged up is going to be Yelo, and at this point, you have to be hoping Dakotaz, your teammate, is going to be able to come out big.
We saw Dakotaz do that exactly in the last game, and look, going right up there already. Another nice tag. I think this. I agree with you here, Taylor. This is a very, very risky strat to do, especially after you took the fall damage there. That kind of stubbed your toe at the start of all of this. Maybe sitting back and opting to go there. And again, a big hit does get the knock. Low on shields, going to use some minis to at least keep himself in fighting condition. But this has been a lot of resources and damage for just a couple of these. And if there's any other squad here that capitalizes on this position, this might go south in a hurry. But for now, at least, they're still up and fighting.
It's a big moment for them, right? That was a very crucial situation of which pretty much every bullet that Yelo hit, he had to, or he was most likely going to go down. If we didn't see Dakotaz have a really good moment in terms of taking over those top players, they were not going to be in a good situation. So, big moment for them. And as we talked about it, going toward Neo Tilted, it's been a very scary strategy for a lot of different rosters, but when they have seen success, it's been through minor and big gunfights of that caliber. When you're not supposed to win the fights, you do. And that's what allows for that high risk and that high reward to kind of pay off from time to time. But rotation, now toward rotation, we were discussing Nick28T Myth. They've got pretty much the entire eastern side of the map at their disposal. But right now, keeping in mind, a little bit of HP loss. Nick28T trying to come from the top side, and it will work out well, grabbing both of these elims. And at the same time, we bring up that discussion. The way that engagement was found from Nick28T and Myth, a lot easier than the two that were just found from Yelo and Dakotaz.
But still, though, despite one being easier or harder than the other, Yelo and Dakotaz are still going to have the lead, right? Because they did manage to finish off the squad inside of Shifty. They managed to finish off that squad in Neo, so they still have the lead. And the rotation, though, is going to be coming in over towards Megga. And hopefully this is going to be very fruitful because now Dakotaz and Yelo, they're going to be over on the other side of loot. And how the bus path was going, there's not going to be a lot of teams rotating out of Pleasant, so may not run into a lot of teams, or at least it might not be as fruitful as this location, to say the least. But I guess nobody over at Megga, and now we're heading over towards Pressure, potentially, but you could fly this thing literally all day long. So they can cover any of the map they want to, and then actually they have loot in sight, so I think we might have another loot battle going between these two.
Scary moment. This didn't go so well last time, and that's when they both arrived at the same general time for that fight. So by the time they get over here, you see the tower already being built, and a little more fall damage, not nearly as significant, but they need to land high here if they're going to do anything about this. One elim already going down. And I have to think there was maybe somewhere else they could have tried to make this rotation to, because are there even any left? Dakotaz and Yelo generally clean their plate whenever they start it. And it looks like they're already starting to rotate out, so I think this rotation may have been a wash for Nick28T and Myth.
Yeah, I think them not finding a soul at Megga was actually so crucial. When they're kind of, gazing over the entirety of that location, the fact they saw nobody, that was what they were banking on. They're like, okay, we're going to go in towards Salty Springs. We're going to try to find a few players. The fact that they have only found 3 elims, and they've visited pretty much every high-octane location outside of Neo Tilted is actually pretty crazy in terms of the way that Friday Fortnite works. And speaking of Neo Tilted, they might have go ahead and decided, hey, now's the time to venture here. This is our saving grace. This is the play that we need to make. At least just trying to gain some visuals is important. And the fact that they're doing this while at the same time constantly utilizing the quad crasher and Dakotaz and Yelo are still in the lead is absurd.
And they're already there. They're already going where Myth and Nick are going. And, of course, Yelo cleans up the elims that Myth and Nick were looking for, so now they're going to have to continue to fly and search for all the elims that they could potentially get.
They're accomplishing more on foot than you are in a vehicle.
They really, no, they genuinely are.
They're going to go and ditch it. Like, okay, this is way better.
Yeah, they need to get rid of it because it's just not being fruitful. And now you're getting to the point where there's still, a middle ground worth of eliminations, right? 26 total, or now 24, but that lead is starting to grow even more so for Dakotaz and Yelo, and they haven't lost the lead in Game 2 since they got it from Game 1. And look at this, already getting to work is going to be Yelo, a standout player, and this player just up above. He's going to go ahead and break him down and hopefully get a shot, but player quick reaction to build a floor to stay up on the high ground, but quickly melted, and Yelo is going to get the full elim, plus get to upgrade his pump if he so decides, but I'll go ahead and hang out, but yeah, this is a great play for Dakotaz and Yelo.
And how frustrating this has to be for Nick and Myth, because we were just here, guys. We were just here, and there was nobody here, so we rotated out. We went around the entire world map, and now here we come back, and now everybody's here. And I mean, that's just one of the frustrating things about this format is frustrating for some. Some people seem to have an innate ability to know where the average player goes, but that is the strategy, and you two talk about it all the time. You have to think like the average pub player, because that is who you're going after.
We'll see if they can start to change things up in terms of Myth and Nick28T. They need a positive, right? They need to find a super crucial fight because they currently are down 10 eliminations, 12-4 so far in this game number 2, and they have visited so many different POIs, but have pretty much been disappointed by their endeavors. So, and you hear Nick28T starting to give the calls. Maybe we should head back. Maybe we should try to stick around Dakotaz and Yelo, find their scraps, because if anything, that's better than what we're accomplishing right now, which is close to nothing.
Yeah. I mean, it's just two different play styles. I want to highlight it again. Whenever it comes to Myth and Nick, they seem to be very passive, right? They take their time. They're very methodical in the way that they play. And this is a great strategy when it comes down to like World Cup rules, when it comes to maybe playing for placements. But then you have Dakotaz and Yelo on the other hand, and they are equally as talented. But on top of that, they're not scared to take risks. They're not scared to go into Neo Tilted if need be, right? You're seeing Dakotaz right in the mix of things, not even choosing to build and take the pass, and he is going to get dropped for it, but he did get 2 knocks in the meantime, and Yelo is still up, and if he picks this one off, that's going to be another team that they just wiped out.
Looks like they did indeed, and see Nick, bottom left, did get 1 at least, with the quad crasher it looked like, so very creative, some style points there. But again, like you were saying there, Taylor, it's about taking the risks, and it's also about just getting to the right place at the right time and getting there earlier. And like you said, passive sometimes trying to decide, oh, maybe this is the best place to go. Maybe we can rotate up here. Sometimes you just got to go and ask if it's the best spot to go later, because you can hit all of the main spots, which is what is done. This should have worked on paper, right? Rotating to all of the major places. They just didn't find anybody. Sometimes you can't think, you can't blink, you just got to go.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate. I think they were both trying to go in opposite directions, but Nick gets a little bit ahead of Yelo, so it does work out for the time being. Plenty of shockwave grenades to get that distance, as I do see some builds, and you hear them talking, right? Nick calling out, we got to get right into the action. We cannot afford to stay back anymore. We have to get aggressive. We're down way too much. And Myth right into the face of one of these players trying to take over the wall. Unfortunately, unable to get it, but attacking from both sides. And unfortunately, Myth getting tagged up a little bit too much. He's going to drop. Now Nick has to be the savior in this situation. as we'll get a little replay of what just happened. Myth is going to get dropped relatively soon, and now Nick has to clutch up. Luckily, plenty of builds to work with, and he will get that high ground. But is it even worth it to stay up if you don't get these elims and Dakota and Yellow come through and get them, right? You're not going to be able to win the game overall, but luckily an elim does come through. But you can't go for the res. Like, there's just not enough time. You have to keep roaming around the map and staying ahead of Dakotas and Yellow.
Yeah, I think that was Myth who was giving the call out saying, hey, I think it's a little bit too late, regardless of Nick28T being the good man that he does, not going down without a fight. Once his squad mate, at least in his back pocket for now in card form, it's fine. It'll work out. But here we go. Final few fights beginning to partake, and Nick28T does get his hand on one of them. But regardless, though, majority going toward Dakotas and Yellow and still holding on to the fights, not allowing for Nick28T to benefit from any of those opportunities. Looking like the little brother in that moment, right? Closed door, no situations, not allowed to see all the major positives. And I like that play, going for the quick edit to utilize the bounce pad, making sure that nobody can benefit from that, either his direct enemies in the lobby or even the casual player that currently does exist. And speaking of that, only 8 members are still alive, and you're hoping for reboots. You're hoping for early drops right now if you're a fan of Nick28T and Myth.
Yeah, you really are. I mean, you're trying to grasp onto anything that can give you the victory, but it might already be out of hand as we are now down to just 7 eliminations that you could potentially get. And despite the plethora of mats that Nick has, despite, you know, the inventory he has, it's just a little bit too tough. I have to highlight, Dakotas and Yellow played a phenomenal game, to say the least. And coming back for their first performance since 2018 in Friday Fortnite, it is a great way to get this return in, and honestly, they're going to be a solid force to reckon with. A couple of close moments, but for the most part, though, they seem pretty in control of fights. And I think they only dropped once, because in Game 1, I don't think they dropped at all. But luckily, Nick is going to find a couple, and immediately a knock comes through.
Right there, not like you said, not going down. Not the true fight here. May as well try to slay out and see. Again, I'm not 100% sure on the math. I know they were down double digits and certainly less than double digits up left on the map, but still some reboot vans, so there is still a chance. Some shenanigans here if you're a fan of Nick28T. I'm sure you'd like all the energy that you could spare.
Oh, there's the fall damage we're waiting for.
Not the way you'd like to see it starting, but very on brand from what I've heard. And going and shooting after the baller here. But like you said, the way that Dakotas and Yellow have moved about this map, the way they've just kind of thrown caution to the wind and gone and made their rotations and handled themselves very well in the fights, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. They just are efficient with the way that they go about this. I know that their initial engagement started off a little rough and Neo tilted, but you see right there, cleaned up, nice and easy, just nobody left on the map. I do believe it's just one, and they're just going to hunt that last person down. And a very well-earned victory for them, but not a bad fight from Nick28T and Myth.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
I think they played well. Dakotas, though, how many elims did he have in the first game? Because he's sitting at 12 now, and he was like at 15 in the last game or something like that.
He was at, like, I think, 12, 13,
like
something
12,
like
13?
He was in like the mid-range double digits
that's
for sure.
Like Dakotas is slaying out, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Like that's the numbers you need to rock to make it far in this tournament.
Oh, for sure, right? And kind of being that complementary piece, like for me, and I know we were discussing this kind of throughout the entirety of this one, was the matter of what really allowed for this team to dominate the way they did. And this game number 2, it was not just risks, but it was calculated risk. Like they knew not necessarily like knew 100%, but they were willing to kind of take those opportune times, even when you could argue they shouldn't have. They were willing to take the calculated positions of which they maybe didn't have the greatest opportunities to walk away with elims, but they did it exactly when they should have. And we were discussing it. Later rotations, Myth and Nick28T, the fact they found nobody in Megga Mall in this game number 2 was massive. That is what they were relying on for a decent percentage of their kills. They don't find a single soul. They're slow in Salty Springs, which you could argue is somewhat, played into the factor of the way that Fortnite works, the factor of how it kind of is a game that's constantly changing. It is somewhat random from time to time. So that obviously does kind of to play in. But at the same time, Game 1 to Game 2, they didn't make enough risk. They didn't try to change up things too much, as we were discussing. On the other side, Dakotas and Yellow, they go toward a place like Shifty Shafts. They change things up a little bit. They head in toward Neo. They see some success, and granted, there was a few fights that we argued were maybe not the greatest ones to take, but it worked out in the end. And they continually rushed. They were continually on the heels of Nick28T and Myth at all times, while Nick28T and Myth were constantly late to rotations like those back-to-back ones we saw in Loot Lake.
I love the fact that we saw Dakotaz Yelo go to Shifty, right? Not a popular area, not an area that you would think to go to, right, whenever it comes to an elimination-based tournament, and they managed to come through with 25 elims, a number that is akin to Dubs and Megga pulling up whenever they go over to Neo Tilted. It's also akin to Kamo and Issa whenever they drop over at Megga, right? These are high elimination numbers from Shifty. It just comes to show if you have a good mastery on rotations and you win your crucial fights, especially whenever you rotate from Shifty to Neo, which I believe that is going to be the most crucial point.
Do you think that can be consistent, though? That's what I'm really curious about, because obviously master performance, but can that be duplicated? Like, will we see them continually do that in their future series? And do you think it can be that successful over time?
It's tough to say, just because the bus path has to be favorable for that drop. If it's just to the outside, you're not going to – I mean, you'll typically find at least one squad that's going to go Shifty. There's always a team that at least lands Shifty, right? But then again, Neo isn't as popular as it used to be. Can it be fruitful in the future? I would love to see them honestly go there again and see if it works out. But if this game, you know, is really going to show for anything, 25 elims for Shifty, they need to keep up that aggression, and it's working. I'm
excited. I'm really excited to see if they can kind of keep up that strategy. Like we talked about, guys, a number of different teams have already found themselves in the losers bracket. One to be, you know, somewhat nervous about probably could be Myth and Nick28T. We talked about those loser round 1 games. They're not going to be the kindest. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to try and be involved in the later stages. But, of course, we've got bracket updates, even match reviews to kind of point out when we come back after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019. It's been an interesting day already, as we've already watched, one series kind of go down, but we're getting ready to enter in toward winners round 2. An interesting game is about to be upon us as well, as you've got the boys from Luminosity in terms of Kiwiz and Formula getting ready to face off against Nate Hill, the defending champion, guys, from last week, along with High Distortion. It's going to be a fun one to watch, but obviously, as per usual, myself, Lano, along with Reflections and 9Ho Grains, our thoughts coming into this particular game. We were discussing kind of in the pregame, you know, how is HD going to work with Nate Hill? Any kind of ideas on how that duo is going to work?
Well, HD, solid player. We've seen him perform in the past. You guys know him, right? You've watched his streams, and you know he is the solo squad god. He really is the first also person to reach 100,000 kills above everybody else in the world, which is a huge accomplishment. But then again, Nate Hill, Funk Bomb are the duo, and last week they played incredibly well. So HD replacing Funk Bomb, I hate to say it, honestly, he's going to have to fill some big shoes because Funk Bomb is a consistent player, a good support role as well, and he can put up high numbers. So like you said, will HD be able to meld well with Nate Hill? Well, that's going to be a question we're definitely going to have to see. But Kiwiz and Formula, they're going to be facing off against them. And Nine, I know we got to see them a little bit last week.
We did. They did not have the best on stream that we saw, but they did make it decently far into our bracket here. And it looks like they've started off well, 5 this early on. Got to be nice for them as they are in Dusty Divot. And actually, Taylor, to reference something you and I were just talking about in the break there, Dusty has been treating teams well over the past couple weeks.
Yeah, it definitely has, right? Dusty is a great area to go to, and I think we can go back to previous Friday Fortnights. We can even go to the other series we used to run, Sunday Showdown, where me and Landon used to cast that as an airdrop is going to be coming through. He's got to rotate through. Chaos ensuing as Stinks are coming through, too. Kiwi's rotating out. And it looks like a nice elim is going to come through, but great communication as there might be one more player behind this tree. But like you said, yeah, I mean, whenever it comes to Dusty, the rotations out of Dusty are great. And on top of that, too, you have the reboot van up there for some added security. You can rotate Salty, Megga, Loot. You got the slipstreams. You want to go over to Tropical, you can as well. So it's not a bad location. But Landa, talk to me, Kiwis. 8 eliminations.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy, right? The fact that we were obviously kind of bringing up the fact that they are in Dusty Divot is somewhat interesting, but not too untypical. But it has been a lot more, you know, fruitful, I guess, if you want to. We've been using that word a lot, but it really has kind of been treating teams very, very nicely. You know, on the other side, like Kiwiz and Formula, they're a good team. Like, I know they didn't have the greatest start to Friday Fortnite their first few weeks, but they really started to kind of hit their stride. Last week had a pretty decent overall performance. I think getting around the top 8 range, if my mind serves me correct. But if they can start to hit their stride a little bit, land these early game rotations and start to be in a pretty good position after game number 1. They can allow for the opposition to start to feel a little bit nerve-wracking, or rather can start to be a little bit nerve-wracking, if you will. Regardless, though, Kiwiz is down and thirsted. Formula, no shield, no health. Does he have a means of escape? He does have that glider redeploy, but he's being challenged from the skies. And a positive start, but a slow mid, that's for sure. Formula and Kiwiz out to start off this game. And I will say for HD, this is probably a new feeling for Nate Hill. It's just as if he was a continuation from last week, right? Teams dropping so early on, having a free rest of your game is so huge for these guys.
And I was about to say, this is deja vu. I have seen this script before. Saw it last week, pretty much every game that we saw Nate Hill in, and this is, like you said, where they can play the game here, just be efficient later on, and that's really all they have to do. That's why they're a little bit slower at the start, because it means late game they have the mats that they need, they have all the weapons, and now it's just a matter of getting as many of these as they can, and this is scary to see.
Yeah, the
Picking
snipes.
right up where he left off. If you want to see a highlight reel of sniper shots, just go watch last week's broadcast.
Yeah,
literally.
Nate Hill was sniping everything that walked, and he was connecting, whether it was a body shot or it was a full elim or a knock. He was knocking players out left and right. Nate Hill, a solid sniper, a solid player in general, a World Cup qualifier as well. And I got to say, Nate Hill, like you said, picking up from last week. We have not had a back-to-back champ. We've had back-to-back second-place champs, but we have not had a back-to-back first-place champ. But I will accept it if Nate Hill comes through and wins it despite Funkmom not being here. I'll consider him a back-to-back champ because he will be for all intents and purposes. So hopefully he's going to have a good run, but not a bad start. 6 elims for him. I think HD sitting at 3 himself, so pretty decent.
I want to kind of get more involved with this pair in particular. Like, in terms of the way that Nate Hill and Funkbomb played last week, I mean, we were discussing it, and I think we were, I want to say it was 9, you were bringing it up. Like, was this the most dominant performance that we have seen in Friday Fortnite history, even going back to 2018 and 2019? And I think it absolutely deserves to be in that conversation. The fact that they would literally end out game number 1 up 15 or up 20. It was like, okay, this is pretty casual. And most of the time, it was because of the enemy following, but that's more of a credit to them for just staying alive, continuing on with that same strategy of playing out their lives. It was a performance and a half for sure, and while it is somewhat unfortunate to not see Funkbomb here until you were bringing it up, Kid HD kind of lived toward that hype of a very good performance, and probably, like I said, one of the most dominant of all time. I think HD has the capability to fill those shoes, but to no avail. It's going to be a situation, it's going to be a title that you have to earn over time, not just in one game. And for someone who's known for being super aggressive, he also kind of so far throughout Friday Fortnite 2019, along with Cypher, has kind of taken the more passive approach, right? We were discussing they land outskirts Salty, they land outskirts Fatal Fields. This actually could play a lot more similar than maybe a lot of people might think.
That's very true, right, to kind of think about it, because like you said, HD has
like he's
been
known for Mr. Tilted Tower Solo Squad, but in Friday Fortnite, he hasn't really been exactly like
He's
that.
been taking his time. I mean, even go back to one of the first weeks we got to see him once again, when I believe, who was he playing with? Cypher? He was playing with, it was Cypher or somebody, but I know he was... No, not last week, but like one of the first weeks whenever it came to Friday Fortnite. It was either Cypher...
He played with Avery a few times.
I know it was either Cypher or Avery, one of them, but regardless, they were landing on Poverty on the outside of Salty, and they were also landing onto the outside houses of Megga and then pushing in slowly. But you're right? Nate Hill kind of plays that way, and it could, in fact, favor this duo. But I do want to highlight, despite Kiwiz and Formula going down early, they still had 10 elims to their name.
Yeah.
And we're going to see Nate Hill and HD just take the lead. So game 2 might not be so bad, but HD, shots in the air, eliminates a player.
Just look at the way that they've separated themselves again. We said so often it would be Nate Hill sitting back and Funkbong being the one that would go up and get it. And I think HD perfectly fine taking that role as well, going right up. You guys said had to play a little passive. Maybe this will free HD to go up and make those plays in the way that they have. They've now rotated back together. And what did we say so often with that duo last week? It was efficiency in the late game right now. Everybody that they have seen, they have gotten the elim on. And they've also allowed a couple other teams to get some reboots. I think we've seen 2 reboots since this team has been by themselves. So we said 10 elims would keep them competitive for game 2. I'm starting to get a little worried. I'm starting to think that another 25 bomb is not out of reach for this team.
Yeah, and that was the thing with these guys, was that it would just get more and more dominant. They would look more successful as time went on, and usually that's not always the case. Like, I'd say when a team is available or still around, you know, a duo, for example, they're still about maybe 25, 30 eliminations. They're going to walk away with, you know, maybe 50, 60% these guys, in terms of Nate Hill and Funkbomb, they were getting like 80, 85, 90% of the frags whenever the first opportunity we got to watch them. I think they found almost every single player outside of one, and there was 20 players still alive. And I'm curious if Nate Hill can kind of carry that over. Whatever the strategy was, whatever the magic that he and Funkbomb had last week, can he keep it alive, and can he kind of continue this trend, reveal the blueprint to HD, if you will? It will be a possibility, and it's going to be a storyline, a continuous trend that we have to keep in mind. But obviously on screen right now with High Distortion holding on to the high ground at a decent attempt there with the Flintknock. Also has to be careful with the trap, but to no avail. No problems whatsoever. Going to destroy that trap easily. Going to go and grab the loot from it in a pretty simple manner as well. As Nate Hill still roaming, still looking for a few of the teammates that will be coming in soon.
Despite the new epic and legendary tactical shotgun coming into play, I haven't seen really anybody use it. I think Kiwiz and Formula were using it in their inventory, but for the most part, everybody's preferring either a pump or a combat shotty, despite the combat being reduced whenever it came to the damage drop-off. I know it doesn't shoot as far, but honestly, you really can't tell with it in these players' hands. And I got to say, the combat still feels just as good as ever. It doesn't have that one, shot punch, maybe like the tactical shotgun has, or maybe the pump has, but it still feels really good, especially with the spam meta that you can use it for. But I got to say, it fits perfectly with Nate Hill and HD. With as aggressive as they are getting into the face, being able to spam as many shots as they possibly can definitely favors the use of the combat versus maybe the tactical shotgun, maybe even attack themselves, maybe even, I would have to say the drum shotgun as well. It's just not as powerful as the combat. I think the combat still reigns supreme, to be honest.
Nice has this been for them. They've just been sitting in the same area and fighting anybody who comes their way. Players have just been rotating into them. This has really been one prolonged fight with a number of different squads that just happen to have run towards the giant tower that continues to get built and shoots bullets at you from snipers. So this has been nice. We haven't even gotten to talk about rotations because they've been in Salty and Fatal, this area, for most of the game that we've been spectating them. And I think we're starting to get close to that 80-90% efficiency that we were talking about earlier. There were 25 previously, now down to just 15, and I think they got about 8 or 9 of those. So heal back up and carry on.
Yeah, that's kind of the definition. And there's another player just up ahead, Nate Hill, a narrowly missed sniper shot. I'm sure we're going to see quite a few more of those to come in terms of the his ability, right, with that sniper rifle. Obviously has a few more weapons to work with in terms of the the bolt being brought back into the suppress has kind of been taken away. But what's your kind of thoughts on that one, right? I'm kind of interested to see the change-up. Obviously, we talk about heavy sniper rifle, the way that kind of impacts the game, but the fact that that's been brought back, the bolt, I think could actually benefit quite a few players. And depending on how they can kind of tune with it over time, I think it could be a pretty decent weapon, especially when you have it in hands like Nate Hill.
Yeah, the bolt relatively the same damage as the suppressed sniper, but I'll be honest with you, the bolt has a better feel to it, especially whenever you're firing it. I think overall the playability, and with it also being one of the OG snipers out in the game, right? I was sad to see it go, but the fact that it's back brings a lot of memories back, and I'm definitely happy they at least replaced it from the silence to the bolt. Good stuff.
I'm kind of curious too, like whenever the suppressor was brought out, we were like, okay, well, what kind of factor does the regular bolt kind of have now? Because the heavy assault rifle, the heavy sniper rifle was better than it in pretty much every single situation. I think the time between shots was a little bit of a change-up, but overall you really couldn't choose anything over the heavy sniper rifle. And then with the suppressed, I think it shot farther. It did maybe the same amount of damage, and also it was silent. Like you couldn't really beat it in terms of that. So the fact that we've kind of seen things replaced, I think, could allow for an interesting change-up. And like you mentioned, that the bolt just kind of has a different feel to it. It kind of feels a little bit different. Whenever you're firing, obviously both weapons are kind of a semi-auto. But
it feels more responsive.
It does. It feels more responsive, and I feel like whenever you shoot a heavy sniper shot, it's almost like, okay, this is my big impact that I just had, and then you have this massive lull period in between where you're like, okay, I kind of have to roll on something else. I feel like with the bolt, it almost feels as if you're constantly firing off as a typical sniper would feel like, which probably could be more of a benefit toward a lot of those long-range players out there, a sniper that feels very similar to other, kind of FPSs, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I'm happy the bolt is back personally. I think it's just an overall better sniper. I'm still choosing a heavy over it, right? Because the versatility, you'll be able to break the walls down and take somebody's wall quite easily, maybe even fall down on a player. But the bolt being back definitely feels really good. And I know the other sniper, the semi-auto sniper, just recently got a buff itself. They kind of reduced the
At
zoom
last.
quality, which sounds like a nerf, but it's actually a buff because the reason why a lot of players didn't use the semi-auto sniper is because of the range on it. But now that the range has kind of been reduced a little bit, it acts more like a tactical rifle, right? Whenever you have the scoped AR, and I think it's going to be a lot better of an option to be used.
Except for right now, HD and Co. Nate Hill trying to do some damage. Unfortunately, though, HD tossing out a stink bomb, and I think he's calling it out. I think I just got no-scoped. It looked as if that player who quickly aimed up from that point of view had such a slim amount of time to fire out that shot, but he makes it land regardless. Nate Hill, much like last week, hitting sniper shots and immediately going for the revive on his teammate. And based off the laughs, based off the emotions that they're feeling, this is not too much of a pressurized situation. They know they have the lead coming into this game number 2. It's just a matter of how much can they hold on to, how much of a lead can it be coming in from the side. Nate Hill firing through a shot. Nothing landed, but holding on in his 1-by-1. You hear him calling out to HD. No problem. Go ahead and heal up, and we'll get back in this fight soon. Trying to be somewhat of the scout. Has, I was going to say, plenty of resources, but those are quickly starting to diminish. A decent amount of wood left, but that can start to quickly evaporate if they can't find a few of these players.
Players just down below taking their time, still maintaining that high ground, bolt in hand, with the potential to do something. As there will be a player just over here. Now he's got to kind of think, do I want to take the wall? Do I want to take the roof? Because he doesn't want that player to overbuild him because there's already a ramp in place, but luckily gets a nice shot onto that player as the roof comes through the edit. And as well as the elimination for 14 for Nate Hill. He has literally not stopped from last week to this week, still performing just as good as he ever does. And HD even joining in the mix, bringing in a couple. And that 10-point lead at least that we saw from Kiwiz and Formula now gone. And game 2 is going to be a tough one to say the least as a snipe comes through, followed up with some scar shots to drop the player up top. 9 is bowing in the presence of Nate. And now we have, probably 3 more players remaining, and 1 has already been spotted. He shot at Nate Hill and has awakened the beast.
Awaken the beast indeed. And you know, maybe I should just act as bored about this as he does, because this is just business as usual for him as he gets another one right there.
Oh!
And talk about
What?
Really? All right.
His snipes are just as beautiful as his vocal cords, I swear, man.
Something along those lines. That's unreal. That shot finally cracks a smile. I know I made the joke last week that he hasn't smiled once over the course of the entire tournament. We do see it this time, but how frustrating does that have to be from Kiwiz and Formula? Having the lead in the early game, both going down when there's only, maybe 28 players left, and then watch your opponent get 25 of the 28 available elims. That's gotta be gutting.
I don't even know if they're surprised, to be honest with you. 27 to 10, 27 to 10, 17 elim lead going into game 2.
And 19 of those elims came after they were dropped.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's the main discussion that everybody had last week. Was they start off pretty well. Maybe they even had the advantage, much like Kiwiz and Formula did in the early game. We were discussing and saying, hey, okay, this was early on. Nate Hill and Funk, what are you guys going to do? Right? I mean, they're like, how are the rotations going to look? And then they automatically just turn up and take down every single player that exists toward the end game. Everybody just sees the spotlight of whatever it may be on the map and just generate toward them. But to no avail. Like we said, these guys are kind of changing the game. At least Nate Hill, obviously with High Distortion this week, put together a show. As I think it was Nate Hill who finished off with 16 of those 27, quite a few of them involving a sniper rifle in some situation. I'd love to see the damage overall as well. But like I said, these guys were just having a fantastic performance and a buzzer beater at the end. Calm, cool, collected, and a very solid lead coming in the game number 2. I am a little bit worried, though, for Kiwiz and Formula. We haven't really seen them put in a situation like this in terms of, obviously, we're worried about them, but in terms of what they're what are they going to do to combat this lead? I feel like they still might go toward a Dusty Divot, which I feel like is not the answer. I feel like you almost, I feel horrible for saying this. You have to go toward a prominent location, but if you do, no one has seen a success rate versus Nate Hill in the past 2 weeks doing it. So I feel horrible for saying it because I feel like it's not going to work because many teams have fallen in the same way. But if you're Kiwiz and Formula, you got to do something in this early game because if Nate Hill and Distortion are alive in late game, they're going to cause an impact on you.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, I like this landing. This is exactly what I expect from Nate Hill and Distortion. Nate Hill and Funkbomb were dominating from landing over here on the dropship. We even seen Highsky and Slappy last week trying to mirror them on the dropship when they had a deficit, and unfortunately, it did not work out well for them, to say the least. I think they were like, we're going to go down a dropship, we're going to steal all the loot from Nate Hill, and then we're going to push out. And I think they did steal the loot, but they didn't stop Nate Hill. He was still slaying out, to say the least. But this is something that they're picking right up on. Distortion following in line from Funkbomb disappearance. But with that being said, Kiwiz Formula, they're going to be mirroring this strategy and trying to steal the elims outside of Salty. Might not be a bad strategy. If they can make this work, they could potentially steal all the elims Nate Hill and HD are going to be trying to get.
They might be able to do so. And honestly, guys, I just want to see a team go the distance here. I want both of them teams to be alive at the end. I just want to see a team try that, because the leads that Nate Hill and previously Funkbomb, now HD, have built have forced the hands of their opponents in this situation, Kiwiz and Formula, to try to play a run-and-gun style that is absolutely not sustainable. So what I would at least like to see is maybe a team that stays around and just tries to get some of the late-game elims. We've talked so much about the early drops, the early rotations, things like that. Just eating into some of those late games might be what's there, and maybe that's a strategy to employ in game 1, maybe a little late in game 2, although HD saying, I can snipe too. Why not? Why not? But as I was saying, I do think it's so important, though, that these teams that see the way that Nate Hill plays start to adopt this same strategy and at least try to stay around in the late game and maybe steal some of the elims there, because they have to know by now that's where most of these elims are coming from. So maybe that's the strategy. Maybe we're on the wrong idea when we're talking about the early game and the drops.
Could definitely be, right? And off the start of this, right, all 4 players in Salty Springs, we're constantly seeing HD and Nate Hill fill the feed, but unfortunately for Kiwiz, he's filling it more in a negative way. He's on the bitter end of it. Has already dropped, has been thirsty, though, which is going to take some time. Time that LG does not have at this moment, collapsing onto another as Nate Hill and HD quickly combining for a few off the start. Thankfully for Formula, he's also found 3, so Salty Springs has seemed to be a very prominent location, a very positive one if you're looking for eliminations, which is what they want to do. But what are we thinking about this rotation? The fact that they land separately to a certain extent outside of Salty, but they all converge in the same location. At least in my eyes, I feel like this was not the place to go. If you know what the enemy wants to do, don't go to the same location as them. Try to distance yourself, because you're going to find 3. They found a majority of them. Let's say that realistically this exact same situation happens, but we don't see Nate Hill and HD here. Well, great, because for LG you have what, 6, 7, 8 more eliminations that are on the other side of the map that you can start to overtake. Now you don't have those opportunities.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. I think the plan for Formula and Kiwiz, like I said, was to come in, steal a couple of elims. Unfortunately for Nate Hill and Distortion, they have just as equal of a chance to come through and get those elims themselves. But on the other side of the coin, if Nate Hill and Distortion, they don't go to Salty and follow up with Kiwiz and Formula, whenever we saw Kiwiz drop, right, Formula may have not been able to go through and pick up his card, and this game could have already been over. So inadvertently, Nate Hill and Distortion might have come through and saved their lives, and that is why they are able to rotate as they are doing so now. So there's always 2 sides of a coin, and you never know which side is better.
Right, and imagine if this is game 1, too, right? We're talking about this as if, LG obviously needs to make up a big deficit. Everything is predicated on that. But if this is game 1, sure, you're down a few elims here, but you're reasonably well kitted out. You know where the opponent is. You know they haven't started their rotation yet. You could potentially get the jump on that rotation. So I think if nothing else, this may be an opportunity for other teams to take a look at what can be done in the early game. And as you said, Slappy and Co. tried this last week as well. They just both went down in a very unfortunate gunfight that saw all 4 members get nicked up. But I think that this may be the counter blueprint. I think that this may be the strategy, at least to a certain extent, to staying up and active with them. You, of course, see the score right there. We said that 39 was a good score. Well, this is 36 and counting right now. Still very early on, and Nate Hill picking up right where he left off last week. Business as usual, as we see LG at least keeping up the fight. I am encouraged to see that.
Like, I kind of get what you guys are saying, but I feel like this is a good strategy to do game 1. Not in game 2 in terms of when you're down by this level and pretty much competing for kills, in which you come out, what, 12-3, I think might have been, or 9-3, something on those lines. So coming on the bitter end, I think, like you mentioned, could be a really good strategy, but I am just worried about this being at the current extent they find themselves in. They're desperately trying to fight for rotations, and we're already kind of getting in that conversation, what, maybe 10, 11 more eliminations start to fall on the map, and this one is becoming almost mathematically impossible. Thankfully, though, Kiwiz and Formula off the rotation have made their way here inside of the divot, and are starting to see a few more eliminations, somewhat of a positive, if you will.
Nice.
And a knock comes through. Nice work along with the stink bomb, as those continually seem to be a positive in the inventories. I feel like still they're somewhat slept on. Like, I still see players pass them up from time to time for the most basic items. It's like, no, man, stink bombs are great. The way that you can stack them, how much damage they do, and the way that you can kind of distance them, because you were bringing up last week, Taylor, don't throw them all at once. Distance them. Use them for separate fights.
Yeah, definitely, right? Space them out, force your opponent to rotate through. That's definitely the idea. And I love seeing a player on a turret, because you know it's going to be a free, easy elimination, because these guys are just going to spam their hearts out and try and take you out. Unfortunately, it's not going to work as Kiwiz drops behind. So basically a freebie going his way, and there's going to be a couple more pushing him. But definitely, whenever it comes to utility items, I would have to rank them as Stink's probably being the best. I think the Shadow Bombs are definitely great for mobility, getting out of a tough situation. You always want to have those in your inventory.
I think
Shockwave grenades too.
I feel like Shockwaves are so slept on. Nice. Okay, well.
He doesn't stop.
He doesn't.
He's on phase for a reason. If you young bucks don't know what phase is all about, they always were about the quick scopes and the snipes. And Nate Hill, hey, he's not stopping. He's one of the OGs, and he's coming through big.
We saw HD doing the same thing earlier. Like,
he's trying to join phase.
Given possibly, if you're Nate Hill, trying to hand over HD, Nate's secret stuff, something along those lines. There's something in the water, apparently, because Nate Hill is just having a fantastic performance, just constantly lining it up. And HD from afar, Nate Hill somewhat up close, if you will, but constantly on the same player's target.
It's a shooting gallery right now.
It really is.
This is horrifying. A carnival game.
And this is the worrisome part. Nate Hill is so good from range, and this is what HD is known for.
Yeah,
He's known for the up-close fights as well. And as he finds one, another negative for LG as Kiwiz gets dropped.
It's going to be tough, man. It's just been an uphill battle ever since game one, honestly, for Kiwiz and Formula. Formula's going to be tagged up. He's going to drop, and that's going to be the end of it. But what a performance from Nate Hill HD. A lot of questions answered. We were kind of asking ourselves, can HD fill that Funk Bomb role? And honestly, I think he can, because, you know, whenever it comes to Funk Bomb, he was really good at a distance, being that support role, kind of firing some shots off as Nate Hill would get up close and personal, despite his snipes being phenomenal. But I'm glad you pointed that out, that dynamic. HD so good and aggressive up close and personal, versus Nate Hill, who can hit his snipes from a distance. He can hit his shots from a distance as well. And it's a good dynamic to have, where you have a little bit of that yin and yang. I love the dynamic. I love this team.
I feel like they're so versatile as well. We're talking about, like, you know, Nate Hill was kind of the more up-close person last week.
Sure.
Well, in this situation, he can totally play long range, because we know what he can do with the sniper rifle and even with the AR, given a certain extent. I remember there was actually a game last week where he had, I think it was literally a green assault rifle, and just kind of rode with it throughout the entire, or it was a green heavy assault rifle. Rode with it throughout the entire game, and I don't think ever replaced it. I think there was a few times where he even handed over a Scar toward Funk Bomb and just had no problem with it. So I think the versatility on this team is also going to be a crazy factor to think about. And one of my main topics was obviously the factor of, can HD kind of fill those same shoes as Funk Bomb did, but can we also start to see finally a strategy carry over from one week to the next? Because it has constantly been this fast-paced, aggressive play style, and it's honestly gotten more aggressive as time has gone on in terms of what Dubs and Megga have been able to do. In comparison to how Mongraal and Mitro played, I mean, it's almost like a different gear, like a different kind of gear in terms of the way that they are aggressing and compared to Mongraal and Mitro have. But can we start to see a playstyle actually work out for the longevity of an event? Because it's almost been as if, like, we've seen one team who has had the event, not of their lives, but just a really good moment, a really good tournament, and that aggressive playstyle works out, while all the teams who are kind of playing their consistent playstyles are in that top 3 range, like a typical gamer and Thieves. And the fact that they were able to do that last week is remarkable, and I'm curious if that can carry over.
Well, Nate Hill and Funk Bomb, where do they like to land, right? On the outside of that drop ship, on the mountain, and then push an assault. They literally do that every single game, and that formula works for them every single time. But as we pull up the bracket, some developments have gone through, and I'm curious, that Ninja Sway versus Mad Ruski and Ceice, how that one is going to end up. But Josh and Pinky coming through and taking out Jarvis and Vikkstar.
What?
Yeah. Do you see that right there? Look.
See, this is why I don't make predictions. This was one of my teams to look out for. I bet a lot on them.
You weren't looking for Joshy and Pinky to take Jarvis and Vikkstar? You didn't
Don't
think that
get me
would
wrong.
happen?
I like Joshy and Pinky. They make great videos. But in comparison to a squad like Vikkstar and Jarvis, I mean, just looking at their titles, right? Jarvis, a champion so far here in Friday Fortnite 2019. Vikkstar, I think, has placed, I think I mentioned it earlier, like top 6 4 different times in 2018, is a multi-game champion in Minecraft and Fortnite. The fact that they don't do that is surprising to me.
Take a look at the bottom of your bracket right there. Once again, losing in round 1, Dubs and Megga. We saw this last week as well. Now, given they did make a crazy losers run, got themselves back into second, we neglect to talk about them going to losers round 1 in that part. But again, we talk so much about having to have the tournament of your life to make the up-close and aggressive playstyle work. Sometimes it backfires, and that's what happens right there. So good job to CoryFF and Rio?
Cory and RIOTT, actually the qualifier team that came through and beat out a ton of teams. We see how the qualifier teams can do, right? They're incredibly talented. Cory, over $12,000 earned whenever it comes to Fortnite alone. RIOTT, still a little bit to be known from him. I think I found his old Twitter account, so I don't know too much about him. But when it does come to qualifier teams, looking last week, a nice one, Nico and Spastic, right? You have Grandma and D's. These are talented qualifier teams, so you can't sleep on them. And the fact that Dubs and Megga take them on first round, honestly, does it surprise me qualifier team moves forward? Not really, because of the performances they've had in the past. But Dubs and Megga cannot catch a break, and now they're going to have to grind through losers bracket as they did last week, as they do every week.
Yeah, it's like they're making their job so much more difficult.
Honestly.
I would love to see their games and maybe go back and watch the VOD. I'll have to do that maybe during the the future weeks to see exactly what has been going wrong for them in terms of their early games, because they're making their lives so much more difficult and having to make these super uphill battles that are literally revolutionary.
I mean, maybe they're more comfortable. Some are home in losers bracket. It's easy.
Maybe.
It's such a scary position to be on, though.
You know,
I'm not.
Some people need the pressure, though.
They do, but. Like I said, maybe a bunch of different blueprints, bunch of different identities that we have to try to figure out. Maybe during the commercial break, possibly. But like we said, guys, a few teams already starting to surprise us a little bit. Feel free to let us know on social media by using the hashtag Friday Fortnite. Also by tweeting at us at UMG Gaming. Let us know, what has been your biggest shock up to this point? Have you seen, or has there been a matchup that has shocked you in terms of which duo is playing well? Maybe a team that's already in the losers bracket, or maybe even a duo that's already been knocked out, as we'll be having more bracket updates and more awesome matches to come after we come back after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 6. We are live here from the UMG studio in the greater St. Louis area. Myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Whole Grains. Guys, we've been seeing interesting results up to this point. I know we got an opportunity to check out the bracket. And if you guys haven't done so, you can feel free to use the ! bracket in chat to stay up to date with all things that are going on. A number of different teams, maybe even some of your favorites out there. It's difficult to try and stay up to date with all of those things. So feel free to use ! bracket. But some interesting games, right? Some interesting results in terms of the way that a few teams are looking, but obviously the match that we just got to witness, HD and Nate Hill surviving and kind of pulling up on somewhat of the predictions that we were throwing at them. Can they kind of live up to the hype? And it seems as if for now they absolutely are.
They definitely can, but despite that performance, 41 eliminations, it wasn't the highest that we've seen tonight, right? That goes into the hand, or the crown rather, of Dakotaz Yelo, who got 45 eliminations, 4 more than we just saw the performance from HD as well as Nate Hill. So I gotta say, there are some sleeper teams that are going to be coming through big. And I guess you couldn't call Nate Hill and HD a sleeper team, but at least Dakotaz Yelo, we haven't seen them in quite some time. So they could be considered a sleeper team, but I gotta say, some impressive results.
Some very impressive results, and the consistency too. The way that we've said that Nate Hill and HD, specifically when they work with last week, have just done the same thing over and over. They felt no need to change. I want to see if a team can make them change their strategy at least. But speaking of teams that we have seen put up big numbers in the past, how about Mongraal and Mitro? Let's see. And what a big match this should be too, because I believe on the other side we do have Mario as well as Innocence, who has tasted the Victor's Cup as well.
I want to say, though, Mongraal, this is, in fact, his location he is going to be dropping whenever it comes to the World Cup. Cocky put it on Twitter, and he said himself, this is my spot, and circled it on the map and challenged anybody to come over to that building to challenge him during the World Cup. So I got to say, I'm curious to see who is going to take that reign and go full force and challenge the man himself. And watch out as we see actually one of the pub players coming through, and Mitro has come to the rescue.
He has to be careful, too, because I think on that staircase, a player could jump up and still take them down. 26 HP, no mats for Mitro, but thankfully still gets Mongraal up regardless, so somewhat of a positive, but still a very risky rush for them to fall down these stairs. Thankfully finds an enemy, but to no avail. Nothing really gets accomplished other than the resources you'll gain, and there goes Mongraal again. A very shaky start, builds placed up already. And Mitro, he's going to make these land. He's going to be ultra careful in how he decides to engage in the situation. Has the tack, has the wall advantage. But when does he decide to edit? Now's the time. Makes it land. Fantastic work coming in from Mitro. However, that's only a knock. Still more enemies reign around the map. And it looks as if Mongraal has just been thirsted. So toward his backside, he knows that there is an enemy just toward his west. And he actually feels the presence coming from below. Quickly places down the pyramid. And he could be locked in a box if he's not careful. Yeah, players on either side. And still with 26 HP and a dream. And now he's exposed. He only has a certain moment, but he makes him land.
Are you
What a
kidding me?
play coming in from Mitro. 2v1 and just turned up. But the job is not yet finished. Hype coming in and much needed gas from Mongraal. But still has to get his teammate up. Still has enemies around. But boy, what a sequence that was coming in from Mitro.
And what makes that so crazy to me is he had 0 mats. You saw him try to build in that instance, and that opportunity where he tried to build with no mats, he was vulnerable. Luckily, a shot did not connect, and by the grace of the Fortnite gods, he was successful in winning that fight. But like you said, not out of yet. 26 HP, still within Neo. As we'll go ahead and see this replay. Look at his mats.
so crazy.
He has no mats, and he drops down from a player who drops him from below, and he still makes it work.
If any of those had hit, that would have been it.
One
Done.
shotgun
Done.
pellet is done. He's finished. That's crazy.
Wow, and
That's
he makes
literally
it over
unbelievable.
to
Oh, there's players off in the distance, though.
Where at? Straight in front?
I think just off to the left. I don't think he noticed, but yeah, there was some movement here in Loot Lake, so Mitro has to be
They're gonna hear
careful.
that.
Oh, 100%. That was the thing, right? So as soon as Mongraal's up, right, obviously has the 100 HP, but has no real weapons, and for Mitro, nothing, literally at all. Hardly any HP, no mats. Thankfully does have a few weapons, but thankfully finds a few bandages just inside, and he's already given the call out to his teammates saying, hey, they're starting to push, and I think there might be an airstrike inbound. Literally a kill streak could take them down, and they've got to be super careful about their position, and Mitro consistently wanting to earn some mats. He's so close. Puts down a one wall and is obviously aware of that door that quickly could start to engage. But here comes the enemy trying to get off this last bandage, but not able to do so. Can he do it again in a 2v1? No, not going to occur. But now it is up to Mr. Mongraal, still at 100 HP flat, has some minis. If he gets the opportunity to rock him, and he will. Taking both back up to 150. And can do the exact same thing that his enemy just did, rather his teammate just did to him. The shockwave grenade destroys quite a few of the builds, and Mongraal brought back down toward ground level. And he does get shot from the side. While it was a number of different positives for Mongraal and Mitro, they could just not hold on due to the sheer amount of adversity that was in front of them.
Yeah, that was tough. He only had one shot in his tack as well, so not a lot you can work with. Getting rebooted and a team pushing up. The shockwave grenade is what did him in, right? The opponent blasting it from the bottom, broke out his builds, and he took some shots as he was falling down. Quite unfortunate, but still some highlight plays from Mitro, to say the least, despite them probably going into game 2 with a deficit.
And in week 3, the week that they did end up getting the win, it was those same plays that went their way. They got the saves, and then they were able to at least find some footing and make the big late game plays. And you know, this is what we talked about so often. We said, when will it not work for Mongraal and Mitro? When will it finally come back to bite them? Now we finally started to see it happen a little bit here. Of course, they did go down early last week as well, but don't think we'll be seeing the last of them. And on the other side, we haven't talked about these two players a whole lot over the course of this, but as we mentioned before, Innocence, former champion as well. Mario, the Fortnite rat, still a very steady and strong player as well. And
He
they're
is.
sitting pretty all right. I believe they're in double digits for elims right now, so still plenty left on the map for them to build a nice lead. And you'll need a nice lead against this team they're up against.
Pretty sure Mario, like literally yesterday, was doing $1,000 wager matches. So
Oh, is that
he's-
it? Okay.
yeah, I mean, just casual $1,000 wager. Landon, you want to play 1v1 $1,000 build off or what?
No, I'm good.
I actually would
I'm
be very
fine.
confident doing that. Actually, no, you know what? You got some builds. Last time we played against each other, I'm not gonna lie, you tore it up.
I'm more of a ground game guy, right? I come
I
from
would
the
call it
console
yeah.
scene. I'm just not used to building.
You guys are debating what the thing would be, and I'm like, $1,000? That's a lot.
That is
no,
a lot. No, listen,
I'm
we're
not
debating
not
that.
interested in that whatsoever.
That's a
I'm
lot of
not
money.
I'm not ready for that fight. That's for sure. But hey, if he's feeling confident enough, that obviously not necessarily pales in comparison to this event, but he clearly feels confident to want to make the rushes if need be. So that could be a positive, but unfortunately, build's destroyed. There we go. V2. Brickwork's a lot better, that's for sure. So good work coming in from these guys. And as we were discussing the Nate Hill effect, the Funk Bomb effect from last week, and I guess you could call it now the HD one, is the matter of, hey, not necessarily a slower start, but we even talked about they're at the block, which is not the most prominent location, kind of toward the very top side of the map. There can definitely be teams there from time to time, but it's not a Salty Springs and Mega Mall, let alone Neo tilted type location depending on the week. But still, these guys still playing it out. Thankfully, no one's jumping out a little bit too early.
Okay.
And they're still going to go and carry on with this. But the fact that they have this amount of time available to continue on with this lead has got to be probably one of the defining factors of this entire matchup. And it probably decides who makes it through, to be honest.
Innocent's a talented player. We've seen him time and time again, playing with Aiden in week 4 prior, winning that week. First place over, I believe that was Gotaga and Airwalks. They were able to win it over, so not a bad performance from them. But Innocent's a very talented player, and I got to say he is tearing it up. 7 elims for himself, plenty more still to feast on, especially as the match is going to continue on, as a couple of teams are going to be fighting off over in Megga. As he's trying to get a little 3-piece shot down. Hopefully a player was weak and he was going to be able to drop him. Unfortunately, not able to do so, as another player's going to be pushing behind. So things could get awkward very quickly here.
Yeah, they are surrounded. I was about to say what great visibility on 1 players, 2 players, 3 players, 4. Okay, now it's starting to get a little hectic here. And like you said, a little awkward. They are up here at the top of this tower, and they didn't really give themselves a way out. And as I say that, turns out they did have one, and they're going to do this immediately, get out of dodge and ask questions later. Because as nice as it is to have that visibility and know where 6 players are, when all 6 of those players happen to be pointing their weapons at you, that's not such a good
Changes
place to be.
things.
It does, just a little bit.
And it looks as if Mario still may be somewhat in an engagement. Thankfully, Innocence was able to escape for now, but still in the mix. And you hear the calls kind of being brought forth, maybe saying, hey, go and utilize my bounce pad to try and engage, or to maybe try to get out. And I think Mario's making it clear, I'm out. I do not want to be involved with this. And Mr. $1,000, Mr. $1 Million Man decides to go and get out. Good call in the end, and they can pretty much, like we are, spectate this game, spectate the match, play somewhat of a 3P if time kind of works out in their favor. But for the most part, Innocence and Mario still sitting pretty good when it comes down to their matches. We'll go and shift over toward another in the midst of this one going on. We've actually got Ninja and FaZe Sway facing off against Joshy and Pinky, which I'm really excited to see this game, all things considered, because Joshy and Pinky have not had the greatest runs up to this point. I know last week they finally took their very first series, so the fact that they've have taken down Jarvis and Vikkstar already throughout this bracket, even prior to that one, I think they took down Classify and THump is very impressive to me. So I'm excited to see what these guys can do, right? They've got a full 100-man lobby facing off against probably one of the most hyped duos in Ninja and FaZe Sway coming into this. If they were able to pull this off, that would be one heck of a story.
Yeah, it'd be massive, and also that would push them into the 4th round and ever so close to making the winners finals. So a lot riding on the line whenever it comes to this match, to say the least, but Joshy and Pinky coming through big. Taking out Jarvis, I got to say, no one expected that, to say the least. Obviously, Jarvis Vikkstar was your pick. It's was definitely a team that I was highlighting at least before we went live. But Ninja and Sway, definitely going to be a huge matchup, to say the least. Sway heading to the outside over on the houses outside of Megga. Ninja deciding to go straight in, but nobody really around. But there will be plenty of loot. But is it worth it to stay here? Well, it might be so. Josh and Pinky are in here as well, so no reason to rotate out.
Very interestingly, it looks like there was a sort of a mini split that came out from Ninja and Sway, and of course I don't want to call it a copycat game, but it does seem like we saw Josh and Pinky do the exact same thing, but instead trying to do the same split and mirror there. So I wonder if that's their strategy here, to try to mirror the opponent and just outslay them in those tense gunfight moments here, but it is what they've opted to go with here, and we'll see now if they're able to rotate in together, because this is 2 1v1s right now, and it does look like the first team to get back together is going to be Pinky moving in here. Very nice, coming in and stealing that one from Sway. So this is the mirror strategy, and we've seen this a lot. We've talked about it a lot too, and I think both sides dropping Megga is going to give them at least a chance to gear up, and if nothing else, you'll be able to cut off your opponent's rotations, and maybe that's the strategy. Maybe that's how you take down this hype team, as you called it.
And there have been a few teams that have done this before in the past, like literally sticking right with the opposition. I think it might have even been in Sunday Showdown, or maybe kind of toward the latter weeks of Friday Fortnite 2018. But hey, if it's a strategy that works, keep going with it. That may have been the reason why we see Joshy and Pinky currently finding themselves in the 3rd round, winning more matches than they have previously. So all things considered, it looks as if Ninja and FaZe Sway decided to go and make themselves present when it comes into Salty Springs. A few players hardly moving whatsoever, but these should be easy targets as long as they play their cards right. Tossing out a few of the stink bombs, getting some initial damage done. However, here comes the storm flip that's going to allow for Ninja to currently be in somewhat of an awkward spot. And actually, just as we say that, Joshy also wanting to get involved in the fray. Despite that, though, Sway is still making headway and taking quite a bit of HP off the opposition. Joshy not able to get the perfect line sight coming around the flank, though. This should be Joshy, or rather, it should be Ninja and Sway to take most of these fights.
Yeah, Ninja picks up one, Sway with another. Storm flip down. That's going to force a rotation out of bunker, and hopefully might even eliminate someone who's been chilling down in the bottom of bunker thinking they're safe. You're going to see that tick of 5 going constantly, and that should be an elim coming to the hands of Ninja. Hopefully soon. But I gotta say, Joshy and Pinky sticking with the team of Ninja and Sway seems to be working quite well, because they have stolen quite a few of eliminations, but up close and personal is Ninja. And there's another player down, plus the loot. Beautiful stuff coming from him, maintaining the composure and even emoting on his teammates, or his enemies rather, despite a lot of players being around and the action being intense.
Oh no!
Huh?
Josh, come here, bro.
What happened? I just heard a, oh no. They're all 4 up. There's no more teams here.
Maybe he lost an item that Sway and Ninja decided to take. Yeah, Sway's dancing on him right now.
What did Sway take from him?
Ultimate
Jug.
Oh no!
Hey, he's cheating.
Oh, they're calling out to each other.
no.
Boogie Bombs tossed out.
Hey, he's cheating.
They're having some good times. They're having some times. Oh, he tosses out another. Joshy and Pinky not happy about it. Despite that, though, there actually are still a few eliminations off in the distance, so this actually should be pretty interesting. Regardless, though, Ninja and Sway, the first ones are here. We'll see if that actually can, or rather will be, a factor that decides how these eliminations are found. And you just see constantly switching the reticles as to where these players have decided to rotate.
What a fun game we play here. Just boogie bomb, sabotage, everything right there. But as we see, Joshy does get one and puts on a little dance. All right there. I like it. Ninja getting another elim right there. And this is the risk you run when you do this mirroring strategy. Of course, you take away the guesswork of trying to identify where the enemy is, which, as we saw Nick28T and Myth show you, is not an easy thing to do. Sometimes you do everything the way it's supposed to work and it still doesn't work. So at least this is something that you can do to kind of eliminate that. But you really have to be confident in your gunplay. And I do believe so far Sway and Ninja have gotten the better of the most of these engagements. But you know, sometimes if you aren't confident in your rotations, this is at least an option. And it does force the opponent, I think at least, to be a little bit more aggressive, right? If you force the opponent's hand into going in and trying to get those elims early, sometimes they can slip up, sometimes they can make a mistake, and that can be your opening. But so far, these mistakes are few and far between for Ninja and FaZe, who have just been playing a very solid, efficient, and put-together game.
Interesting strategy from Ninja. He had, I believe, a blue AR in his inventory, switched it out for an infantry rifle, lasered a player out of the air, and switched back to the blue AR. And I will say, Ninja's kind of one of the proponents whenever it came to the popularity of the infantry rifle. Player in the tree, you are seen, as Sway is going to melt you down. And luckily, some chug splashes will be found, too. But I got to say, Joshy Pinky, this sticking to the hills of Ninja and Sway is working out quite well because if anything, even if they're not getting these eliminations, they've always, or at least they're forcing Ninja and Sway to think about their rotations and think about their location too in conjunction with the fights they get in.
Looks as if Sway and Ninja, after those interesting fights, as you were talking about, Taylor, kind of from range, they've quickly decided to rotate in toward Fatal Fields, and it's a party, right? Everybody's here for the time, and the entire lobby seems to be diving in toward this area as a Elim comes through from Sway. That was an instant one, so I'm not sure if there could be more players around the area, if that was maybe a 3P opportunity. It looks as if that will be the case. Yes, Ninja quickly on the hunt, and as we discussed, right, has that heavy assault rifle, which of course he's going to utilize to break inside the walls. Lovely call coming through from Tyler Blevins. Great stuff, great work, and also going to find quite a decent amount of inventory space now, kind of upgraded, if you will. But that's the thing, right? Joshy was kind of distracted by Ninja. He was trying to follow that one up. It seems as if Joshy and Pinky are always kind of on the heels of Ninja and Sway, but they are the first ones to engage, which is most likely the way that the scoreboard is going to reveal itself, is they're kind of the first blood masters right now.
I heard somebody say, I believe that was Sway, saying we're up by 11. So not a bad stat line to say the least, as Josh, he's going to be flowing down and trying to find a player, at least to loot, that's going to be around. But he's only sitting at 1 elim. But I got to say, hearing the communication from Josh and Pinky, they seem like they're having the time of their life.
I mean, I would too if I'm facing off against this roster and do my best to keep it competitive. Like we said, it's not going to be the easiest thing, that's for sure, 9. But I'm curious to see if they can maybe make a rotation, maybe have a team fight go their way. Maybe their call is to wait for Sway and Ninja to drop. And then from there, they're just going to seize their opportunity and just take it all.
Yeah, I think that's their best case scenario is, like we've said, force the opponent to be a little quick, be a little aggressive, be a little risky to try to get those elims. Because, you know, if you get the knock and the opponent comes in, steals your elims, that's, of course, what we count here in the point total. But there just haven't been many mistakes made so far. You said instant elim on 1. Ninja, of course, with that heavy assault rifle, as you said. Sway with pretty much everything that is currently in the inventory, getting these elims. And I think this follow-around strategy can work, but I think it relies on the opponent making the mistake. And, you know, maybe they feel that is their best strategy, the most legitimate chance they have. But,
goodbye.
Of course, when you don't miss your shots, there just aren't that many opportunities for the opponent to come in.
No, I mean, really, honestly, Ninja taking a playbook out of Nate Hill's hands, coming through with the snipe. Luckily, that player was just standing still, but look at this. We see a player coming through as Pinky's going to manage to get a couple elims himself. And
Joshy takes one down as well.
He did, and the elim fully comes in from Ninja. So despite that whole team fight going through, I think only 2 went into the hands of Ninja as this player. Yeah, he's not even hopping off. He's trying to get out as quickly as he can, but unfortunately, a whole bunch of shots coming through, and he said, don't take my mats, Ninja. What are you doing? Vicious out here.
They are, right? Ninja and Sway, they're not messing around. And it looks as if Pinky, a little bit frustrated with the bloom, trying to take somebody out in the water. There's going to be one, and the second one from range. I'd love to see that stuff coming through from Mr. Pinky Winky. Great work from range. Just like we said, that combat shotgun, it can be, it's kind of been brought up in the conversation. Is it still viable? And as you were mentioning, Taylor, the feel still feels the same for what a lot of people have kind of brought out for the most part. It's like, hey, you know, it's not really changed up as much as a lot of people would like to think it has been, but regardless, though, he makes it work, and he's going to go in style on Sway a little bit, kind of back and forth banter. You'd love to see it.
You know, watching this as a third-party spectator, you have no idea who's actually teaming with who in this match. That's the beauty of this, right? It seems like one player from each team has just picked one on the other team.
Honestly, yeah.
To be their best friends for the duration of this event.
As they continue to stay together, right? And I mean, it's very interesting to say the least. And hello, there's going to be a guy just chilling in a corner. Ninja's happily going to take that. I believe he knew that player was rotating down, so good awareness inside that building, because getting caught off guard, you can get one pumped and get fully eliminated. And all of a sudden your opponent, or your teammate rather, is going to be last alive. Baller in hand. Joshy actually might be able to pick this one up. Sway is going to be on the pursuit. But Baller still has not been broken, and the snipe in hand. Can he connect? And just a bit outside of the fish.
And Sway, you're going to go and seize that one. Great work and kind of utilization there, as I'm sure the communication from Joshy and Pinky isn't the most kindest, probably saying they stole our elim again. They're grabbing our loot. They're taking our mats. Not a great situation if you're Joshy and Pinky, but still, I mean, obviously more of a talking point in terms of Sway and Ninja at that moment. Just great utilization of those movement tools, utilizing the slipstreams and getting toward those fights first has kind of been their key to success. As speaking of movement, right, going to go and utilize the bounce pad just to kind of progress a little bit more forward, not going to try to take any storm damage. And Ninja calling out saying, hey, let him stay there, right? Let him go for that one frag. Let's go ahead and try and look for other opportunities, make other rotations. And Joshy, look at that, so low on HP, most likely going to drop in the storm unless he can get something off. And I think he's still hanging on 4 HP. I'm not sure if he utilized something or not. But
well, Joshy's actually out of the storm right now. So
that's a good point there.
Pinky
Good
is
call.
Pinky is in. I would be a little bit worried if he was just staying stagnant.
That's why I was
at
like, too. I was
4
like, okay, surely there's an
HP.
item I'm
It's
not
a
aware
really
of.
nice tree, guys.
It really
it's
is.
a very, very nice tree.
I would say that would definitely be interesting. Is a storm flip onto Sway. Ninja, that is not the way to do it. And he knows there was an opponent up there pressuring Sway. And Sway will get dropped. Unfortunate player phasing through the floor and goes for the full elim. Storm flip will rotate that enemy player out. Ninja now has to go clutch, but not the worst time for Sway to drop. There's only a total, what is that, a total of 5 eliminations that could be had, and Ninja's already onto the hills of 1. Goes for the wall, not able to get it, unfortunately. His shots are going to be coming through, and I believe that's going to be either Joshy or Pinky, but player comes through, and the reaction shot with the flick comes through, and Ninja, major action, gets another elim, and he's up to 11.
He is, man. He is having no problem finding eliminations. They're pretty much up to his undies, if you will, but great work. The undies ad was on his stream.
I
Okay,
know,
I
I
get
caught the
that one.
reference, but
Unfortunately, Ninja actually gets caught in the thigh,
Up
ends
to
up getting
his
taken down, and I think
the thigh.
Pinky and Josh are pretty hyped about this. Okay, Ninja's down. Maybe a time to mess with him a little bit, and that may be the case. Maybe they want to go for the revive, and they're going to go for the revive. Love this call from Joshy. Just great teamwork, knowing exactly what to do. And my question is, can he actually get this off? What is Ninja going to do once he's revived?
Nine did say if you were watching this, you wouldn't know who was on what team. So.
We talk about diplomacy so much in Minecraft Monday. I think there's some diplomacy at work here, some subterfuge, some coercion, something along those
Oh, get
lines.
Sway's
Charles
card.
the Ninja.
Get his card.
Joshy, what are you doing, my man?
Oh, no.
Can he not figure it out? He can't figure it out.
Oh, he didn't
he
get
missed
it.
it.
Oh, no. He was so close, though. I think he was staring at the cone
Joshy.
and just like, surely there's a way I can break through this. I should be able to find it. But no, there was a barrier.
Joshy, the people's hero.
It really is.
Oh god, I'm scared.
Now
You
he's
guys
scared.
have any analysis about this?
I gotta say, hey, listen, team player all around. Joshy, solid plays, coming through. I think he was the one throwing the boogie bombs a little bit earlier, and he'll even come in and say, Ninja, I know you got the knockhead. I'll get the cleanup for you and give you the mats in return for it.
Did I hear a British accent a little bit in that?
Me?
I think I heard a little bit of an accidental British accent.
Listen, my British accent quickly turns into
Action.
an Australian. Yeah, whatever. Quickly turns. I can't even do an American accent apparently. Actions. With that being said, though, honestly, I think this is a conspiracy for Joshy just to get a victory royale.
I mean, hey.
To kind of add on to his stat line.
Absolutely. You can say that there's a YouTube thumbnail right there. Hey, I got a victory royale with Ninja.
With Ninja.
With Ninja and
Well,
Sway. Yeah, no, I think that's it.
And in
I
quotes,
think that's
he
it.
was alive. He was not, taken down. He was alive at the time.
No,
So.
clickbait even more. I carried Ninja because he goes for the revive.
True.
I carried Ninja to a victory
true.
royale. Ninja and Sway. There you go.
Oh
There's the
my
clickbait
gosh.
thumbnail.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, you figured it out right there.
Telling
Oh
you.
my god, I love this. Always looking to better oneself over the course of these events.
I mean,
And
you
isn't
got
that what
to.
it's all about?
Hey, they're. I mean, what, for the
Self-better.
most part, Sway and Ninja, they're benefiting possibly moving forward in this game, at least based off the first game. You like to think that's the case, and if you're Joshy and Pinky, you know what? You're benefiting when it comes into content. Hey, content is, at the end of the day, one of the most important things. So with that in mind, it was a
Yeah.
hang on to Ninja and Sway throughout the entirety of this match. And I'll be honest, Joshy and Pinky, they had some good moments. There was even a time where they walked away with, I think it was 3, 4, 5 eliminations in a row, and for a short time. I mean, gotta keep that in mind. It was Sway and Ninja who were kind of on the back foot, but they quickly started to rebound. They were the first ones to engage consistently, and that's overall what kind of decides out this Game 1 score, which is going to be 24-9. So a very significant lead.
Yep.
to say the least, coming into game number 2. And I'll be honest, Joshy and Pinky, you going to split? No, you're going to stay exactly with Sway and Ninja. Don't move.
Yeah.
Don't move.
I think it's in their best interest, especially if they want another Victory Royale. Stick with Joshy and Pinky. That's why I love Friday Fortnite. And I think that's why Friday Fortnite was created, obviously, for the content creators, right? To make contents and make entertainment possible. We have and highlight our intense matchup, our competitive matchups. Those are just as exciting to watch than, like, as we just saw here between, Ninja and Sway and Joshy and Pinky. But for the most part, though, Friday Fortnite brings content creators together. We make content, and we can have fun in a competitive mindset, and that's why I love being here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Like I said, you never really know what you're going to get when it comes into certain matchups. Like when we talk like Ninja and PewDiePie, that
We didn't know
content
what we were
collaboration, we had no clue what was really going to come about, but it was one of the most amazing creations in gaming history. It really was. Watch those guys
Hands down.
like have just a hilarious time with each other. They were just kind of shooting a little bit, just having some fun. We're not really doing a whole lot in terms of eliminations, at least if you were PewDiePie. But hey, they're making it fun. That made for quite a few fun YouTube videos, that's for sure. And I even actually went back and watched PewDiePie. He recently uploaded a video of him and James Charles in Minecraft Monday, and it was hilarious.
Was it?
Because we get to obviously commentate over their perspectives.
Well, we don't
never
get to
actually
hear their comms.
Right, exactly. We don't really know like what it's like in the actual streams.
Sure.
Obviously, you guys do if you kind of start to move around, but we don't really get that opportunity. And so when you get to watch those matches, you're like, oh, that's what they were doing at that time. Whenever PewDiePie was changing his name to I Love Bridges, what exactly did that mean?
What did it mean?
I don't know. I still didn't figure it out.
You watched the video and you still don't
Well, there was a
know?
random edit where his name was Pewds, and then it changed to I Love Bridges. So I have no idea still what that means. Chat, feel free to let me know. I have no
PewDiePie.
clue.
Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely, man. You just never really know. And for Joshy and Pinky, you also don't know. I have no idea where they're going to land. It obviously depends on where Ninja and Sway want to. But the question should be, where is Ninja and Sway going to
I'd say
land?
if they're going to stick with me, I'm going Neo Tilted. I'm going to put them to the test.
Oh, my God.
Let's see if you can make it out.
Can you imagine if they did that? They just threw them through the ringer?
Imagine if they get wiped.
Like a
and then
wipeout
suddenly
course.
Joshy and Pinky are just like, wait a minute, they're already down. We're only down 15. You think maybe we could win this? Get the Victory Royale, get a little more, but I can't even hazard a guess as to what's going to happen here right now. I think it's going to be entertaining. That is my prediction for this match, but we'll take a look and see where they opt to land here. It was a Mega Mall start for them last time.
Wait, where are they going?
This time it looks like
Where are they
They
going?
thought they were going Dusty Divot, and they're like, wait, oh, no, they're going toward Mega Mall again. Shoot!
already outplayed. I love it.
Just a little bit. They're just right on the edge, just on the cusp, if you will. But Joshy, Pinky quickly making their way in this way, and Ninja firmly planting their feet at the mall. Maybe going to go and shop along the way. As actually a few players have shown themselves, made themselves aware toward the top side as well toward the east.
On the roof.
And it looks as if Pinky's already starting to call out, saying, hey, there's somebody here. But Ninja, like we said, could have the first opportunity to make it happen.
Please don't die, Pinky.
And his teammate calling out, Pinky, please don't die. We can't have this happen now. Look at that.
Yeah, that's
Legendary
blessed,
combat.
Blessed.
No shield
See, that
though.
sounds like the comms that I have with my friends. Please don't die off the start.
Nice.
Big Rig, please don't die off the start. What happens? Dies off the start every time. There's some more screaming coming through. I never know what's going on with these
He goes,
guys.
are you okay? Are you all right?
I always wonder what's going on with these comms because it's like he could be screaming because there's an enemy around. He could be screaming because his loot was stolen. He could be screaming because he found minis on the ground. I have no idea. Oh, he found ice cream cones. Now I know why they're screaming.
Oh, I just don't know where it's like.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, player found Joshy to the or Pinky to the test, and yeah, Ninja and Sway come through and jack that too.
More screaming.
I'd be frustrated as well at that point.
Yeah, but
Although you are kind of following them
but
to a point. But hey, you know what? It's fine. It's all good.
yeah.
You kind of invite this monster into your house when
really do.
opt to use this strategy, but you know, if you get the content out of it, who really wins in the end?
That's a good point, right? I mean, hey, you look at viewership. Maybe we didn't actually lose in the overall scheme of things. Regardless, though, I think most of everybody's already been taken out of Mega Ball. I know there was a few kind of toward the regular houses. And so I think that the first person to actually be there may be Joshy. So this could be a really good opportunity for him. I know going for a few of the resources, but he actually could be, for the first time, actually at an advantage in terms of seeing the enemy first here.
Definitely could, and this could be a good advantage for them if they're managed to lock it down. They came through in game 2, 24-9. Still doable, boys. I think it is, but they definitely have to leave. But I don't think they want to leave. I think they want to stay.
I wouldn't want to leave either.
I think they
this
wanna
is great.
I think they want to stay right here with Ninja and Sway and Megga. They want to get all of the loot that they can get. They're going to try and get kitted up. In fact, we're getting to that point where we're just about to be Max Wood over on the side of Josh. You love to see it. Max Wood is always good to have because you can just build forever, it seems. But so finally, we're rotating out, and Joshy, it's time to go.
I will say, too, a positive for Joshy and Pinky is that they are on their host. So, you know
Okay,
what?
fair enough.
Game 1, it was a farce. You know what? You're just kind of hanging out with the enemy. No big deal. That was all planned out. Game 2 is where you really start to change things up, where you really start to turn the tide. It could be when they're sitting at, what, 20, 30 ping, and while Ninja and Sway, they're sitting at 100. Here's your chance. This was totally the game plan that they had coming into this one here, 9.
Rope-a-dope in 2019 is terrifying. The strategies these guys have to find a way to make the opponent not take them seriously. Look,
Sure.
Joshy out on his own right now. This
Oh,
is
he's venturing
unprecedented territory, and Ninja rotates back away. I'm a little confused here. This is
I'm feeling I'm watching a bird fly away from the nest for the first time ever. It's like, go on your own.
look at that phase.
Experience
Sway.
the world.
Okay, no, wait. Are they actually fully splitting right now? I think
This is
might-
crazy.
This might be a full split.
If you look
For
at
the first time in Friday Fortnite. No, okay.
Oh, and it's for loot. Never mind. Dang it.
It's for loot. Well, Ninja already into an engagement himself, and what a shot. Comes through for the highlight play on the roof. Player down to 1 shot, manages to drop. Another player push from up top. Easy builds coming into the 1x1, and 1 shot's going to take him out, and that's going to bring him up to 5 elims. That's 3 players down.
Good work coming in from Ninja and Sway. That's the one moment, right, where Joshy and Pinky finally leave their side. That's when they start to spot out opponents. So another swing and a miss, if you will, for those boys. But still, not mathematically out of this. They could still rotate, maybe start to separate themselves. But as we were calling it out, could it be for the first time Joshy and Pinky separating? No, they are shooting at Sway, actually. They are physically shooting at Sway. We were talking about who are which teammate is which teammate. Like,
I think
are they actually
Sway
on the
is
same
fighting
squad?
him.
And I think in this situation, they're really not. And yeah, Sway, he's going for the engagements. He's going to try to put him in a 1x1.
This is a build fight between Pinky and Sway. What is going on? What is Fortnite?
What is life? This
As
is
the-
great. I'm loving this.
This is, I feel like I'm watching the Architect Cup where you can edit your own, your opponent's builds. Of course, they're on the same team if you guys know that reference. But with that being said, who won that? Sway?
No, Josh and Pinky 100% won that, man.
Oh, come on.
No questions asked.
Sway had the high ground plus the
He just boxed him in.
Oh.
He just boxed him in.
Oh, and he goes in for the nil in front of him.
Who has the better dance moves? I think I give
Now,
that
see,
one.
that one goes to Joshy for
I
sure.
agree. I 100% agree with
So
that.
based on what I'm hearing right now, Joshy and Pinky are currently up 2-0 on the things that actually matter in this game, which is the build war and
Yeah.
the dance war.
Yeah.
I mean,
How are
Build
they
War,
going to come back from this?
Build War, you could argue. I think Dance War 100% so far has gone to Pinky and Joshy for sure.
Are they going to try to land this on Ninja?
Josh?
That would actually be remarkable
No, he's
if they
Okay.
managed to do that. Okay, they're calling out. They're doing this.
Over next to Grandma's house. Unfortunately, they dropped
Oh,
out.
no!
Little screen comes through. Luckily, they landed
Oh.
before it got destroyed because you would have taken some fall damage. And the snipes, just a little bit premature on the trigger. But if you would have waited, he might have been able to connect on that.
Oh, and there's Ninja, of course, just trying to take that up-close perspective. Takes down one. The opportunity for the second. Just great shots with that heavy assault rifle. Great assistance coming through. As you could argue, based on the amount of damage he did in that one, he most likely deserves the kill. Well, here's another opportunity. Here's another chance. Trying to get involved in this one as Josh and Pinky. We take a look at the top right of our perspectives. Just a little bit out of their sorts, and because of how many structures that have been built, those sniper rifles are going to be somewhat ineffective.
I am convinced Josh and Pinky try to get as much distance as possible from opponents. Because every single time they rotate out, it's always Ninja and Sway finding the players there. And now, again, another sniper shot comes through by none other than Joshy or Pinky themselves. As,
Just keep them on their toes. This is practice. This is what they're doing. They're making this a course for Ninja and Sway moving on.
What's the code? I want to get it.
the code?
Yeah, if this is a course that they're making, right? You gotta have
Oh.
it. You gotta
Well,
have
I
a
meant-
code as
oh.
the shot from Pinky and the hype coming through. Finally, some action on this side of Pinky. Can he solidify it and go from 0 to 1 while this opponent does some quick builds in the 1x1? And
Okay.
no, he still hasn't solidified the knock though. Finally, he gets one on the board.
I think the enemy, yeah. Oh, no, Ninja takes one, but to no avail. That's a positive. That's a positive for Pinky and Joshy at this moment, right? You took down a majority of those players. You're feeling good. You're getting some, decent resources. And they're calling out that they want sniper. All of them want sniper rifles right now.
I think we need to appreciate the brilliance here. You know that old adage that it's just as difficult to get a 0% on a test as it is to get a 100% on a test?
That is true, yeah.
I think we're seeing the 0%, and I think it's just as brilliant.
Hits the whoa on him.
Pinky's 100% winning this right now. Sway, we need to see something.
Yeah.
Controller, creative master, be creative right now. Make the dance moves happen.
Sway, you're making Ninja look bad right now. You really need to bring it in. All right, Ninja comes through. Okay.
That's
all
not
right.
bad. Not bad.
Not bad, but not good either. Not terrible, but not great.
Classic floss.
Whoa. Oh, yeah, show it. Guys, look at this, look at this.
Okay,
Guys,
okay.
Guys.
Uh-huh. Yeah, what do you want to show me?
Josh, you're insane if you do this.
Guys, watch me. Look how quick I can shoot my drum gun. Watch. That's all that I'm seeing.
The dancing circles.
Oh, don't do
no,
this.
No.
No.
All right, run away. Get
Run
switch
away.
screens. Producer, switch screens. That's not okay.
This is a children's broadcast.
What are you doing, Friday Fortnite? Come back to us.
You didn't see anything.
You didn't
see a
see
thing.
anything.
We all
Didn't see a word.
TOS, not our fault.
Didn't see a
as
word.
soon as the 2 O's went up.
I saw nothing.
Yeah,
I saw
that's,
nothing. I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Make dancing circles. Was definitely not a dancing circle.
Yeah,
that's for
that
sure.
wasn't. I don't know what that was actually.
idea.
To be honest with you, yeah. This.
No clue.
But the final score 36 to
Yeah, it's over.
11. Joshy and
Yeah.
Pinky.
Moving on with that victory, they beat them 2-0, and they beat us 1,000,000-0.
They did. They outplayed us. They outwitted. They
I'm not
outplayed,
gonna
they
lie. That is
outlasted.
the first time the casters have been outplayed on Friday Fortnite.
It's about time. It's like voting for the referees to win a game. It's like, you know what? They're undefeated. Well, we just lost. So we're kind of the referees at this moment. And foul play on that particular moment, regardless though.
Joshy and Pinky, you're naughty.
You guys are. You definitely are. But we appreciate the spice it up a little bit from time to time.
I don't
Maybe
spice
not everything.
it up. Definitely.
Not everything.
Do we appreciate it?
I-
Do we really?
I appreciated the dance moves for sure. The dance moves, along with even the revival on Ninja was great. I enjoyed that.
It was phenomenal.
That's all I'm going to reference. Nothing else. That's all we saw. I don't remember seeing anything else other than that.
No, actually, just dance moves. I don't know. The game ended abruptly. Kind of weird
It's like the Men in Black. Like, you didn't see that. I saw nothing. Nothing at all.
until the Twitch clips comes through.
No, just doesn't exist here. Twitch clips. What are those things?
That's
VOD has already been deleted.
VOD has already been deleted. It doesn't exist.
Let's go take a look at the winners bracket now. We discussed Ninja and Faceway gracefully making their way past Joshy and Pinky. Actually, now we're going to face off against Nate Hill and High Distortion, which I am actually super excited for this game, as Nate Hill and HD just did take down Highsky and DrLupo. And actually toward the bottom side, like we discussed, right, Mario and Innocence, they take down Mongraal and Mitro. And TG and Thieves are still facing off right now against Nickmercs and Sypher, which I'm sure is an interesting game there as well. And I think I was actually given somewhat of an update for Nickmercs and Sypher to get into that game versus TG and Thieves. They actually took down the qualifier squad of Cory and RIOTT by one elimination. They beat them just by one single E-limit. I think it was 36 to 35 overall. So definitely a notable one. But now, like we talked about, a number of different interesting games going on. I cannot wait to see how the closeout of Winners Run 3 and semifinals start to go.
Yeah, definitely so. It's getting interesting as we are now quickly approaching Winners Finals. Nate Hill HD versus Ninja and Sway is going to be a huge matchup, to say the least. We've seen some high numbers from Nate Hill and HD. 41 that came from them. And honestly, Ninja and Sway's going to have their hands full because they weren't pulling many elims last game, despite it being a fun one. But they were only sitting around, 30 or 24, or to finish us off like 30-something to finish 36. But that's not going to be enough. We're going to have to see them step it up a little bit. But I'm curious, between Nickmercs, Sypher, and TG and Thieves, are they going to move forward?
Yeah.
Third place seems to be the max they've been able to get. I want to see them in finals. I want to see them going for first.
That's going to be kind of one of their first tests, right, versus a team that is as talented as Nickmercs and Sypher are. I know they didn't have the greatest placement last week, but they are a defending champion, or rather a previous winning champion, winning the inaugural Friday Fortnite back in 2018. They have a lot of skill underneath them, and that's not going to be an easy match for either side, to say the least here, 9.
No, it's not. You have the Trapmaster SypherPK versus the slow, steady, and consistent Typical Gamer and Thieves, and that's one that I kind of wish we could see here. I know it's not the fast-paced action of the last set that we just saw, but sometimes you have to be able to appreciate both styles of play here, and I think there's something to be said for the consistency of Typical Gamer and Thieves, as well as the consistency of Nickmercs and Sypher. Like you said, I remember back in week 3, I believe Sypher and High Distortion actually got 4th place there. They actually, I believe, beat or almost beat Typical Gamer and Thieves, so that was a great matchup for them as well. So I'm sure that that one's great right now, trying to get that last spot, because again, getting into winners semis, just one away from winners finals, that's a guaranteed top 3.
Yeah, that would be nice, right? That's a nice kind of positive that you have. And the farther you make it in the winners bracket, the easier life is when it comes down to the losers bracket. And we talk about the amount of teams that are already existing there. It's not going to be easy. A lot of kind of surprises up to this point. Even a few interesting features so far throughout the Friday Fortnite broadcast. But guys, we're going to throw it to a quick little commercial break. When we return, some more awesome action and matches to come. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 6, as we have seen a number of different interesting moments throughout the day, to say the least. We'll refrain from others and start to kind of highlight a few others as well, as we go and ready to hop into a few more of our matchups. Of course, live here from the studio, myself, Lionel Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Hole Grains. Guys, kind of toward the top side, we've got a very interesting winner semis getting ready to come through. We've got Ninja and Sway versus HD and Nate Hill. I mean, the storylines that kind of exist at this moment in terms of, obviously, a very difficult last match for Ninja and Sway to get through.
Hugely difficult.
Probably one of their most difficult matchups, and probably Friday Fortnite history. Oh, yeah, for sure, right? And then now facing off against the dynamic duo, a squad that we had a lot of questions about coming into this in terms of Nate Hill being a defending champion. Could he kind of keep up the same level of play without Funk Bomb? Seems to be working just fine right now with HD.
Yeah, it definitely does. I got to say, HD is fitting that role well, and I mean, rightly so, right? He is the solo squad god, 100K kills, at least the first one to reach that point. He knows how to play the game clearly, and the dynamic really works. Where Nate Hill, he can hit his shots from a distance. HD knows how to get up close and personal and hit his shots as well. So with that being said, beautiful team there, and 41 elims from the match that we get to see them play earlier in the day versus Kiwiz and Formula. So Ninja and Sway, they're going to have to step it up and bring their A game. And they're going to have to find a way to counter the salty drop that is so consistent from Nate Hill and HD.
And we'll get to talk about that a little bit too. The strategy that we saw at the end of that LG game, we said, okay, maybe this could work in game 1.
Yep.
Of course, they were already 15 down at that point, and that number was only climbing as time went on. So now maybe we'll see if they have a strategy. Now, Ninja and Sway have had the chance to look at the strategy and see if they can develop a counter. Again, we said last week it was the same strategy that they did every single game. Same strategy every single game thus far. They know exactly what they're going to be doing. Let's hope that they found something, a different look. It does look like Ninja is currently headed over to Dusty maybe, or maybe peeling off to go towards Mega Mall. Ooh. So again, both sides opting to go with the same thing that they have done every game thus far, it looks like.
And let's talk about exactly how these may counter each other, because these locations are not too far away from each other, Taylor.
No, they're not. But the thing that I'm worried about, Ninja and Sway being at Megga, isn't going to allow for them to get a ton of elims. There's going to be one squad here, but that's going to be it versus Nate Hill and HD. If they turn up properly in Salty, they can pick up 2 or even 3 squads and rotate over towards Fatal, which is going to be hugely more fruitful than the Megga rotation. Plus, the rotation down to Dusty isn't as far away as it is from Megga over towards Dusty, but already getting tagged up. Ninja, he's going to be a little bit weak, not too much, 77 health, so he's going to have to navigate properly through here, but this Maul is kind of awkward when it comes to engagements. There's a lot of different angles that you have to watch out for, and it's kind of surprising that Ninja decides to go over towards Megga. He once deemed Retail Row, whatever it was, Retail, as one of the top 3 worst places to land because of maps and the engagements you get into, but Megga did change things up with the Maul being introduced, but clearly he's comfortable with this location, Sway as well, and it's going to be a tough situation to get out of, but if they do so, it could be fruitful, but I'm worried about the rotations.
Yeah, it's definitely something to kind of keep in mind. The back of the minds for everybody. Sway getting back up in HP. And it looks as if while Ninja comes on the flank, going to go and solidify 2 of those. So, and there's going to be another one. So nice work coming in from Ninja and Sway, at least off the start. And like I said, this is kind of the continuing conversation. A lot of squads, they struggle off the start versus a squad like Nate Hill and HD, or they end up dropping super early. It looks as if right now for Ninja and Sway, while they have been a little bit low in terms of their health from time to time, they're quickly getting back up and still seeing quite a bit of success. It looks as if a Chug Splash was just used the floor above. I'm not sure if that was Sway or if that was an opposition member, but based on the fact that Sway is pretty much down here on ground level, you'd like to assume that there is going to be another enemy just up ahead. You hear those burst SMG shots, those grenades being tossed out, and action is about to be forming here as Ninja catches one over toward the top side.
I believe that was a Sparkle Specialist just up above, and he's going on the full attack. Gets a nice tag up, and he's still going to be at 100. So shield gone, not the worst of situation to be in, but very methodically played. As Ninja and Sway, they know their way around, but Sway calling out he has no mat, so that's going to be very difficult to say the least, especially if he doesn't work the angles properly. But I do believe there's still two or three players around.
Come here.
But with that being said, they're going to opt to go ahead and dip out. And the team they're playing against is being very slow and very passive, which is pretty unorthodox. Usually teams just W key straight into the opposers, but not going to be the case. But this is pretty awesome. I mean, it's two squads they've ran into, so you know, Megga, not too bad of a landing spot.
No, this has been plenty of engagements for them now. And again, we see so often, right, when you go into these hot drops, the entire time it feels like one prolonged fight, but really you're just fighting for your life. And another knock here. Ninja is down. A nice elim right there. I believe that was the last one, so this should be a nice revive right here. Going to be limiting the damage, but I believe they're going to be sitting at about 6, maybe 7, maybe 8 elims right here. I think that's perfectly fine for your opening. I think now's the time they start to make their rotation out. As we take a look here, HD currently sitting at 0. Nate Hill in an engagement there inside of a house in Salty. And again, it's business as usual for them, but I don't think they've had a team who's been able to carry it into the late game. And HD barely sitting up right now is going to have to heal up there. Chug a couple minis here, get that shield up again. But I'm liking the start that I'm seeing from Ninja and Sway. It seems like they found their place to drop.
And we were discussing, right, okay, HD's only got 0 kills, but how many does Nate Hill have? Oh, he only has 1. So that's the big thing for me, at least as of this moment. And the conversation we were having is actually a reboot van gets utilized. So good situation here for Sway and Ninja. But my big thing in the very first series of the entire day that we had here for week number 6, it was Myth and Nick A30. They weren't willing to make the risks. And not that this is going to happen in terms of this game, but based off of the aggressiveness in Mega Mall, the ability to allow, you know what, knowing the risk that could come by going toward that location, but trusting your teammate in terms of Sway, right? He goes for the revive on Ninja. That was a necessary play. It was a necessary evil in order to find the multitude of players that would come shortly after that. If they are willing to make the sacrifices in the early game and continually start to maybe overtake this advantage, hold on to this lead, will we see Nate Hill and HD start to make the adjustments if it starts to become a negative situation? Because for the most part, like we said, we talked about this strategy, and I'm not one to say, oh, it's definitely over now, but we've talked about their strategy. My worry is once they start to see some adversity, will they change it up? Will they be willing to make those mistakes or just kind of play slow up the start and then start to dominate toward the end of things?
Sure.
We've seen them dominate toward the end, but that normally involves no one else being alive.
Yeah, absolutely. And when no one is alive, right, you don't have that pressure that's added onto you. So Nate Hill, Distortion, know they have a pretty sizable deficit, especially if Ninja and Sway continue on the route that they're going. So, yeah, they are going to have to change it up. And you see how aggressive they're getting off this rotation. Typically, by now, Nate Hill and Distortion would already be over at Fatal. They know they can't afford to do that. And they are now trying to peer across the land to see who can they find, and loot appears to be the location they're going to. But I do want to point out that Ninja and Sway got blessed a little earlier in Megga as the reboot van, I believe, rebooted an entire squad, at least 3 more players, and that gave 4 more to them. So in total, if you will, they ran into 2 squads, but technically eliminated 3 total squads worth, and that's why they have such a nice lead. So I got to say I was against Megga off the start, but not a bad location to go to, clearly, at least whenever it comes to this game. And that's why they are dominating so far. Nice half pot going into the inventory. He'll go ahead and use it. Not a bad thing to do, as there might be some rifts over on Hamburger Mountain, and they'll use that to kind of check the land around. And HD's already going to be up here, and there is a rift, so this is going to be good for mobility.
Very good situation for them in terms of what they can do with this sequence of momentum, and actually taking a few shots from ground levels. HD's trying to call those ones out right now to Nate. trying to decipher exactly where these players are, and there we go. Spotted over toward Pleasant Park. Going to try to utilize that sniper rifle from range. New sniper, new me. Player, though.
Jumps, of course.
Player, though, just jumps over the sniper shot. Is it going to be ready again? No! So close. That player has got to be counting their good graces. But is the teammate going to see the same feat? Yes, it will. And it looks like they may utilize the bounce pad. They want to get aggressive. And it looks as if Nate Hill may be on a different squad as of this moment. I know the streams are a little bit changed up, but I think for the most part, it is going to be a similar duo, or rather a similar squad, if you will. Same duo in terms of Nate Hill and HD, catching one off guard from the backside. And here we go, Nate Hill coming through for the pinch.
It's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. HD already has high ground, but this team is going to be building up. And, yeah, Nate on the sneak attack from below gets the player down to one shot. Now he's just got to take over the wall, which he does, and there's the drop. And the instant Elam comes through as HD was able to solidify a couple of his own. And now you got to be thinking about, where do we rotate next? Loot's not a bad option. You're going to have to be thinking there's going to be a couple people over there. It's a main transitional point, especially from Neo. We talked about this on the break. And the reason being is you see two slipstreams converge into one location, so you can navigate yourself around the map quite convincingly. Actually, I think there's three slipstreams. One in Neo, one that goes over towards the Arctic section over by Fatal, and then, of course, the one that heads all the way over around through Tropical and even Dusty. But HD getting tagged up in the air, forced to rotate back.
Dangerous right here. They need to be efficient as they're going about here. This is, I think, the latest that we have seen an opponent of Nate Hill survive. So as you were saying earlier, this is a very different and almost uncharted territory right here for them, and trying to rotate away right now and get some shots off here. The efficiency is very important because, as we said earlier, FaZe, Sway, and Ninja have not made that many mistakes so far. They've been making their rotations, so again, all about rotating. A nice knock there as we see Nate do what Nate does so well. And now we're finally starting to see the rotations. I think earlier we saw Ninja and Sway. They were sort of sitting in Mega Mall quite a while, so their rotations came out a little bit later. We're going to see which side opted to make that first rotation the better one.
And I know during a few moments that we got to watch Ninja and FaZe Sway, prior to that fight we just saw Nate Hill and HD get into, they said, hey, we're up by 6 right now. So I want to see how much that score changes and see how dominant Nate Hill and HD can be toward the later stages, as we've been constantly bringing up. The fact that they haven't really had a whole lot of adversity toward the end game. Now they have some. How do they deal with it? Are they as good, or are things going to change up a little bit when you don't have full opportunity for the entire crop? How do the percentages start to change up a little bit? As Nate Hill looking for a different angle here, Taylor.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about him building up that high ground straight into 3 people, especially if he was going to swan dive onto them, because I was going to be a little bit worried for him floating in the air a little bit too long. But luckily, able to recover. He only got tagged up a little bit. And he is going to be raining down hell on these players and gets the shot mid-air. And that's going to be another drop. I think one more remains. This should be the last one, but he's going to get a lot of tags onto Nate. Luckily, HD, that great support row coming through and solidifies the last one from behind. And you can notice HD is going to have some minis. There's still plenty of loot around, and hopefully they'll have some white hills as well.
Oh. And on the other side, though, Sway, while going down a mountain, catches one in the process. Lovely stuff, but they quickly realize the fight does not end here. Sway quickly drops the big pot and realizes the situation at hand. Great work and great communication coming in from those two, but the adversity is not stopping here. Still members alive, still players just on the outskirts of this river. Places down the trap. No one's going to hit it for now, but quickly utilizes the shadow bomb. I like the idea, but knows that there is someone just above. They're being countered from almost every single angle, somewhat of a positive, but also a negative, depending on how you look at it.
So unfortunate he missed getting inside of that build. That player built the wall straight in front of him, unfortunately. And I think we might have 2 teams here, which could benefit them, as unfortunately we're going to see Sway get booted out by a shockwave grenade, I believe.
I think that was Ninja who was trying to jump up, maybe.
Oh, and Ninja is, in fact, up here. So maybe it was, as Ninja with the rollerball is going to be bringing down some of the builds, as luckily he hasn't been destroyed, but he's going to be in a tough situation. He's got a player below him and above him. Shockwave grenade, and he's going to be booted down to the low ground. Luckily, he has one more shockwave grenade to work with, but if he doesn't capitalize with this one, he could be in some trouble. But luckily, that team is going to back off, and he's going to be a little bit safe. Sway up close and personal this time as they trade off roles. It's been a tough fight to say the least. A lot of builds, but they are managing well.
Wow.
And another knock comes through. And that's going to be 8, maybe even 9. But Ninja goes down. Sway's got to go clutch, but he doesn't have the health.
Is there anything? And look who's rotated over here as well. I think Nate Hill and High Distortion got over here to around the same area. Everyone's in this, and Nate doesn't have a ton of health either, so it does look like they aren't going to get over here in time, though. Great job by Sway. You mentioned going clutch without a whole lot of HP to do it. Hey, sometimes you just got to go for the play and make it happen right there. Still knows that there's still one around. Got to get a little bit of health here. Does have the campfire. Yeah. Some much needed health will help out with that. But man, what can you say for them holding on to that and getting those much needed elims, right? Even if they go down here, they are probably going to have the lead going into the next game because of the way that they held their own in that fight against those two teams. And now for them, it's just a matter of trying to tack on as much extra credit as they can. Icing on the cake, if you will. And we'll see if Sway can make it happen here. Has one identified, has enough mats to make it happen as well. And that is a pretty nice lead. Add another one to that total. Great shot there by Sway, who's going to be able to go down here and maybe get another 1 HP.
1 HP, has some bandages and also has the opportunity to escape, but quickly has to wrap the wrist knowing that the storm will be here soon, but just quickly transition. Didn't even bear to look for a moment. Didn't even give the enemy the time of day. Nate Hill and Funk Bomb still not aggressing on this one, so an interesting situation here for Sway. Does he try to engage, or does he even try to get out of the situation? Unfortunately, maybe staying here a little bit too long, seeing quite a bit of adversity. Having shots coming in from multiple point of views, though, you notice he places down pretty much every single bit of metal he has to try to absorb as many of the shots as he can. Going toward now different levels as that storm, as you mentioned, Taylor, it's starting to come through. Thankfully, though, he does have that glider redeploy, but who's aiming at him once he comes out of this fortress?
Yeah, you got to be worried about that because you glide so slowly down to the ground. And if I'm him, like, he's looking for any types of minis, but spots a player, gets to knock Storm, though, just below him.
Oh, no.
And he's going to get dropped. And he might get lucky. The rest might not come through because that Storm's going to be hitting hard. And that player will continue to crawl out. I think that the player actually might not make it. It's going to be a close one, to say the least. But pay attention to the elimination fee because I think he might be able to get that, believe it or not. And now Nate Hill, trusty sniper in hand. That's going to be the heavy, so it's going to pack a punch when it connects. Misses that one, and there it is. So Sway does get that knock. I think
Sway's build and they gave him a kill. What? They'll let him res.
Wait, so that's another knock with the great fall, which means
that might have been the same player who was trying to get revived. Might have just like fallen and then got solidified because it said 19 meters. You're not going to lose a crazy amount of HP by following 19 meters. So I think that was the player who was weak, who we had taken down earlier, where you were discussing, like, hey, is he going to end up dropping? But I think he maybe made it through the storm and fell down a little bit.
Well, he did tag. So he knocked one player. He tagged up the other player and got him pretty weak. And that guy was in the storm. So if that guy would have went for a res in the meantime, and I think the snipe came through, knocked down a build, and that player might have had such minuscule health at 19 meters.
Oh, yeah.
It might have knocked him. So actually, Nate Hill might have just helped and solidified another knock and another down for Sway there.
Wow, that's unfortunate. Nate Hill, sniper rifle so good, he's even finding elims for other people there, Nine. That's, I guess you could say, a common thing. Whenever you're that good, it's just like, hey, I got to benefit everybody on my squad. While they currently are enemies, normally that would be a positive no matter what.
Such a generous fella. You gotta really gotta hand it to Nate Hill being so kind. There's some more generosity being dished out to a random player. But again, you see, with that knock, that means there's only 3 more total elims that they're going to be able to get right now, and that's not going to be enough to pull them into the lead. So great job here, just a matter of cleaning up and avoiding disaster for these last 2, but I believe that's going to be at least 20 or 21 points for Sway and Ninja. I think the most we're going to see here is maybe 15 or so, maybe 16, somewhere in that range. So we may have finally found a strategy that might work this other way. It might just be surviving. That might be the strategy, guys.
Something that sounds so basic, but yet is very difficult depending on the games that you get yourselves involved with. But still, double digits entered in here for Nate Hill. I know getting toward that, winners finals, that grand finals conversation, your name starts to get thrown in the ring in terms of that MVP situation. So Nate Hill, though, still having a fantastic event, still a fantastic Friday Fortnite. But as we were discussing, maybe the strategy, can Nate Hill finally get taken down in terms of last week, as we were mentioning, right, has a very good success rate in staying alive. They still do so, but yet they're going to come into this game with a deficit. The question remains, how big of a deficit? It looks as if it's only going to be 3 elims in total, and I will say the in-game still was somewhat generous. While it was for Ninja and Sway, it also still was for HD and Nate Hill. They found the end of all things based on what you guys saw in that last game, knowing that only 3 eliminations separate both of these squads. Are we thinking, hey, play the same game or change things up a little bit if you're Nate and Distortion?
Honestly, or if you're Nate and Distortion, I think keep it the same. I mean, it's too close. And whenever it came to Nate and Funk Bomb last week, what were they so successful at? Well, that salty drop obviously is critical, but I think their mid game and late game is really where they thrived, and that's where we saw Nate Hill specifically with the sniper shots going off, AR shots as well. So I think it makes sense that they were able to close that gap, close that deficit from their maybe sluggish start off the beginning, and able to catch up and keep it just within 3 between Ninja and Sway. I think keep it the same. Honestly, it was too close to change anything up.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think you keep it the same here. Like you said, some very generous reboot vans at the beginning really helped that stat line get padded for Ninja and Sway. I don't think they can rely on that a second time, and I don't think they're going to change up what they did at all either.
Yeah.
I think that they have the strategy they need right there. They're going to do that again. They're going to continue to try to execute. And I think, honestly, I don't want to throw the word luck around here, but I really think it's going to be these 2 hot drops that both of these teams like to do.
It's RNG.
It's just going to be whichever one attracts more random players this time. I think they both have winning strategies. It's just going to be a matter of who they find early on and in that mid game.
RNG plays a factor.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And based off of our conversations in terms of would that maybe affect the landing locations, no, we didn't think that it would. And clearly based off the players, they're going by the exact same strategy that we've been seeing time and time again. Ninja and Sway pretty much going toward the same locations and making their way toward Mega Mall, while Nate Hill and HD, okay, a little bit of a change up, right, by going for that, but utilizing the turret in a pretty solid way, right? Trying to catch a few players just off of the bus, thanking the bus driver. And just as they start to do that, they're quickly receiving some adversity. And that minigun as well could do some damage in Nate Hill's hands. But I do like the call, right? As you guys are mentioning, I totally agree with it, right? It's so close. We talked about a number of different minute details that change the game up. If Ninja and Sway don't drop as early as they did, maybe they have a bigger advantage. If you're on Nate Hill and HD side, hey, if they don't find as many eliminations in Mega Mall, we're in a really good spot. But elimination's already taking place. And speaking of Mega Mall, Sway, fantastic work off the start. Already has taken down 2. And since those were knocks, he's quickly giving a call out to Ninja saying, hey, there are still more enemies inbound.
Medkit being used from Sway, another medkit just on the other side of that room. So he's going to have another one to pass off potentially if another player gets damaged. Not a bad inventory, despite there not being an AR and really a trusty shotgun in the hands of Ninja. He's going to have to deal with that drum shotgun. But honestly, after the buff and the damage being fixed, right, the damage fall off being kind of proportional to what the drum shotgun should have, it's a pretty powerful weapon, and it definitely shreds. So we'll see what Ninja can do in his hands. Despite the reload time, it's not bad whatsoever. And I think there might be a person in old LeBron's house, as he'll go ahead and push in and see if he can find anybody. But for the most part, not a bad start. Despite Ninja having 0 elims, both players are still up, and we know how risky Megga can be.
Risky indeed. And, you know, only having 2 elims right now, not bad for them. I think both of these teams opting to do the same general strategy. If we find players who charge at us as we're trying to build up our inventories, then so be it. We'll go do that. But we're going to trust our rotations, and that's going to be what decides this right now. We see HD maybe getting into a little fight here, at least seeing somebody out here, certainly making some call-outs as well. You'd have to imagine there's at least one fight to be had in Salty Springs off the start. It's a little strange that we haven't seen any shots, and now finally we are going to see a couple, and I think very nasty ending for player 343 in that one.
It's quite unfortunate. I think that player went to go edit out, ended up editing a roof over his head, and the grenades were trapped in, and he was trapped with the grenades, and he ended up unfortunately being eliminated there.
Enjoy the Nate sandwich as HD adding in an extra ingredient, if you will, into the mix. But great work coming in as they've only got more opponents to face off against in Salty Springs. And we talked about the early game was a positive on the other end. It was a matter of being in Salty Springs for HD and Nate Hill last game and finding, 3 eliminations after they exited this area. So if they can get a better early game, that would make up the deficit that they faced after finishing up that last matchup. And also finding some decent loot along the way isn't going to dampen things. It's only going to help. So Nate Hill finding 2, HD obviously with 2 himself. So a little bit of a better score line. Not crazy, but they can maybe catch a few more players off rotation. This game is totally different. But look at this.
Yes.
2 elims only by going toward Mega Mall for Ninja and Sway. And they're saying, hey, we need to change things up, right? Salty Springs was being vacated by our opponents. It's now time to go south and toward the hot zone, maybe.
Yeah, Paradise is going to be extremely fruitful, not only in terms of loot, but in terms of players. There's going to be a ton of people over here, and you're already seeing Ninja currently going on the engagement. One player down, another one is going to get dropped. Sway solidifying that knock. And a couple more are going to be around because that was only 2 knocks, right? So you got to be thinking there's going to be a couple more. Ninja player up ahead, but a snipe does whisk past his head. So he's definitely got to watch out. But luckily, plenty of shields and heals going around as the Chug Jug is going to be saved as a half pot being passed over by Sway. And this player just up above does have that sniper, so unless he gets incredibly lucky with a no-scope, he's not going to be able to be fruitful in these elims, and yeah, he's finally going to be finished off. Now, hopefully, there's more players around, and Ninja and Sway need to start looking. Can they find them? If not, yeah, the loot is great, but eliminations are what matter in terms of carrying you for victory. And 8 Hill, HD, they have not slowed down one bit.
No, and their rotation, I think, is a much stronger one here. They've gone up to Dusty Divot, and we've talked so much about how Dusty has been a very, very nice and gentle spot for these players to go to. Players just love to run to it in the middle there and make the elims very easy in the mid-game. So I think they have the stronger rotation right now. They're going to have the chance to gatekeep here as well. You can see the edge of where that circle is going to be, and it does look like, just like you said, they've rotated back up quickly.
Wow.
A tie game so far. So the early game, we see Distortion and Nate Hill turning it up a little bit and starting their rotation a little earlier than we would normally see. Rotating back to Fatal now is Ninja, as Ninja and Sway find themselves in a fight here. And they need all these elims, right? They need all these elims. They need them quick. And I think they may have just found all of them and found them quick.
You were talking about, okay, you know, are they going to be able to kind of even things up back a little bit, or rather take the advantage after it being even? And just as we begin even under the words, they take down a quick few inside of Fatal. But it's the minor adjustments, right? The minor little tweaks to the gameplay of HD and 8 Hill, and instantly a much different storyline, a much different game plan, and overall result that we have ourselves laying witness to. So I'm excited to see if that aggressive, I guess you could argue a little more of an aggressive play style will continue to be the case for them.
Ninja in that last fight made it look so effortless whenever he cleared out an entire squad who was pushing up 3 strong onto his position. And maintaining that composure, right, that competitive mindset that Ninja has. He's been a competitor for literally years, from Halo now over to Fortnite, PUBG, H1Z1, you name it, right? He's been around the block. Him maintaining his composure, not overbuilding, and just letting his opponents literally run into his tax shots was what made the difference there, and he was able to clear out that squad. It's those little adjustments that he makes that makes him one of the best players in the world, and quickly lands on top, lasers the player, nice and controlled, no craziness. It's just pure control, and that's why I like watching him. Mechanically, he's one of the best players.
Yeah, it's for sure, right? We talked about like Ninja, incredibly talented, Sway on the other end, right? And this is probably a very good opportunity for Sway, right, to learn from a seasoned veteran who is constantly known for winning a multitude of the early round tournaments, right? Like every BR, I think Ninja has won the first official tournament for them, even Apex Legends included, along with the list that you brought up there. So all things considered, this is a great opportunity for him to kind of learn and start to intake quite a bit of the knowledge that I'm sure Ninja's handing him over in terms of how to play certain situations, maybe to get rid of the, you know, factors that maybe newer players start to suffer with. Because we got to keep in mind, right, the amount of talented young players that exist in Fortnite, a lot of them are young, right? A lot of them are in the 13, 14, 15 range. They haven't really experienced a ton of what esports has to offer. They've not been on the main stage as often as you like to think. And to know that they are going to be competing here very, very soon, right? The timer's ticking down. They're going to be competing for $30 million is absurd.
It's so crazy to
and
me.
in plays like that, that's the reason why you want to have a veteran, right? Ninja on the cusp of nearly being taken down, dodges the trap, and barely even bats an eye. And speaking of bat, looking like Batman, right, with the cover. We call it Hoodie Mellow. This is Hoodie Ninja right now going off.
Man.
Love to see it.
The bottom left, I swear, every time one side gets an elim, I see the other team get an elim as well. And it's amazing because they were in such different positions when they were going for those too. And both of these rotations, we said it's going to be whoever picks the better rotation. I can't name which one of them has the better rotation right now. They've both been engaged in fights the whole time. Just 14, so that's going to be 10 elims left right now. And this score very close. It was tied earlier, and they've almost gone blow for blow since then.
definitely have. And I got to say, this is a highly competitive match that I love seeing. This is only semifinals, mind you guys, right? We still have winners finals coming up, and what could we expect from that if this one is already as good as it is? But Nate Hill not slowing down from his victory from last week, right? He's still playing just as good. HD forming in a proper role as well, and we're on different sides of the map, it seems. And who's going to be leading the charge back into Salty? Well, it'll be HD, and 37-29, Ninja and Sway have turned it up, and this is where they need to capitalize. They get a couple more, and they're going to solidify it because it'd be mathematically impossible for them to take the lead. Only 10 more remain. And
you notice, right, those arrows, they're starting to surround HD. I wonder if that's by coincidence or if it's maybe planned out a little bit. That would be a fantastic call, knowing that this game is very close to being somewhat mathematically impossible. You stick around with HD, and that's how you start to make him a little bit frustrated. He's known as Mr. Solo Squad. He's known for going off by himself and doing tons and tons of damage. You single him out, that may be your key at succeeding. And they're calling out, I think it's HD who's saying, I got to go make them all. I got to change things up a little bit. And those arrows, they're sticking right with them. They're not getting too far away. They're kind of utilizing the slipstreams and trying to gain some visuals. But the one thing that's definitely notable right now for Ninja and Sway is that they're kind of keeping their distance. They're trying to stay in the middle, if you will. So if Nate Hill starts to get to a few engagements, they hear a few shots going off, they can quickly kind of go over toward him. I will say as HD continues to distance himself, it is somewhat of a risk because the idea that someone could be over here is not the greatest, but that also is going to guarantee you some freedom if there is somebody over here.
It's also a risk, too, because he doesn't have any mats. Like, he's sitting at, what, 10 total builds, maybe even 11, and that's going to be worrisome with him being by himself. Is he going to be able to fight off a squad with 0 mats? It's going to be really tough to do, but Nate Hill, luckily, is going to be able to find one, get the knock. HD is going to be pushing forward for the teamwork, and Nate focusing attention on one more, and that's 2. He probably was hoping for a little bit more from this squad, maybe 3 or 4 players, but he'll have to deal with just 2, but it's still a solid start for this comeback because, yeah, Ninja and Sway have not found another one. So if they can lock all these down, they can for sure walk away with the victory.
I think Ninja just got involved with a Rift to go, possibly, or maybe could be on the chase for someone as well. And the more eliminations that Ninja and Sway find, the more positive their situation gets, the more negative for Nate Hill and HD. Has to be careful with the trap, and constant one's placed down. Ninja still up, and those actually might have been his. I thought for a moment it was the enemies. Regardless, though, overwhelmed and will be accomplished. And, yeah, that's a big window, all things considered right now for Nate Hill and HD. And you notice the focus immediately focused upon by everybody in this lobby. But keep in mind, that arrow is starting to move past Sway. And I think that was Nate Hill who just utilized a trampoline to try to progress himself over toward this area. So a massive opportunity, finding in the storm, and this is key. This is super important. Finding every elimination left is what they have to rely themselves upon. Players just below. Nate Hill, the first one to engage. Nobody's here as of yet. And the fact that he gets first spoils, he has to capitalize on it. Already taking down 1, but there are still more players here taking some fall damage. And there's 2 from Nate.
Plus a chug that he's going to be able to take to get himself back up to full health if he so decides. But HD, he's also going to be in the mix, and he'll be able to join Sway as it's going to be a race to the final eliminations. And you noticed in that fight, I was looking at the webcam of Nate Hill, and he was just laser focused, not looking away. He wants this, and he is hungry for the victory. He wants to make it to grand finals once again because
got rid of the chug.
Right? Well, and you know, honestly, that kind of makes sense too, right? Because it's going to take too much time to use, and you have to be aggressive in these final elims. And HD now, first one to get into Fatal in a totally different area of not only Nate Hill, but also Sway. And a great petition to find somebody. And if he doesn't take the shot, that's very smart. And I think there's a launch pad just to his right. And he didn't look for it, so he's going to go ahead and go for the redeploy. Luckily, he's found some mats. This could, in fact, be our final engagements going down. And HD, with the leg up on the distance, could solidify Nate Hill and HD being in the winners finals.
They've got to find, I think, almost every single kill, though, to make that a possibility. Still a lot of work to do, but that's the way you started off. Nice. Sniper shot from range is Nate Hill. Ends up taking him down as well. I think that was double sniper shots, 257 meters away from Nate. Unbelievable stuff. Regardless, though, only a minor positive. You have to keep the gas pedal forward. You have to keep progressing, and that's what HD is looking to do. Finds one up close again, and still more enemies around the area, holding on to that high ground as his enemies rather, start to make themselves apparent. Drops another.
That's 2 knocks.
And there's another one that's going to be his and Nate's. That's a third.
Oh my gosh, the game
It's going to be
is
close.
literally slipping out of Ninja and Sway's hands.
I'll be honest though, based off what we saw, I think they have to get this last one.
They do.
And I think that there's no way this guy's just going to be chilling on this side of the mountain with his builds. It's very possible. Hey, it is a pub match. People
It's
keep
living on the
creative.
edge, man. Taking too much space.
Imagine if they were on the edge, though, and they fall off the map. There's only one more
Oh,
left,
no.
and that could be it. Skybase also in the air.
Sway's behind Nate right now. Sway's jumped down. Nate might have to hit this shot from the top before Sway can find it.
Can you imagine?
Oh my gosh. And
The
this
man
is what
who's
it's
been
all
known
being
for
put on.
this? Yeah, exactly.
This is betting it all on black, the Fortnite edition. Sway starting to build. You have to imagine one of them seen it.
got it?
And
HD
High
got
Distortion got it.
It's
Watch
over
this
in
one again.
Westworld.
He had 10 HP. Survives with 10.
Over in
Was it
Westworld.
enough?
Unbelievable.
They're counting up the scores?
So that's 22 to 18. That's 4. They were down by 3. So I think they won it. They won by 1 point.
Oh my gosh. And that last kill was so huge from HD. He went down to 10 health. The late game heroics are still up and about. As we discussed coming into this game, Nate, High Distortion, what can you do? Are you going to be able to combat that last matchup? We said, hey, stick with the same strategy. Don't change anything up, and they did not. They stuck true to what has provided them with so much success, Nate Hill included from last week, as Nate Hill, back-to-back winners, finals, guaranteed top 3. And my word, what a game to close it out. It was so close toward the end. I really thought that Ninja and Sway had built up such an advantage that they would be good, but wow, one elim. Can you imagine what that player would have been doing? HD was the one who was constantly over in that paradise area and that sandy biome trying to seek out kills. We were talking about, is this going to be viable for them? Is it a good idea? He happens to go over toward one position, just beating out and seeing that player first and gets down to 10 HP. If he drops in that moment,
That's it.
It is literally a race, because if that player, which I would assume would have been found there for Sway, it's probably a totally different game. It's probably an advantage. It's probably going the other way. So that's absolutely absurd. That's
It
really
is.
crazy, the fact
And
that it came down to that.
Just the ability, they decided very quickly to split too, right? As soon as they saw that there were only a few elims left to have, I think there maybe were 20 players left on the map, they split instantly.
Yeah.
HD went down to the sandy area. We saw Nate Hill go for the high ground that we're so common to seeing there in a more normal spot as we see them end at. But wow, again, the decision to make that as quickly as they did, I think they needed every single one of them. If just somebody else in the pub, anybody had gotten one of those elims, it would have been possible.
The winners bracket has been updated. Winners finals is
Oh.
going to be coming up. Typical Gamer and Thieves. They've only managed to get 3rd place, right? This is a potential, if they win this, to solidify a spot in the grand finals and be guaranteed 2nd place. Nate Hill and HD will be facing off against them. It is going to be an absolute great matchup, to say the least. You have consistent team, which is typical Gamer and Thieves, and honestly, Nate Hill, a consistent player himself with HD, high-scoring elims, very consistent, to say the least. It's going to be a crazy ride.
And we talked about last week, right? Nate Hill and Funk Bomb, they were kind of utilizing the same strategy that we knew from who? Typical Gamer and Thieves. So this is going to be a very similar combo. I feel like as of recently in Friday Fortnite, it's been the old school strategy of playing slow versus the new school, rather the mentality of playing super, super aggressive out of your mind. So we're definitely going to be treated to an old school type fight when it comes down to this winners finals. But feel free to let us know in the chat as well as on social media by using the hashtag Friday Fortnite, for who you think will be in that grand final spot. Like we talked about, guaranteed top 3 for both of these teams. Who's getting a ticket in the grand finals and who's going down to the losers bracket? All of those questions answered when we come back right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 6. as we're about to hop in toward our winners finals. Winner of this matchup is guaranteed a position in Grands. Loser of this game is still guaranteed top 3, but still has to go down to that grueling losers bracket. As we've got Nate Hill and High Distortion facing off against Typical Gamer and Thieves, a matchup made in heaven, one that involves very similar play styles and a lot of replicating players when it comes down to this top position, but not too much of a surprise. And of course, it's myself, Lando, joined apart by Reflections and 9-Hole Grands. Guys, it's going to be a fantastic game as we're already diving in.
It is. We talk about mirroring play styles, similar play styles. How about going the exact same location? Last time we saw this, I believe it was Highsky and Slappy, and didn't work out too well for them, if I remember correctly. They got taken down in this same area when they dropped the same spot, but at the very least, it looks like both are going to be in the dropship and Salty Springs, so we'll see how this goes for them.
It's going to be a tough situation as Thieves. He's going to be the last one alive for his team. He's going to try and pick up TG for the moment being. He did get a knock a little bit earlier, but I know a lot of players are, in fact, going to be pushing over, so he's got to be worried about that, to say the least. Now, the other day, I did get the opportunity, actually, to get into a game with Thieves, and I got to talk to him a little bit, and it was a pretty cool experience, to say the least, because we got to talk about old Call of Duty days. We also got to talk about Friday Fortnite, which he says he loves this series, and he want to know how long it's going to continue to go, you know.
Forever.
Which we can only hope, right? And he says, honestly, this is one of the highlights of his week. And as long as he stays away from stink grenades, because that's what ended up ending his game with me. I know he had a stink in his, at least whenever it came to his inventory. He had one in his inventory. He was at 5 health, and he was like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out because I know I'm going to actually throw it at myself and hit myself. And then he was over at Grandma's house, ended up trying to heal over a fire. Players threw stinks at him. As soon as he got rid of his, he was taking a sip of water. And unfortunately, the stinks ended up being the end of him. And that was our game together. But as long as he stays away from that, I think he'll be decent. But TG getting tagged up once again, 42 health. But luckily, it's going to work out a little bit better this time. There's another player he's going to be pushing in.
Looking for that staircase, looking for the route, and unfortunately brought down to such low HP, but TG, regardless of that, thankfully, he took that med kit just a few moments before that engagement, allowed for him to be in a much better spot than he would have been without it, but still trying to hold on, still trying to exist, as TG and Thieves are hanging on right now inside of Salty Springs. As it looks as if on the other side, and this is the big conversation that we constantly bring up, is whenever both teams land Salty, who's going to be the first to rotate? Both teams, actually, so playing very similar yet again as somewhat of a misstep. Nate Hill can't hold on to that build. That's actually going to allow for TG and Thieves to walk away with that fight, but so interesting, and literally just by inches these fights are going other ways.
Going to be a tough one, to say the least, but honestly, I would have to point out Thieves and TG sticking with Nate Hill and HD is something that you have to do to be able to counter the plays of Nate Hill and HD. Just what you have to do, because honestly, there's no good formula. We've seen players go to Megga, still not able to beat him. We've seen player go Neo, still not able to beat him, right? Last week, Nate Hill and Funkbomb did not lose a single game. They were flawless the entire way through, and Nate Hill, honestly, is poised to replicate that success this week. This is, in fact, winners finals, right? So if he wins this, he hasn't dropped a single map, or at least if he wins grand finals, he hadn't dropped a single map from week 1 now to week 2. So we'll see if he'll be able to continue that success moving forward. And I mean last week to this week, but we'll see. We'll definitely see, but not a bad start from TG and Thieves.
No, given that they opened up in the same general area, I think it's pretty remarkable that they were able to find the elims that they were. Now we're going to see the rotation over to Loot Lake as one gets off, one's still on. But this has been the mid-game rotation that we've seen a lot over the course of this. It's really been this, a little bit of Dusty, and, of course, all the theatrics that we've seen at Mega Mall and Neo Tilted. But it appears this time they're going to try to get a bird's eye view, maybe see if they can find somebody. This is a pretty natural rotation, and this poor player has no idea what he's just flown into, but at the very least, we have seen both sides start their rotations maybe a little earlier than we have typically, and I think that's because, again, they're trying to play off of each other, and we're going to see another hotly contested fight here as a soccer player. Wow.
Not many people are surprised as a soccer skin, to be honest with you. You just never really know what's going to come out from players who happen to prefer that. I know there are a few pro players who like to rock the soccer skin from time to time, but everyone knows the meme. It's kind of like the modern-day Rustler from time to time, if you will, and what a shot. That actually comes in from Thieves. Fantastic reaction time and skeet shooting inside of Loot Lake. It's not really too much of a lake in regards to this particular point of view, but manages to make it work regardless. As back and forth we go, guys. This has just been a matter of one team seeing success, the other trying to replicate it, and successfully doing so. And my big question is, as that storm starts to move in, obviously we don't know the exact area of which it is going to be connecting with, but where do players start to rotate? Do they have an interest in Neo Tilted? Are they just going to go where one team starts to see things? And that's the one strategy that Typical Gamer and Nate Hill, or rather Typical Gamer and HD, were doing last matchup. And that's one strategy that TG and Thieves have been known for since the very infancy of Friday Fortnite, was sticking around with the enemy and following them, taking their elims away.
And it's working. I swear, for every elim Nate Hill gets, TG answers up. For every elim HD gets, Thieves answers up. And they go back and forth. It's a solid style, to say the least. But the Quad Crasher in hand is going to be huge for HD and Nate Hill, as long as he can get out of the water, which I don't think he'd be able to. But so, unfortunately, not going to be able to travel as quickly as they wanted. Luckily, there's going to be a slipstream just up above, so it's not going to be that detrimental. But I love the fact HD, he didn't necessarily get into that engagement last time, but he is, in fact, already rotating out and getting that distance ahead of time. But a player from up top on that dropship is going to be firing down some bullets. He's got to watch out for that. Can he be successful?
He's got to be efficient, too, is the other thing, because, again, this is the mirroring strategy. If you tag up the opponent, but then you get tagged up as well, you go back to heal. That's exactly what Typical Gamer and Thieves are looking for here, and now we finally do see the slipstream. They're going to try to chase this one down, or actually, rather, it looks like they're going to let that one go and chase after another one that's going back here this way. So they're trying to be very deliberate about the elims that they're getting. They don't want to give any freebies to Typical Gamer and Thieves, because that's really how they've found most of their elims so far, is just on the heels. I think the strongest thing that this team has, HD and Nick, is they are so good with their rotations. They are so good at identifying where the opponent's going to go. That's why their late game is so strong. Why not just take that and use it to your advantage too? Hey, if they're good at finding the opponent, we'll find him too. We will use your best thing against you.
I like that call. That's, like I said, like one thing that makes Friday Fortnite so interesting to watch. And a lot of people say, oh, you know, competitive is much different. This has kind of developed its own, you know, kind of format to it as well. A sniper shot coming in, weakening constant opponents as Typical Gamer, Nate Hill, both combining for a few. I think everybody at least got their hand in the mix. Constant elims back and forth as everyone who's alive in this game just got put on notice by that fight itself. They're not going to be surviving for much longer. This is going to be a victory royale without question. It's just a matter of who can find the most elims at the end of the day. And for those who may be a little bit curious about the rules, in case you, hey, maybe this is your first ever Friday Fortnite. I know we were topping off at some record numbers here just a few moments ago, but the one big thing, if you are interested, it's solely about points off of eliminations. You don't earn points off of placement. It is solely about the elims. And in case you are curious about some other rules, you can feel free to use !point rules in the chat. But here we go. Rule breaker, Nate Hill. Fantastic stuff and fantastic edits as well. Actually takes a explode to the face and has to be ultimately careful. Thankfully, HD's coming in from the flank, though, here, Taylor, as one comes in from Nate.
One down. 3 or 4 more to go. I know there was a couple of players on top of Weird Mountain. Chug Jug is going to be in hand. It's going to add some respite a little bit later on. It's definitely going to be better than bandages, as I believe HD does come in and join the mix, and this is going to give a little bit of rest for Nate Hill. He's going to go ahead and edit out, and players still up above, so he's going to go ahead and play the Turtle Wars down low until he finds an opportunity to build up, which is going to be the case, but 48 health, Storm on him, and he's forced to take this chug. This is going to be risky because, of course, there's going to be more players around. If HD drops and those players go big, we could lose Nate, and HD won't be able to res him in this scenario, and he's going to be forced to rotate out. Luckily, HD does get a knockdown low, but you're going to notice himself forced to take some minis. Luckily, medkit in hand, but he doesn't have any mats, so he's got to finish his player off quickly. Nate Hill going on the engagement up. As you notice, he does, in fact, get one knock himself, and finally able to finish this team out. It took a while, but luckily, medkit in hand, splashes as well. They have the drop ship they'll be using to rotate out. But 9, already an engagement going down. Thieves lasering a player down low.
I was about to say that. They got what they wanted. They got out of there with their lives and with the elims, but for the first time this entire time, Typical Gamer and Thieves says, all right, we will split off now. You have done your job. You are fighting in there. you've given us the time and the chance to rotate back to where these other players are coming from. That's already 2 elims that we've got, maybe a third coming in here soon. I believe I heard a call out that there's another one below. They certainly seem to think someone is there. I guess now they're going to be content with shuffling around some mats, some gear. But again, they do have the advantage right now being able to rotate out. If they can find maybe one more team fight, I think we're going to see a very competitive scoreline at the end of this one.
It's just a matter of where they are. Where could the final remaining players begin to be hiding at? As Nate Hill, HD still seeing success despite being in the storm. It's still reaping them some benefits. So they can still sit somewhat pretty. It looks as if already HD, first one through, calling out someone utilizing the zip line, and that player could be running straight in toward TG and Thieves. If High Distortion's not careful, decides to ping, and it looks as if he feels confident enough that TG and Thieves aren't going to be here for the engage. They're not going to be over here for now. Why? Because they've got their hands full with maybe another squad that could be coming outside of Neo Tilted. It's only going to be just a few bare tiles to hold on to as the final few players start to make their voices heard. Thieves swears that someone is going to be around this position, finally spots him, takes some HP loss, but nothing too worrisome. Chug Splash, Glider redeploy, weapons ready here for Thieves.
Big engagement. He knows he needs to lock it up and quickly. The storm will be moving in and fights could get awkward. That storm is going to be hitting hard. I believe it's already hitting for at least 2, so you can imagine when it does collapse down to at least the next position. And a little bit of frustration coming out from Thieves, and I understand it because this player is not doing anything to gain position onto Thieves. He's just basically trying to camp and hang out as long as he possibly can. He doesn't want to engage, but unfortunately he's going to be forced to as Thieves comes down, gets a nice shot down low as the player tries to dip out, and you know he's going to be frustrated if he can't connect enough because he's going straight into maybe an opponent's hands, but luckily able to collapse onto the player. Another soccer skin down low, and once again, escapes with his life, just one shot, but this should be easier to clean up through the window and an easy collapse down, and that's going to be 11 for Thieves. A great performance, and the storm's moving in, so he got those eliminations just in the nick of time.
Did, and I believe that TG was already rotating out as well, so they're going to have eyes elsewhere, and they need them. There's only 4 elims left available on the map. Make it 3 as HD takes one there, and Daniel's gonna come down here. Looks like gonna stay up there as long as he can to try to get a shot on that, and needs to because we're starting to see the rotations come back over as well. Nate looking up, and you can see there just off to the right, those arrows starting to converge. They know everyone's still here. It's going to be a scramble to get these last couple elims. Just a few left on the map. Thieves gets 1. We'll see where the rest go.
Nate Hill on the hunt. Typical gamer up close. Has the advantage for now, but can the tides quickly start to turn? It looks as if elimination comes through as we discussed. TG ends up finding that one, but where is the hide-and-seek champion located? And it looks as if it will be High Distortion who finds it. By the way, Nate Hill, overall kills, still have yet to see him drop less than 10 in a map.
They made a run at the end.
Regardless, though, you hear him calling out exactly what we were about to. They made a run toward the end. They started to find quite a few elims toward the latter parts of this matchup. Even Thieves, right, those critical 2-3 elims that he finds outside of Neo Tilted definitely kind of set the tone for the closeout. And it's not too common that we see the endgame gods call out to the opposition and said, yeah, they got us there.
But Nate Hill and HD, I got to say, it was a lot closer than I thought it would be, given the fact TG did drop early and Thieves had to go clutch over in Salty. And really, the pace of the game could have been drastically changed. We could have been going into Game 2 with a massive lead for Nate Hill and HD, because that was right off the jump. But this right here was crazy to me. Nobody building, everybody just doing a ground fight. One guy pickaxe out, and it was just a total 3-piece scenario as he dropped in, and everybody got a little piece of that. Nate Hill and HD just a little bit more so, but these engagements too in Neo. So many highlight plays from Thieves, a typical gamer, Nate Hill, HD, and honestly, a solid round. Game 2 is going to be interesting, and now we always ask the question, Do we need to see some changes happen? Honestly, I think everybody stay the same. 17-20. This is
It's a similar score line to the last game.
literally
Yeah.
Similar,
2017.
right, yeah.
This is crazy.
This really would be. But, yeah, I mean, hey, like I said, they've done it before. They can do it again. I think it's fair to say, knowing – and it'd be different if they would have lost that last game. Say this was a loser's bracket game. They're coming to this saying, okay, it didn't work last time. It worked very well. Granted, it was by the skin of their teeth. But – like we talked about, these guys have been playing fantastic up to this point. Obviously, a reference to the guys who we've had mostly on broadcast in terms of Nate Hill and High Distortion. But my worry coming into this game, the early games for Nate and Distortion have looked a little bit slower in comparison. I know they've kind of tuned things up a little bit and actually did in that game versus or in their last match that they just had. But my thing is that if Typical Gamer and Thieves, they establish any sort of a lead, 5+, they're going to mirror. They're going to hang with them. They're not going to stop. And that could be somewhat of a negative for Nate and Distortion, right? They're maybe not super familiar with the enemy following them around every single place that they go to. So I am interested to see exactly how that dynamic works, but I am worried if TG and Thieves establish a lead and it's somewhat consistent toward the end, I don't know if Nate Hill and High Distortion can make that separation.
I will say there is one tool that they have, and them being able to split in the end of that game against Ninja and Sway convinced me that they have the versatility to deal with it even if it is a mirror. Because we said right there, arrows starting to converge on Nate Hill. They were trying to mirror, and I know Ninja went down, but the fact that they were willing to just call, okay, we're splitting right now. There's 20 elims on the map. We need most of them split right now. The fact that they were willing and able to do that makes me think that they can hang with that even if there is a mirror. They've come down from 7 before. I see no reason why they couldn't do it now.
My only thing, though, is that TG and Thieves, this is a different team in mirroring. This is a little bit of a team that is kind of more based around this strategy. It's not as if, oh, you know, this is a common strategy this team likes to do. No, this is what they do. This is what they are known for. This is the strategy that they implement. So I'm not saying that it's not possible they can split, but I will say they're going to be tested if they try to attempt it versus this particular duo because of how talented they've been and the amount of squads that they have taken down over their history. It's been in situations like this, a close game coming into game 2, they have somewhat of a lead. They're going to take advantage of it. But this would be the ultimate test and the ultimate kind of highlight. If you are Nate Hill and High Distortion coming into back-to-back games of which you were down a few, you made the comeback happen and you did it versus squads who were known for this type of play style.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sticking was the right call, at least in the first game. Splitting, definitely not the option to go for. Going back to 2018, whenever it came to Typical Gamer and Thieves, they didn't split often, and for good reason. They work better as a team, so a split doesn't need to happen. But like you said, when it comes to Nate Hill and HD, whenever they do decide to split, it might be a good scenario.
It's going to be a really interesting conversation to have once if that does obviously come about, because that could be –
because HD could solo squad.
Oh, that's very true. And that's the dynamic that we've been discussing for Nate Hill and High Distortion. They're different, right? They are so versatile, and they can easily change up their game style. And that was one thing that Nate Hill and Funkbomb were so good at. There was one match where they saw some adversity, and what they do, they played hyper-aggressive and had hardly any issues. The fact that you have a guy like Nate Hill who can play short range or long range and be complemented by HD, who, as we discussed, is Mr. Solo Squad, no problem splitting if need be, as Naim was mentioning. It adds a very interesting dynamic toward this roster, and I feel there's so many counter arguments that can be made toward either side, but now's the time where those conversations get pushed toward the side. It's about the gameplay. Who's going to be able to accomplish this game too, and who's going to be booked in toward the grand finals?
Definitely some interesting concepts to be bringing up, and I got to say, I'm liking the strategy so far. A little bit of reminiscing here as we're going to see Typical Gamer. He's going to be heading over on the outside of Salty. Meanwhile, though, his partner Thieves was over on Ice Cream Mountain. So a very big split to say the least, but why did they split like that? Well, Typical Gamer is sticking with Nate Hill, and Thieves is sticking with HD because HD loves to land on the drop ship just on the outside of Fatal. And where does Nate Hill like to go? Well, he likes to go to the drop ship on the outside of Salty. So with that being said, like you brought it up many times, Landon, right? The masters of mirroring their opponents are doing just that. But TG had issues at this very house at Brick before. Did he learn from his mistakes? And no, he's going to drop just the same. And with that being said, Thieves, he's got some distance between him as well as his partner TG. Can he go through and get the reboot card?
He's got to be very careful of the situation. You're still hearing sniper shots go throughout Salty Springs.
I'm getting chased really hard right now, though.
You hear the communication saying, hey, Thieves bringing up. I'm getting chased pretty hard right now. Hardly has any builds and places down the brick. If he drops here, this game is done. He has to stay alive, keeping in mind that TG's card only continues to tick off in the distance.
We can do this. We're going to have a lot of HP.
Has to stay calm. has to be collected. Has to make all these shots land while Nate Hill and High Distortion see success on the outskirts. They're having no adversity whatsoever. And maybe even thinking about splitting at this point. But here comes the engagement. A big moment for Thieves. The question is, how many players are around this area? How do they decide to engage? Attack Shoddy.
Oh, no.
Resources being taken down.
He has no mats.
How does he engage? Here comes the opportunity. Can he make it lane on the soldier? But no, ends up getting dropped. And those conversations are all thrown about as off the initial, a team that is known for staying alive is taken down within the very first few minutes.
That is tough. That is tough. Obviously, that split, the mirroring strategy didn't work out the best as we thought it would. Unfortunately for Thieves, he was just a little bit too far away from HD. But with that being said, Thieves did get a couple of elims off the start, so that's going to extend their lead to 5. Now, Nate and Distortion, they're not out of the water just yet. They've got to at least clear out a couple of squads, but they are consistent. And if anybody could do it, it could, in fact, be them.
I would say so. And, you know, that's why I think at the start of this, you talk about the ability of High Distortion and Nate Hill to be able to split. Part of that means you survive when you split. Of course, we talk all about the elims, but there's something about being able to work by yourself and survive and get yourself out of hairy situations that's a very big deal. And I think that certainly that is a skill set that comes in when you are trying to split. Whenever you're stronger together, sometimes splitting can be a little scarier. And like you said right at the start, the brick building was what got them in trouble. And again, we see Nate Hill knocking one of the easier shots. You'll probably see him knock in that situation. But it's just so tragic that after such a great game one, we thought we were going to be in for another very close set. Right now, it's certainly their game to lose. Just over 40 engagements left on the map and only needing 6 to take this victory. See if they can do it and avoid disaster.
They're looking pretty poised to make it happen, as we mentioned, right? High Distortion, Nate Hill finding themselves in very similar spots. Nate Hill last week, and as you mentioned at 9, it's a credit, right? The fact that they are alive may seem, oh, you know, it's pretty basic. No, that's a strategy. That is a very important factor of how many teams have struggled, yet they continue to stay alive. I will say, now could be the moment. High Distortion brought a little bit low in terms of health, has no mats as well. But here comes Nate Hill, giving the call-outs, and actually has plenty of resources for this particular fight and makes it land. The trusty tack ends up going their way, which will free up HD for a little bit of some breathing room. May decide to go and utilize the medkit to get brought up back to full 100, or maybe even utilizes something else along the way. But regardless, though, these guys looking very, very solid right now. They're going to go and dent the lead yet again with those past few elims that come through, and they're cruising right now, gentlemen. They're feeling good, and they have every right to feel that way, all things considered. And I think there was an enemy, that actually just decides to go and come on the flank of them, down 3 still, and that's exactly why we're talking about how confident that they feel. Nate Hill, the ultimate sniper, is showing his skill set in back-to-back weeks. The bolt is back, and Nate Hill could not be more ecstatic about it, tossing out the stink bomb, doing extra crit to the opposition and looking for that up close and personal fight. Another stink bomb tossed out. Constant damage being done. Nate Hill, unbelievable.
They were down 3. 1 was knocked. Hasn't been solidified as of yet, but the push does come through, and this might be what they need in order to tie up the game. As that John Wick will get dropped. That's another knock going into his hands, so that's going to be 2. There's going to be a couple more players just down below. HD calling out that they are on him, but HD is going to be fairly weak himself. So if I'm TG and Thieves, there's still hope, to say the least, but Nate Hill is on fire, and this player is not doing what he needs to do to avoid the shots from coming, but a player does build over top of him. Nate Hill forced to rotate down. Easy not coming through, but tagged up from the top. As that's going to be a couple more, getting closer and closer to taking over the victory, but still not in it. HD so incredibly weak. Nate Hill still in the 1 pump range. So things could still take a drastic turn with the storm here. Player out, edits come through. That's going to be 1 knock. That's 1 player down. Where's the last one? I heard a shockwave being used. I think that player did in fact dip out, but do they have enough?
And you notice too, in that situation, HD is low, as obviously he'll be res here in the situation, but they've got to be extra careful while we obviously see this res coming through. The one thing that I loved about that fight, they both realized, okay, the players in front of us, what are we going to do?
Ooh.
Edit. Now we engage at the exact same time, knowing that HD was low. It wasn't a problem. They knew the situation at hand, and now they can sit somewhat comfortably. They don't know that the score is most likely tied at this point because of all the mentality that they have right now. They're not able to check the scoreboard, but at least we know they can kind of cruise with the rest of this game. Now, obviously, you want to try to close this one out, no questions asked, but at the same time, you know if they were to drop here, they're still going to be okay. They can head into an overtime game, but regardless, though, an interesting situation that we find themselves in. Not too common that they're brought down low, and both of them don't have any medkit items. And Nate Hill probably wanted that sniper rifle shot more than all the others that have come up to this point. That would have definitely helped him out quite a bit, but he's going to be careful as well as that bounce pad gets rocked. Trying to do some shots from range, and if he can find that one, that'd be huge. Do not tell me that Nate Hill is going to win this game or get the game-winning knock off of a shot from that range. Has to be pixel perfect. Player just manages to escape toward the tree line, though.
Look how weak HD is. Look how weak Nate Hill is. And the score is tied. It's crazy to think about. Typical Gamer and Thieves still very much so in this. If you guys are fans of them, we could, in fact, be going to a Game 3 if maybe some unlucky shots come through. Because HD, one AR shot and he's down, right? Nate Hill, a couple himself, and he's down. And not a lot of mats to work with either. So that is very worrisome, to say the least. And the only person who really has a ranged weapon, or at least a sniper, is going to be Nate Hill. And he can't even afford to touch the lava.
I was going to say,
right?
they got to be careful with that one, too. Oh, man.
He touches that, he's down to 8 health, but the storm going to be right below him.
They call that a med kit.
Luckily, a med kit just below as the snipe coming through. Does it connect? It does not, but this still, even from this distance, puts them in a very precarious situation.
And they know the storm is right here. They've got to be super careful, and they're running out of builds. They're running out of resources. They still have such a long way to go. Their goal would be to try to utilize some sort of movement, right, to try to utilize slipstreams, anything that you can get your hands on. I know they do have glider redeploy, but how is that really going to benefit you all that much? They need the clutch snipes to come through from Nate, but they're just not landing right now. Thankfully, Plays is down a few more barriers, but to no avail. This is not the greatest situation. They are on the run, not just from these players, but also from the storm. And here, I think, may come a bounce pad. That could be a 3P, or that may be that same team looking to try to cut them off. I'll be honest, if you are Nate Hill, have to be ultimately careful. HD about to be overtaken.
That storm right on his back, Landon. Even taking this geyser is risky, knowing there's a couple of teams around. You can get shot in the air, and
he's going down.
He can't skydive, at least not all the way. And he's going to drop right on a team, but HD, the storm, takes him out. Now it's up to Nate Hill. Tied 22-22. Nate Hill needs one more elimination 9 in order to close this out.
Nate Hill, who has been able to hit shot after shot after shot, now when he needs one the most, I haven't seen him miss this many shots in a row. You have to wonder if the nerves are starting to get to them here in this situation, and this is so tense. A team that finds elims at will can accidentally get them some much needed shields here.
And a campfire. Nice.
And a campfire here. And you have to think that if Nate Hill gets back up at full strength, that he certainly is able to find at least one, and going to take the time, rebuild some mats here, and my goodness, turning into a scavenger here is Nate Hill, the Terminator, now just back and waiting and hoping to find one. Some good shields now, health back up pretty high, outrunning the storm, very close to the edge of it right now. Should be okay, maybe a little residual damage here, but now it's time for hunting. Just one.
Just one.
In this situation, right, utilize the sniper. Try to play that 3P position. It's what he has to rely on. He doesn't have to go for a massive engagement. Find a pick and try to do some work from range. He does have 60 sniper bullets, so he's going to be good in that front, right? Wasting them isn't going to be an issue, as he's got plenty for everybody that still remains on the map, but making sure he doesn't reveal his position is going to be key. This is not an easy fight to win, knowing when to pick your target, when to utilize that trigger discipline. It's going to take a lot, but what a moment this is right now for Nate Hill. Literally, the series is in his hands to go back-to-back grand finals, to be the first person to win back-to-back events in Friday Fortnite 2019. a lot on the line, a lot of work to do, and, man, a massive block to possibly look through as well. And you never know. They're known, right, for tons of chests in the block from time to time, depending on who has made it through. Has minis, so that's going to help for the late game, but maybe when he starts to see some adversity, but finding a chest of any sort, noticing that there are quite a few structures already placed means that a lot of these chests are already going to be looted, but Nate Hill, the sniper rifle himself, decides to fire it out, and there it is!
Oh, my goodness.
On the prowl, and what a play, as per typical Nate Hill. Unbelievable, and going out with some style points. Not messing around, go for the trick shot. Has the glider redeployed just to make sure he's all safe. But what else? What other weapon would it be outside of the sniper rifle? My goodness. And that is not an easy play to make, right? Knowing to go through the block, knowing how to approach that fight. Unreal stuff as Nate Hill guaranteed back-to-back grand finals. He won last week with his longtime duo Funk Bomb. Can he do it again with High Distortion? Well,
back-to-back.
He just made their lives that much easier.
Man, HD is so happy for that, too. Getting caught up in the storm.
Sigh of relief.
Man, honestly, right? Nate Hill is literally unstoppable. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think he's dropped today, at least from the ones that we've casted over.
Yeah, I don't think so. To my knowledge. And that was a conversation we had last week. Like, did at any point Nate Hill or Funk Bomb drop? Right. And that last game, I'll bring up, Nate Hill, under 10 eliminations, he finds the one that matters the most, right? He at least escapes with 7.
All that matters.
Exactly. That's the one that they needed to kind of close out. And depending on the game, you're not always going to find 10 eliminations. If you just need to find a few, that's all you need to do. Nate Hill, absolute front runner for MVP, and absolute front runner for the best player in Friday Fortnite right now. No questions asked.
Hands down.
Yeah.
Hands down. I mean, I think last week he was the MVP. We were kind of arguing, was it him? Was it, Funk Bomb? Nate Hill, though, with the snipes and those clutch moments, at least on stream, was clutching up and doing so incredibly well. But the fact that he's partnered with HD this week, obviously bringing the heat, the dynamic works, and they have solidified a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, right, to see who they're going to be facing off against when it comes down to the grands. But like I said, one spot solidified, guaranteed top 3 if you are a fan of TG and Thieves. But boy, do they have some work to do. Boy, do the rest of our losers bracket teams have a lot of work to do, knowing that if they can get through it, who sits at the top of the mountain? Nate Hill and HD. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Like we said, guys, if you'd like to follow along with us, of course, we'll have bracket updates when we come back, but feel free to use the exclamation point bracket in chat to follow along with some of your favorite content creators, pros, and obviously online personalities. We'll be back with more awesome Friday Fortnite week number 6 action when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 6, as we are live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Whole Grains. Guys, as we get ready to dive into the losers bracket, we were given some updates. I know you were told one in specifics. Talk to us about the rematch that's kind of been developing behind the 2 most aggressive teams in Friday Fortnite today.
But Mongraal and Mitro did get the victory over Dubs and Megga. That was one that last week we saw happen, also happened off stream, but that time Dubs and Megga took it. So their streak of second place finishes does go awry, but that means that Mongraal and Mitro are going to get the chance to make another big losers run, because remember, in week 3 when they won it, it was off the back of a similar losers run.
Yeah, all started from losers, round 1, went all the way through, took down some very high caliber teams. I mean, in the process of doing that, they destroyed the team that was in the grand finals at the time. I think it was Gotaga and Airwalk. Yes. So the fact they were able to accomplish that while also resetting the bracket and winning the entire thing, at least in my eyes, kind of unofficially for me, is the most impressive and the most dominant losers bracket run in all of Friday Fortnite history. But obviously, we get to take a quick little gander for those who maybe haven't seen the winners bracket kind of update as of this moment. As we discussed, Nate Hill and High Distortion are through. They are in the grand finals, guaranteed top 2 in the cash that could come along with it. TG and Thieves, unfortunately, enter in toward that losers bracket side, but the one positive for them is that they're guaranteed top 3. Also, a potential negative is that that's the farthest that they have got so far in Friday Fortnite. That would be their 3rd top 3 if they can't get through here, like you mentioned, in 2019. That'd be unfortunate, but also shows their consistency. I mean, they're obviously a top-tier team, but they definitely want to have that rematch versus Nate Hill and High Distortion.
Oh, absolutely, right, and that's a team that you have to be looking out for. And I was kind of working my way through, and I do want to highlight Mario and Innocence did incredibly well through their bracket run, right? Game number 2, they ended up taking out Dakotaz Yelo, ended up beating Mongraal and Mitro, which obviously that is a high-octane team and making a great run through loser bracket, and then even coming through and eventually losing to Typical Gamer and Thieves. But as the loser bracket has been updated, a couple of names that I do notice. We see Clix and Bugha working their way through, and that was my team to work their way and win the entire thing, which is very possible if they continue to play how they are playing, but they have to go against the ever-dreaded qualifier team, and that is going to be a tough one to say the least. Nine, what stands out to you?
Well, we talked so much about Mongraal and Mitro. They actually did lose to Ghost Camo, not joined by Issa, but this time Aqua instead. They will be up against Ninja and FaZe Sway, but taking a step back just a little bit further, Dubs and Megga did get the elimination of FaZe, Jarvis, and Vikkstar. So a team that, I'm sorry, Landon, it looks like both of your teams have been eliminated. They are no longer in the running.
Yeah, I'll say, like, it's sad because Dubs and Megga were early on in Friday Fortnite 2019, like my team, where I was like, okay, hey, like these guys have a ton of potential. I think they could make something happen, even despite having a few slow performances. And the one team that I had as my sleeper team for this week, Jarvis and Vikkstar, get taken out by my old sleeper team, Dubs and Megga, because they can't really be a sleeper team anymore. They're just obviously,
no, they're not,
you know, back-to-back grand final positions are no longer. They're not sleeping. They are very much awake. So, all things considered, it is sad. It's a sad day for me. But hey, my predictions just continuing to be absolutely horrible, so that's awesome.
No,
a
listen,
great day.
But you're not wrong for assuming Jarvis and Vikkstar were going to be that sleeper team, because they were my sleeper team as well, at least like kind of looking at it. Because, come on, they're a solid duo. Jarvis, obviously very celebrated whenever it comes to Friday Fortnite.
Dude, you already have a sleeper team. You can't have two.
Stop it. I can pick all of them if I want. Every single
That
match.
seems illegal.
Ninja and Sway are my
See,
my
Nine's
sleeper
here
team.
to finally provide some context. We
Well,
now have jury is ruling.
How long is it a sleeper before you're finally just eternally asleep? Like, what's the...
what?
Wow.
Like, how long can you make somebody... How many sleepers can you pick before you've picked the whole bracket?
I picked 2. He had 2.
Who? What was the other team that I had?
I don't know. You said 2. I was wondering who the other one was.
He was talking about
no,
you.
I did not.
Me.
Now you're just putting... Okay.
Jarvis and Vikkstar are my sleeper team. I said Dubs and Megga used to be mine.
Jarvis and Vikkstar is a sleeper team. I agree, but Bugha.
You agree?
Listen,
Which one is it?
Bugha.
Okay. Oh my gosh!
They're
Wow,
my
that's
sleeper
crazy.
team. They're still in it, by the way. I just want to point that out. I think they're going to come.
That means
through and
nothing.
big. What do you mean that means
If
nothing?
you pick
They
both
haven't
of
been
them,
eliminated.
you
That's
pick
3.
both of
Everyone
them.
keep it total. That's 3 now.
That's my original one.
Okay,
Chat, they're beating up on me.
How
What's
do we
going
know
on
which
here?
one is his original one? I don't know. How are we supposed to know what the path of which you are choosing is going in all kinds of different
the more
directions?
I confuse you guys, the better it is. Because at the end, if one of the 3 make it out, I'm like, hey, I predicted this. Did I
So my sleeper team, Nate Hill and HD, currently sitting in grand finals.
not? That was your sleeper team, really?
Yeah, revisionist history here.
Wow, what a sleeper team! Now.
I know, right?
You're killing it out there with the predictions.
We definitely are. I hope that everyone else's predictions out there may be going better than mine and Nine's are, because I was Taylor, perfect as always, getting every single matchup right.
every single time.
I mean, every single combination that you make. I mean, you make what, maybe 1,000 brackets, which means that one of them has to be correct at all times. So
1,000.
sitting pretty well.
I'm actually curious with the amount of teams that we have. How many combinations can you make?
a lot, for
a lot,
sure.
probably
Yeah, a
probably
lot.
over 1 million. So even 1,000, I probably wouldn't get it
Well,
right.
what?
to be
I
honest
forget how
with
many
you.
teams are in March Madness, and that's like a number that can't even be described.
Right.
And what, we have
That's
32 teams?
64.
So a little bit, what, half,
yeah.
of Eternal, of whatever you want to
Half
throw out
Eternal.
there. Half of Eternal, you know what? Or Infinity, that was the word I was looking for. Eternal also works. I've got Marvel on the mind. My apologies
Fair
for anyone
enough.
who knows what that means, but
I just started watching one of them.
one of the what? Okay.
One of the Marvel ones.
One of the
One
Marvel
of the Marvel ones.
One of the Marvel ones.
I'm gonna stop.
What's the movie? What's it called?
It's called
Throw a dart, you'll probably hit it.
Thanos is in it. He
Okay, that
Okay.
narrows it down to
he was
4.
starting out. Hold on. He had 1 Infinity Stone. He got a second one at the very beginning of the movie.
Spoilers. Let's be careful
After-
here.
Well, this isn't Endgame. I haven't seen Endgame. I don't know anything about Endgame. And then
Oh gosh, chat is just
and
totally
then
rude. Don't look at
Loki-
chat, by the way. Don't look at it.
Loki ended up dying. He was suffocated by Thanos.
Spoiler.
This is right at the beginning of the movie. What movie is it? I don't know.
It's Infinity War.
Oh, yeah, I was watching Infinity War. I saw. I think.
Thanos is in it.
I think I
A
got
guy
through like
dies.
20, 30 minutes. Look, It is my goal.
You only
to
watch
get
20, 30 minutes.
it
I will
is-
gladly watch
no,
Infinity War with
it
you.
is
I'll
my-
watch all the Marvel movies. Seriously.
It is my goal, seriously, to watch all Star Wars and all Infinity Wars and really catch
all
up.
the Infinity Wars.
Or, Jesus Christ.
All the Marvel movies. There you go. We're making strides.
There's an Infinity War 2?
I mean, hey. I mean, by definition, you could argue like.
Does that mean we
V2?
also
I
have
don't
an
know.
Infinity War 3?
Spoilers. Watch out, coming your way hot and heavy.
Yep.
You liked Infinity
Sorry,
War.
Russo brothers. We just spoiled it all for
Second
you right
one's
then and
coming
there.
through.
It all happened. So I think we're waiting for our next game to load
We
up.
are.
I actually have no idea who we're getting on board with, but we're just going to hold it on. We're waiting for everyone to start up the game, and everyone talks about it in chat. Oh my gosh, why aren't the casters going to start the game? Because we have no power to do that. I'll be honest. The secret button that we normally have to do so is gone this week, so we have no ability to just randomly be like, okay, game's starting. It's not here this week, so we just
Not this week.
Not this week. We are rendered to what the
But the other
streamers like
weeks
to do.
when we were just talking, we just wanted to talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was it. We
100%.
told specifically not to start the game. That was the only reason why they didn't start.
Taylor, who is your favorite Marvel superhero? Is it Thanos?
Not a bad answer. Not a bad answer.
Iron Man.
Okay, good choice.
Was that fair? Okay.
Yeah,
there you go.
absolutely. It's a very solid choice.
Captain America. Actually, Captain America would be my favorite.
Okay.
I had a buddy in the army.
That makes
called him
sense.
I was
Captain
trying to say
America.
Thanos to see if you would choose Thanos as your favorite superhero. I mean, technically, he isn't really a superhero, so I was hoping that I could work that out to.
Well, sure,
That's
maybe
gotta
not
be
from
fun.
one
No,
perspective, but from another
Yeah,
perspective.
depending on literally evil people, that may be the case. But regardless, though, I think we have maybe another update that's coming through. I think we're going to be looking toward the losers round 5 situation toward the top side. I think it's Corey and Riot, our qualifier winners, getting ready to face off against Misfits' own Clix and Sentinel's own Bugha. I'm excited for that one. And Taylor, your sleeper team.
Absolutely, yeah. No, in all
Which
seriousness.
one, though? Which
now,
one is it?
I'm
Is it
being
the
real.
qualifiers,
Clix
or-
and Bugha. Now, I want to watch out for them because I was sad Clix didn't play last week because Clix is a solid IGL player, World Cup qualifier. And on top of that, too, he played in trios with Tfue and his other partner,
Sway.
which I got to Sway, which they played incredibly well. And I was excited to see them play together. And they did not disappoint. Bugha as well, a solid player. He's
Yeah.
always coming on and doing a couple of different shows. I know Bala TW is constantly talking about him, and Bugha is a big influential factor in helping him with his shows too, and a couple of others, giving him some tips. So that's why I'm going with them. I think they're a solid duo. When it comes to the World Cup, they're scary enough as it is. When it comes to this format too, they know how to slay out, and that's why at least seriously, genuinely, I picked them as my sleeper team. But Corey and Riot, though, being a qualifier team themselves, we've seen qualifier teams step it up and go hard in the past, and I expect no less from Corey and Riot. They've already made it this far. Why are they going to be down and out, to say the least? But going over towards Dusty, not a bad drop, and it looks as if both teams are going to be at Dusty. It's going to be a fiesta.
I like fiestas. Those are fun. For those who've watched our Gears of War broadcast, you know exactly what we're talking about. Fiesta's always a great time, regardless, though, as we fly in for our first game of our current matchup here in the losers bracket. A lot on the line. If you lose in terms of the series, you are done. Getting off to a hot start is important, and based off of the similar landing locations for both of our teams, at least near the same area, you can argue that this one should be a fantastic one to watch. And as Taylor was mentioning, Rex said, a very talented squad on the other side. Multi-time qualifications when it comes down to the World Cup. Both will be present there. But what a victory that this could be if Corey and Riot, obviously making their way here in toward Friday Fortnite, is a massive achievement enough. But to take down a very, very talented team on the other side, I mean, a very long resume, if you will, that
Sure.
exists just on the other end. If you were to take them down while also being in Friday Fortnite for the first time, that would be probably one of the greatest feelings and one of the greatest accomplishments that they've probably ever had in Fortnite history for them.
Absolutely, right? And you go back to the qualifier team of last week, right? How well did they do? They beat out teams. So what, Dubs? Did they beat out Mongraal, Mitro? I know they eliminated them.
Typical Gamer and Thieves.
Typical Gamer, Thieves.
And then Kamo and East.
Or no, Kamo and East, that's
Kamo and
right.
East,
It was
right.
Ghost, yeah.
Powerful teams when it comes to this format and Friday Fortnite in general. So it really genuinely doesn't surprise me to see the qualifier team of Riot and Corey coming through it and doing as well as they are. But to be mirroring the strategy is going to be an interesting one, to say the least, and a pretty exciting one to see overall. It does excite me that Riot is a controller player, so it's going to be interesting to see his builds and how he's going to be able to overcome those tough engagements, those tough fights. But All in all, I will say Dusty pretty quiet, but now things are starting to heat up, and Corey comes through, and he's going to get a knock with a sniper.
Great work so far, and we haven't gotten to see any of these teams on our broadcast today, so we will be learning as time goes on to see if this is an intentional mirror strategy, if it just happens to be the place that both of these teams like to drop, or if it's none of the above. Nice pincer there, going to go ahead, get another, and now it is definitely starting to heat up. That's going to be a boogie bomb, and Corey managing to get out of there. Riot doing a great job covering for the teammate. A long-range pinch. Corey going to run in. Going to get a chance. There's the elim right there. So that should be 4. Taking a look down there at the bottom. So a great start for them. And you have to wonder when the rotation is going to come here from Clix and Bugha. Now they've come from losers round 1. So this has the potential to be another great losers run from a team that starts back there. And looking at the elim counts so far, 4-0. Haven't had the most success off the start.
This is really going to be very defining for both of these squads because we know in terms of Clix and Bugha, I'm sure the rotations are going to be just fine. Now, I will say this is Bugha's, I think, first ever Friday Fortnite. Clix has only been in a handful of them in the past, so I know that they do possess that ability, but for both of these rosters even coming in for the qualifier roster, these rotations are going to be key because we know the skill that exists, but it's a matter of when you can find those players that's going to be important. Countless edits equaling in toward a trap that just can't land. Clix and Bugha in the 1-by-1 trying to be aware of the airstrike that's about to be inbound.
Nice.
Trying to hold on, utilizing that pyramid just to make sure that he can avoid any potential HP loss, trying to hold on to safety. As it looks as if he's got his teammate just ahead. Trying to be aware of the fights that are about to come. And here's the opportunity, sneaking in and actually nearly takes a shot to the head, but is going to be safe. Taking down the Red 9 and lovely stuff coming in from them. The element of surprise for Misfit Zone.
Yeah, taking a shot to the head with that combat would have definitely hurt. If it would have been a pump, it could have eliminated or at least knocked him for the time being. But great flick shot to get that elimination on the player down below. And that's why Clix is a world-class player, as we have seen so many times over and over again from whether it be World Cup or elimination-based tournaments, even trio tournaments, he performs and he knows how to play the game so well. But with that being said, he's only sitting at 1 elimination. We saw the nice start that Corey and Riot were able to maintain, and Bugha himself only at 2. So they need to start rotating out as they are doing and get a little bit more ground coverage, right? Because they need to start cutting up those rotations from Corey and Riot, who are just now making it out of Dusty.
Looking to see a new area, looking to vacate their current position. And that may allow for them to kind of scat out. I mean, hey, this is kind of like a back road, if you will, going from one location toward the next. And Bugha, I think maybe giving a few calls, talking about, hey, Loot Lake could be the option, maybe even giving a call out to what the qualifier team looks to be doing right now in terms of Corey and Riot, but kind of looking toward loot, not seeing a whole lot of action, at least for now. No excess bodies located, roaming around, no rogue players rotating, at least as of yet. But both teams not too far away from each other. This could be getting interesting as time goes on. Fighting for kills would be important. It'd be a ton of fun to watch, be a ton of fun to witness. It looks as if Corey and Riot finally have managed to find someone just on the outskirts of Pleasant Park.
It's taken a little time to find it here, and after the last couple sets that we've had, this is a little nice. We can catch our breath, our heart rates can come back down. Because again, it is difficult to find players sometimes, even if you're making all the textbook standard rotations. Right now, though, they have found somebody. It's a matter of cleaning them up very quickly. Bugha goes to the back, and now we're finally starting to see all the arrows converge. So again, we said earlier, not entirely sure if a mirror strategy is what was intentional or if they simply both enjoy the Dusty drop, but now it seems that they have again converged. Lack of players making this somewhat of an inevitability, and when 2 Predators meet, only one can win. See who gets this one. It does look as though they've split them, somewhat at least.
Yeah. Clix from Riot getting a couple themselves. And I think one thing that we can learn from this Friday Fortnite, more so than others in the past, is converging onto your opponent's location. Mimicking their drops is a hugely beneficial thing, and that's why typical gamer thieves were able to stay toe-to-toe with Nate Hill and HD, who have dominated every match that they've been a part of. And by landing in a location of your opponent, you're able to maybe pick off a couple of elims. Dropping into the face of this player, he's managed at least to drop him. He'll get some much-needed ammo mats. Plus, he also had the legendary combat who misses it just for a little bit, but luckily, not losing any ground. He's going to manage to get just on top of this player, get the wall, and easy shots to the head as he unfortunately trapped that player below I believe a wall that was placed down. The player tried to run backwards, unfortunately wasn't able to do so, but now trying to break from the storm. How many more players are just up ahead?
That's the question on their minds. That's the questions that they've got to be asking themselves right now, as we've got a neck-and-neck game, 7-6. Advantage toward the qualifier squadron, as they want to continue on with that trend. Currently waterfalling is Clix, but first sight happens to be Neo tilted, avoiding the trap. Here is Corey. And it's actually going to be, it looks as if a decent amount of players around this position, maybe even revolving when it comes down to that reboot van, manages to find the first, and quite a bit of loot that gets separated about. A medkit being one of those items. It looks to go for the engage, maybe even a possible 3P chance, as Clix doing some damage in the kill feed. Corey, though, on our screens. Let's see how we attempt to try to take high ground, places down the cones. The traps are here, controller and all, and the damage is done. Fantastic elimination coming through here from Corey. That's his second.
Great work there, and I believe this is the third time through Neo tilted. We've seen both teams come to Neo tilted at least once, and it appears the third time is going to be the charm here. We saw one off in the distance, like you said there, Landon. I believe it was another full team, but whether they rotated out or not, there's a much bigger fight going on here in a tower, and it may be a little bit too late for Riot, who's trying to come in and see if there are any scraps about, instead opting to rotate back, head back over to Corey. Corey rotating out probably has cleaned up all that was left, so now still just under 20 elims left on the map. We'll see if they try to rotate, perhaps. It looks like sitting in the slipstreams right there, still trying to decide exactly where they do want to go. You know, maybe want to rotate down. They are playing a pretty great gatekeeper position, and it looks like we are seeing Clix do exactly that right now, rotating back down to Salty. Not something that we've called out so far this game, Taylor.
Yeah, I don't think we have, right? We've seen Dusty, but that's about as far as we got. I know Corey and Wright were starting to make their way over towards Salty, but eventually ended up over at Pleasant Park to meet up with Clix and Bugha a little bit earlier on, but a shot does come through. Player is going to be weakened up just a little bit, but honestly, that's not the worst of situations, because now you know there's opponents and you know their location and where they're at, and you can go on the attack. A couple players just down below on that little ruined house. Ice Cream Mountain, Clix is going to take that, and I believe there's going to be a player or a team up there and another player just below. So if they prioritize this right, they can finish this squad up here on Ice Cream Mountain and then rotate back down and get another elim themselves. So we'll see how well they'll be able to come through.
Just go ham, I don't want this to get in.
Calling out, go ham. I love that call out. That's a confident call out, if you will, telling your teammate to go ham. I mean, hey, clearly they feel confident in each other. And based off the traps, based off the quick edits that now we're seeing from Bugha, we're getting somewhat of a chance to see what is ahead. And my goodness, the sensitivity out of this world. The DPI is definitely up there, but Bugha stable in the end, still taking down opponents toward this top side mountain as he and Clix are diving in toward what is the inevitable. Has to be careful, though, as the enemy silenced and letting them know, Clix, you're starting to hear quite a few of them. My word, the Trap Master, young Trap Master, Cypher would be proud, and I am too, for God's sake. This man is unreal. These guys just dominating toward the top side of this mountain, making it their own.
Screaming like a warrior, Viking lord. Dr. Disrespect would be happy too. Clix, bring in the energy. Never lose it. Never lose that energy, Clix.
Making everybody happy right now. I think a little bit of style for everybody to enjoy. Now comes the rotations, though. Still 7 left, and we can take a look at the scores right now. 14 on one side, and how about that? 14 on the other side as well. So every single one of those fantastic elims that we saw, very necessary one, and we've said before, not that many players left on the map. The storm's going to be coming in. There's going to be some gatekeeping opportunities. It does appear they've located one. You see some shots there onto the top of that mountain. Waiting for a teammate to come back over and get a second angle is Clix. Just a matter of which side can converge on it. They did spend a lot of their resources, including their traps, as well as the bounce pads, to go in that last fight and engage in the way that they did. So going to have to do this one a little bit more old-fashioned. One from far away, one up close, and it is going to be Clix who's making the push upwards. Plenty of mats to at least make this happen for now, and there's 2 up here. One goes down. Second follows. That's actually 2 knocks, so there should be someone else up there.
You would think.
You would think.
You'd hope.
Yeah.
You pray. You
Honestly.
dream. You covet to find all of those nitty-gritty details, all those items. It's crucial. Clix quickly venturing over toward the top side. Nice little jump shot, editing the cones constantly. That's going to allow for a quick elim as well. But still, more knocks, more players, and more opportunities for points as they continue to climb the top of this mountain. And much like we've seen a lot of our other teams do, right, a lot of these younger squads, they say, hey, you know what? No one's here. We're not immediately seeing an opponent. Now it's time to move on. 13 already for Clix and possibly more to follow. Ballers actually just toward the side, maybe entering in toward the cornfield, which is definitely a new dynamic, one that I have not partaken in too often. But regardless, doing some damage toward the outskirts, both squads seeing success. And as long as they are kind of by themselves, right, this is when they can get some alone time as Clix takes another down. And how many trap kills has that been? That's got to be at least
quite a
like
few.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
Getting up there, but man, this guy, one more elim left. That'd be 15 if Clix can find it. And I was gonna say he'd be my front runner, but it's actually his teammate Bugha who closes things out.
And you saw how aggressive they were the entire game, and not once did they look out of control. Every single another screen comes through. Clix is bringing the hype. I love it. The last guy I knew who brought the hype like that was Destroy. But Destroy, man, he's always screaming, and we haven't seen much of him today, unfortunately. I think he's currently out of the tournament. But I will say
He was screaming on the way out.
Oh,
that's for sure.
I know he was screaming on the way in, screaming on the way out. Never changed, my guy. You're awesome, man. Always bringing the hype. I got to say, the hype man. That's what I dub him. But a very close game between these two, to say the least. And I think going into game 2, we expect more of the same. Because correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think anybody ended up dropping. If that's correct, I think everybody stayed up the entire time. And because of that, right, that shows how consistent and controlled all the fights were, never getting too reckless. And mechanically, I would say there was a very beautiful thing. This was the highlight play to me, right? This is where it all started, and this is where you kind of made it and akin over towards Cypher and kind of the his trap plays. But yeah,
The one thing that was scary for me was that, like, they just felt comfortable in every fight they engaged upon. Like, that was a moment where they're using the traps, they're feeling good. And the worrisome part is that we talk about, oh, how talented these guys are gifted with their shots. Their, like, technical skill is absurd to me. That was an instant 1-by-1 floor and roof included, and then he still had time to place the trap down as the player was jumping. Like, in the process of jumping one tile, there was floor, 4 walls, and a roof built on top of it, along with
and a
what,
roof
like,
on the ground too.
roof, or
so.
say like floor and roof at the same time, in combination with multiple traps. Like that is the technical skill that exists. Not even including their amazing shots that they possess. Like the fact that they can do all of those things in sequence. And it wasn't just obviously we saw the same thing from the qualifier squad, but mostly in terms of what we got to see, highlighted for the most part was Bugha and Clix just having a fantastic performance. It's not a surprise that both of them are obviously going to be at the Fortnite World Cup, but those are just the skills that you attain over time through constant grinding, being on those matchups.
100%.
And I'll be honest, I'm worried a little bit to see the score because I think for the qualifier team, they're going to be down a little bit. But if we see Clix and Bugha continue to turn up, I am going to be worried for the opposition. They're only going to be down 3 if you are the qualifier team. So head still, the headspace is still feeling good. You're not, out of the game by any means. We've seen 3-point deficits be a trend tonight. So that has normally gone to the team that was at a deficit. But for Clix and Bugha, I just feel like they're on another level, especially how they perform toward the end of Fatal Fields.
What I appreciate about Clix and Bugha is you start seeing that World Cup practice, the World Cup training, the Zone Wars, the Turtle Wars, whatever they do, right? It starts to play an effect. And you mentioned and you highlighted how effective he was at building that 1-by-1 and placing the traps down. This is something that comes second nature, muscle memory, really, when it comes to the World Cup, especially in those final circles where you're trying to rotate from, after the half circle, right? You're rotating back and forth. And you see that kind of bleeding over now into the elimination-based tournaments. And it's a beautiful thing to see because at the beginning of Friday Fortnite, we were kind of questioning, does the World Cup, kind of style of play melt over to the elimination-based style of play? Well, week after week, we're starting to see these World Cup players start to gather more of a grasp on how these elimination-based tournaments work. And because of that, they are starting to become just as successful as some of the veterans out there.
It's impressive. And we've always said every week, there's one team the technical skill seems to carry them all the way to the top. Clix and Bugha trying to say, this time, it's our week. So
I
we
like
get
that.
into a drop right here and right in the corner. Haven't seen this too often.
Westworld or nah, I believe
Racetrack, maybe, if they
No,
turn
no.
around?
I think he's just trying to jump over the water, get the lowest drop as he possibly can, and then he'll rotate back into Paradise. Might even take the mansion on the outside, which honestly isn't a bad rotation. Typically, you'll come through here, and this is a World Cup location too, to kind of push into Paradise. You get kitted up, you get a couple of chests, and then you push into Paradise. It's a little bit more controlled, to say the least. So, you know, definitely new when it comes to Friday Fortnite, but not necessarily new of a drop when it comes to like the World Cup.
So we'll see how that kind of affects things a little bit. Like we talked about, kind of an unorthodox one when it comes into Friday Fortnite. We'll see if it can lead to anything, if it can maybe progress a better early game result, which is what they're going to need. We talked about Cory and Riot, their early game heroics were fantastic.
I got one on me.
Unfortunately, though, for Cory, has a person on him, tossing out nades, tossing out stink bombs, needing desperately for his teammate to come along, but there goes Riot. Cory still yet to find a weapon, praying that either of those inventory spots can make something happen, make something of it. Bandages only tempting at this moment. Going to try to break through the fence.
I don't think I
And you
should've.
hear his
Grab
teammate
it
calling
down.
out, you have to come and grab me. Unfortunately, he's not able to do so. And if you're Riot, or rather if you are Cory in the situation, you've got to leave Riot. You've got to go find a weapon, because it's the only way that you can even start to engage in this. The only way you can ever start to grab your teammate's card. It'd be far too risky, at least in my eyes. I want to hear your guys' thoughts as well.
Absolutely.
It'd be far too risky to try to go for the reboot card when you literally have no weapon or any inventory spot whatsoever.
I'm about to go
And
back
it's
to
even
this
more
shit.
so
Should
risky
I?
rotating
I
up
don't
towards
see
Dusty
myself
Diner.
winning
That's
this
why you
final
see him
two
going
rounds.
over towards Bus. That's exactly what I would do in this situation. Why? Well, because you're rotating up the Dusty Diner, and there's probably going to be a team up there as well. But unfortunately, he only finds a drum shotgun, and that might be enough to maybe keep one at bay, but the reload time is what I'm worried about, especially if you start having multiple players push you at once. But luckily, hoverboard to come in. He's going to have an SMG he'll be able to pick up just behind him if he decides to do so, and there it is. So it gives him a little bit more of a spam opportunity if maybe he can't connect enough with the drum shotgun, but it's going to be a difficult situation to get out of, but luckily comes for the engage, and he's so lucky that was an instant elim, because if there was multiple players pushing him, it could have got dicey.
Well, I think you might hear another one, maybe just on the outskirts. You see just immediate focus being generated. And my question is, has he already overstayed his welcome? Is Desi Divot going to treat him kindly? And as he starts to engage, we talk about the lack of inventory in terms of what weapons really are that viable in terms of rarity. 100 HP, no shields, no even opportunity to find any, unless he wants to go for the mushrooms on the outskirts. But here's his chance, taking some shots from the side. Ultimately, just trying to be oh so careful. He's got his teammate Riot in the back pocket. Quickly builds up and just looking, surveying. Looking at those bandages as well, trying to be ultra careful.
Mats to fight that. Nice team up there.
Cory's calling it out. I don't have enough fights, or I don't have enough mats to even fight this position. That's very understandable. Takes down another.
And if I'm him, I'm going for that full elim, but luckily
Wow.
good map awareness to understand where the players were pushing through. That's going to give them an epic combat, and that's exactly what you need, plus some much-needed shields. At least one will do. Maybe grab some mushrooms out of the way. Still has his teammate's card, and who should be back to normal relatively soon. But in that whole engagement, right, Clix and Bugha, they have not slowed down 9 and already on another one. We're looking at 5 elims for Clix.
5 elims already, very close to being a 6th one. Identifies where that one's going. Chasing down utmost faith in the technical skill there. Why not go for another? It just makes it look so easy and effortless. You gotta love it. But like you said, this whole time we have this very tense moment of trying to save a partner, fight with no mats, and the other side, guns ablaze. And this is what Fortnite looks like. A rain of materials as well as any weapon you could possibly want right there, of all varying rarities, some more shields. And it's great that we did see Cory able to survive, still barely hanging on with not much health, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done very quickly before we can even talk about equalizing this one.
Ooh, nice edits to drop the player down, and one more elim comes through at LeBron's. You love to see it, and on the other side, our qualifier still staying alive as another elim goes his way, but he hasn't been able to get up to the Dusty Diner. to go on that reboot van to get the reboot. Unfortunately for him, and he's down to 19 health, but he continues to stay alive, and you can hear the frustration coming out. He wants some respite. He wants mats at least, or some bandages. He doesn't have anything, and that's a tough break. But I gotta say, I appreciate the tenacity. Corey, you're my man.
Corey, a lot of work. Let's see if he can manage to accomplish it. Like we talked about, an uphill battle considering the delay that has kind of occurred at this moment. He's still been finding kills, but to no avail at the same time with Clix and Bugha. As we discussed, kind of first gear on the other end, they are going full force into multiple locations. Only positive if you're Bugha and Clix at this time, even handing off a few slurps as time goes on. And it looks as if right now, Corey, bottom right of our screen, is going for the reboot. His teammate is going to be back up, which is great to see considering the momentum that that squad is going to have on their side, right? If you go into a 1v2, we're talking about how much different this position is going to be. And like I was discussing, 12 elims already so far in this game during that grace period while Corey was putting on a performance, right? He found 6 elims instead of Dusty Divot, and it was difficult. At the same time, the opposition is finding double that in the same amount of time. And if we're looking at Riot, he still has to find a weapon. I mean, in terms of like what they're looking at right now, I think for the most part, I think Dusty Diner was pretty well looted out. So mostly just run-of-the-mill weapons on the other side, though. They're sitting pretty confident, and with that score in hand, they're already moving forward.
Have to move up pretty quickly, too. As you said, they've been trying to fight their way out of Dusty Divot, and right now you have to wonder where they even are thinking about going. Clix and Bugha have had their run of the whole map here. It seems like everywhere that someone's been able to rotate through and find them, identify where they're at. So that'll, of course, be a question that we will hopefully find an answer to. And this fight's actually not taking place too far outside of Dusty, if my eyes don't deceive me.
Definitely not a bad fight, to say the least. Good edits coming through. That's going to be one knock. Waterfalls down to join his teammate, who does need a little bit of help. You hear the call-outs coming, and luckily, just trapped underneath the stairs is going to be the last remaining squad member from that squad, and Clix lights up the elimination feed, finishing off 3 players himself, as another baller is going to be coming up into the air to join into the action, and Bugha and Clix will take every engagement that they can get. Keep them coming. They'll handle everything that comes their way.
They're ready to handle business. They're setting up shop, taking in the walls, and they're calling out, hey, he's out, he's done. And there's the baller. Instantly incinerated. Great work coming through from Bugha and Clix. It took a little bit of time, but they're actually already starting to see a few enemies just on the outskirts. This squad is just not stopping.
There's more down by the river.
And I think Bugha's giving the call out, hey, more are down by the river. He's waiting for the Shadow Bomb to expire. Does some damage toward a fallen opponent and coming toward the backside, looking at the backboard moment right now, but no. Another one found for Bugha. Great work, however, takes a shot. Threading the needle is the opposition right there with the sniper rifle, but in those 1-by-1s, in those close quarter areas, they're wrapping wrists, they're taking shields, and they're feeling good. 13 elims for Clix, and we still have 30 players alive, 28 to be exact, but they are full force, pedal to the metal, and Corey, Riot, they're still just barely hanging on toward the outskirts of Loot Lake.
And you heard him talking, right? We have to get these elims. They know the severity of the situation that they're in. And Riot, hopefully, I was going to say, if he has redeploys, I'm shooting that structure down, but Riot down low, getting nice into the mix. That's going to be one player getting fully eliminated. Another player down below to get lasered and focused on. He gets dropped himself. Now, where's the other player at? Where is he hiding for the time being? As Clix is, in fact, going to be relatively weak, so I'm going to keep my eye out onto his stat line, and he is, in fact, going to get dropped. Corey is weak himself. Hopefully, Bugha, though, on the side of Clix will be able to go big and clutch up. He's got plenty of health and shield, but I don't see the revive coming in. So a good opportunity for Riot and Corey. The qualifier team, if Bugha goes down, they could come back.
And that's always the risky thing about keeping your pedal to the metal, as you say, whenever you do have a big lead is, let's say both of them go down here. Let's say that for some reason Bugha isn't able to go big or maybe goes down himself. There's still just barely enough people left on the map, enough elims left to be had that they could make this up. Because as you said earlier, well, Corey was trying to survive. managed to get a decent number of elims right now. That's 11 right there. You have to imagine they're down probably somewhere in the 7, 8, 9 range. There's certainly that many engagements left, and we'll see what is left. Every elim that Bugha gets right now is huge, taking away potentially from what the opponent could have. Let's see. Very nice, easy knock. Got another one pinned, and I don't think there's anybody else around to make this any more difficult, so now it's just a matter of the builds. And as I say that, never mind.
Wow.
Has to be very careful.
He's hanging on, living by a thread. Actually misplaces the trap, tried to get that one just inside the 1x1, however, was denied. 40 HP and only getting lower. We're not sure if he has a means of escape. No glad to redeploy. Not sure if bounce pads exist in his future, but toward the top side, looking to do some damage quickly. Has to realize now's the time for the bandages. However, his structure gets misplaced.
He's not
And he has to
breaking
start
the
that process over again.
I don't think he could break the storm unless he has a launch pad, especially with the team just below him. And they are focusing him and fighting him in the storm. The most frustrating experience.
Imagine if
you
he
can
finds
get.
something off the inventory.
This is going to be massive, and I do see a lot of bullets and mats, but I don't see any mobility items. I also didn't see any heals, so the bandages will have to do. But that storm, it's going to start ticking for 2 as soon as it collapses down. So I hate to say it, but Bugha, I think this is going to be your last stand. You need to capitalize. Get as many eliminations as you possibly can, but honestly, that opponent down low, he's going to be boxing up, and if he gets eliminated by Storm, and Bugha doesn't get a shot onto him, he's not going to be able to get that elim. Luckily, this opponent pushes, and that's going to be an easy knock, and
I think you have to go for the inventory. You have to try to solidify that. Yeah, absolutely. You have to hope that something is going to be made available to you. Well, he's got possibly 2 inventories left, only 34 HP. Ultimately, being oh so careful, just above, holding on to those metal structures. Wrapping the wrist, being oh so careful. Player trying to take that high ground advantage. Of course, it's a soccer skin. All things considered. And it looks like that player, at least one gets eliminated, but the shotgun from the top side will take him down. A valiant effort, and of course the soccer skin's going to make himself feel a little bit inferior at that moment. Not often does Bugha or Clix feel that way, but in that moment, maybe just a tad. And now here is the chance. Here's the opportunity for the qualifier team to make what looked like a very insurmountable lead a real possibility. And Bugha does actually get 1 elimination. That great fall comes in, so that's only going to add toward the storylines. And speaking of storylines, there goes Corey. A big moment for Riot. A lot of work to do here.
yeah, this is going to be big in this situation. Riot literally has to put the team on the back. He knows this is his moment to shine. He wants to continue moving forward in the loser bracket. He's got to capitalize in this very moment. Player still shield down
Oh,
low.
no.
The full elim comes through. Reboot van just behind, though, and the storm doesn't move in for another 30 seconds. So potential to get his teammate back up is there over into Megga, but player popping some much-needed chug splashes, and this is so unfortunate, right? Because this player is just going to be hunkering up for the time being, and his controller is messing up, actually, unfortunately, and it just messes up, and the controller has issues, and Riot, unfortunately, is not going to be able to capitalize, and he goes down. The qualifier team is now out.
That's so unfortunate for them to go out that way. It was I'll be honest, though, it was a very difficult situation to get out of. Like I said, we'll never know if he was able to accomplish that or not, but to no avail. That situation, we were talking to his teammates, card was starting to dissipate. They were down in the game, and a lot of work still to be had. It would have been unbelievable to watch. And yeah, we look at that scoreboard, 43-29. I think percentages would have been low, but regardless, though, it would have been fun to have watched that kind of go down at the end. But still, though, a valiant effort coming in from the qualifier squad. That is a loss that you'll take, and you know, for them, they'll probably be a little bit sad, a little bit angry about it. But to no avail, you lost versus a super solid team and Clix and Bugha. That's a roster that is going to be talked about constantly as time goes on. These two teams are just super talented, and for the qualifiers, like I said, a massive GGs to them.
Massive GGs, and so many little moments that you could pick out there. But Bugha in the storm, I think, is the moment that I really want to highlight.
Yeah.
Because that was 3 more elims. They got them there, and that 3 elims allowed them to put just a little bit further ahead. It would have taken every single elim left on the map if they were going to indeed bring that back. So again, just having the presence of mind to go for that. You all called it out right there. Get the elims that you can, knowing that you're not going to be able to break the storm.
Yeah, and I was actually looking at it. So now with that win, right, they are going to move forward, and they're going to get to play Mario and Innocence, who have made a phenomenal run in losers bracket. So that is going to be a tough matchup, to say the least.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, right? We talked about the later stages of the losers bracket is only getting more intense, only more dicey as they start to try to make their way up the mountain. We're not toward the highest of levels yet, but we're definitely starting to make our way up. If you guys haven't got the opportunity to do so already, make sure to visit our friends G Fuel. You can feel free to visit their website, and while you're also there, check out some of their new flavors. And if you happen to add a few things to the cart, which we know you already will, you can feel free to use the code UMG for a 10% off discount. So make sure to do that in honor of Friday Fortnite. Get involved in as well. And in terms of G Fuel, you can feel free to maybe even tweet out some G Fuel. Tweet out your perspective right now. How are you watching Friday Fortnite? Let us know on the social game, and make sure to be using the hashtag Friday Fortnite, as we'll be taking a look at a few of those tweets, maybe even be calling out a few ones as well. But like I said, guys, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we return, some more awesome losers bracket matches. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 6, as we are live here from the UMG studio, primarily in the center of that losers bracket. Things are only getting more and more interesting as matchups are starting to heat up and players and teams are starting to progress through. Myself, Lando Sanders, along with Taylor Reflections, Noble, and 9 Whole Grains. Guys, like we said, we've seen some interesting matchups. Ones that are starting to kind of be more solidified. We're earning and learning some more results as time goes on. I'm stoked to find out who ends up making it in toward that grand final. A lot of rematches, maybe even some grudges, kind of knowing who exists on that winner's side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely have to say my mic is not on, and hopefully it'll get turned on shortly. As I just talked to the camera, nobody can hear me. But goalie, if you could turn my mic on, that would be good. Thank you. All right. So basically, with that being said, I do want to say though, semifinals coming our way. It's going to be an exciting one, to say the least. Quarters just ended, and we are about to move into losers finals. And I'm curious who is going to be that team that is going to be making it over to losers finals, to say the least. Because typical gamer and thieves still very much in it.
Yep, waiting in the wings. And I think this is probably the closest we have seen these winners finals and this level of losers finals this late in the bracket B. So I think for the first time, it's really difficult for me to pick who's going to get this victory right now, because again, we've seen all these different strategies work, and we've seen all sorts of teams win and have very close victories in some cases.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see like what kind of main implements of strategies will like kind of progress on through, because we've talked about, the slower strategies have kind of worked as of recently. The faster paced ones have kind of progressed on, in terms of the prior weeks as well. I'm overall just super excited and super interested to see exactly how those will kind of progress on and see which ones will be advancing. We've seen the slower pace kind of allow for, back-to-back grand final appearances to be found there for, in terms of Nate Hill. A few of our faster-paced teams, squads like Mongraal and Mitro, who actually did take down Dubs and Megga in the rematch, are still alive, so it looks as if this one should be fun. We talked about Clix and Bugha managed to narrowly get through the qualifier team in their last matchup, now facing off against the Fortnite Rat, good old Ghost Innocence. Just go by the gamer tag, might as well, It's this creator code, let's rock with it.
It is the Fortnite Rat, a.k.a. Mario, as well, as he tries to thread the needle. Did he connect with that? I know he had a... Okay, he's already got the player knocked.
Oof, okay.
I was like,
yeah, okay.
all right, did he knock the player through the gas pump? Come on, man. Now you're getting a little crazy with it, but definitely doing well. And it's going to be interesting, too, if Clix keeps performing like this, and Clix and Bugha do, in fact, move over to the finals to play against Nate Hill and HD. I don't know, little snipe action from Clix, little snipe action from Nate Hill could make things interesting.
Very fun to see. And speaking of a sniper battle right there, that one almost going the other way. And now this is not looking good for Clix here. And I don't see, is that Bugha off to the right side maybe?
Yeah, oh my gosh, it is. Bugha's here.
Just in time.
Tossing out the nade.
As long as he keeps him alive, that is going to be the most important part. He does have that med kit, plus he has a mini, so not the worst of situations, to say the least. Oh, grab him! No! In those situations, it's so frustrating, but honestly, that player applying pressure from the back anyways, he wasn't going to have an opportunity to get the res off, even if he would have made it. Let's be honest with ourselves, and now he's got to try and push out. Luckily, he's got 50 shield. He also has 100 health, so plenty to work with whenever it comes to this fight. And But that's I got to say, these players, they're trying to spam through his builds. Can't fire down, and that's an easy knock.
That's a phenomenal knock, that's for sure. Great work coming through from Bugha. Like we talked about, Clix still needs to be rebooted, which I'm sure has got to be a strategy considering how many players are still alive and using the walls like a shield. Wonderful moments in that up-close position there for Bugha. He was being sandwiched, and it looks as if he has taken down a majority of the enemies that were existing toward what is now his position north, moving forward and moving on, and venturing out of Salty Springs, which continues to be a mainframe, continues to be the topic of discussion behind how many players are over at that place, over at that POI. It's never going to be easy, but making the smart move, making the right move, I think, here for Bugha to try and separate himself, get toward a separate reboot van, and get his teammate underway. But during that time, that's going to allow right now for Innocence and the Fortnite Rat, a.k.a. Mario,
Yeah.
to go ahead and hop in the mix here.
I just want to remind everybody, by the way, Mario was playing $1,000 wagers last night, so I just want to bring that up once again. So this man knows his way around the sticks. And Innocence, almost down in bunker, at least on that third level of blue, comes through and able to get off a couple of players, and that's going to be 4 elims himself, as Bugha probably wished his teammate was up, because these elims would have been going his way, but now they're going to have the rotation and free reign over towards Fatal, and we know how trusty this rotation can be.
This has been the tried and true rotation for a lot of teams. It's either been Fatal or it's been Dusty at this phase of the game, and you see still plenty of elims left. See if we see a beacon go down there. Does not look like they've seen anybody just yet. But, you know, someone's going to be hiding out here, right? It looks like Innocence is moving up a little bit. I think a call-out just came. I see someone. They're going to converge on that. You know, it's never going to take them too long. One goes on one side. Fortnite Rat goes on the other side. Easy does it. So often, you know, they make it look so easy, but that's what good communication gets you. These pinces, these pincer attacks, these pinches, whatever you want to call them, they do not happen by accident.
Yeah, it's all through critical callouts, great timing. And there's another one. That's phenomenal work coming through from Mario just on the back lines and in a very high octane area we talk about, right? This is the hot zone for this game, Fatal Fields, as they're going to be finding extra good loot over at this position, enjoying their spoils for now as they've got 9 so far throughout this game. 5 right now for Clix and Bugha. We talked about, right, though, their issues up to this point kind of dropping early. And thankfully, Clix is back up in the mix. Not the greatest weapon inventory, but that, I'm sure, is only going to change as he's got a decent amount of mats. And as long as that guy has mats and traps, he's totally fine. He doesn't even need a weapon. Those are almost like his weapon.
Honestly, right? I mean, to be that good, to be able to just have some builds and traps and be able to decimate the competitors is truly something special these young guns can bring to the table. Bugha, though, calling out team coming. Shots fired. SMG getting the players shields off as he builds up, focuses attention to the players on the other side of the bridge, but a snipe comes through. Player one shot, doesn't matter. Player is able to capitalize, and now it's going to be up to Clix, who now has to go all out as another snipe whizzes past his head. That player is very weak just down below. He's going to go ahead and drop and avoids fall damage, too, by landing just on the edge of that bridge piece. And he'll be able to get through res Bugha and keep the team alive. Keep the dream alive to make it to Losers Finals.
Keep it alive quickly, too. And that's the real big part of this, right, is being able to get the revive here instead of having to find another reboot van. They'd already lost so much time, but if you took a look at the scores, they actually weren't down by that much, and all those are going to go that way for them instead. So take a look right over here on just beyond Dusty Divot. It's a natural rotation that is always we've seen. We said Fatal Fields has been one rotation point. Dusty Divot has been the other one that these teams have gone to. A little closer to pressure and not even letting fall damage have the chance. Getting him on the way down. Great job by Innocence there. And we have been blessed with a number of great and close sets so far. And right now, it's looking like this one's to be about the same. Depends on this rotation. Still plenty of elims, so I might be speaking a little too soon. But both teams have more or less pivoted onto the other sides of the circle, so they're both going to be playing that gatekeeper role just on separate parts of the map.
Absolutely so. Rotating around Megga, it seems.
Bro, their rotation is awful. Holy shit.
And you keep actually, wow, okay, so this is the first time we've heard another team talk about the enemy team's rotations. I've actually never heard any comments based on that, and Innocence clearly not a fan of the rotations of Clix and Bugha. And honestly, the rotation hasn't necessarily been that bad, and because they have been finding elims wherever they're at, but you hear the chaos coming through. Players have been found, and a rotation back again over towards Fatal is going down.
I just love hearing the communication that they're displaying, trying to give all these key details and how they want to try to aggress this fight, how they want to try to maybe steal a few of the rotation kills that Bugha and Clix could be finding here soon.
I am.
Innocence grazing himself through out the slipstreams. I think Mario's giving the call out saying, hey, I need you here quick. I need you here fast. There's gliders going about the map as they're only possessing a narrow 3-elimination lead. Still plenty of players to find, telling him to hold on, to stay confident, because here comes Innocence, controller in hand, and doing some work from the back lines. Great damage up to this point. It looks like they have taken down 2. Great work up close, but they know there are still more to come based off the callouts, based off the builds. There are still enemies around the area. A Bush, in fact, holds on to that high ground, but I know both of these players are not content with that. They quickly want to try to survey, get this one back up in their favor, and this is a controller, folks. This is what this guy does on a daily basis. Holding it down for Ghost Gaming, aware of the future, aware of what's about to partake. Places down the cone and the trap. Will it land? It looks as if it won't. And in the meantime, his teammate Mario is down and has been thirsted. A big moment for him to stay alive. We talk about the slow moment that it was for Clix and Bugha. They drop, and what a massive opportunity that was for Innocence and Mario to grab the advantage. And just as he tries to go for the reboot card, it will be the last thing he grabs for the day. And unfortunately, some BM coming in from the randoms out there. Clix and Bugha just got blessed.
That took me off guard. I could only imagine him. I had no idea that player was on the other side of that wall. To be camping a reboot card, that, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a smart player, right? We see that in other games such as Apex Legends. But when it comes to Fortnite, players genuinely do not camp the reboot cards, or at least in my experience whenever it comes to Friday Fortnite. So for that to happen is a random occurrence, or at least a rare occurrence in this format. What an unfortunate set of circumstances. And once again, Clix and Bugha have just been blessed by the Fortnite gods, and they have the remaining members on this map to take out and get that extra credit. They are now down to, or up to 18 eliminations. The snipe just misses. But with 18 more eliminations that they can get, you can be turning up, and that bolt, that trusty bolt, gets 109 shield up. That's going to break it, get them just down to white health, and 14-9 is the current score. But with that being said, Mario and Innocence off those rotations still have that lead. So game 2, despite the lead that Clix and Bugha probably most likely are going to have, it's not going to be that detrimental.
It's not going to be that detrimental, and now I think it's time for them to show that they can pull a Nate Hill, that they can play like them. 18 elims, can they put up 14 of them? Can they get 15 of them? Because when you do that, that starts to make it maybe a 10-point lead instead of that 5-point lead. And a 10-point lead, more than anything, forces the opponent to change the way that they want to play. It forces them off their comfort zone. It means they have to play at a high-octane level, which some teams aren't capable of doing. And I think that's going to be important. But yeah, Lena just pointed out, Clix down already. Can Bugha go clutch once again?
And he might just go ahead and decide to, depending on where he's out, which I think he might even be in the zone or be in the storm at this point based on the amount of HP that he's losing. So I think this is going to be pretty much a solo game throughout the rest of this one for Bugha, unless he wants to make the most heroic play of 2019, venturing forward and seeing all kinds of gliders entering in toward Fatal Fields, which also happens to be the hot zone for the game. Has that tack ready to go. Unfortunately, it's not the variant, the rarity that he would have chosen first, but regardless, though, has to make do with what he's got, and knowing the spotlight is on him and the deficit that his team currently faces, it's important for them to get somewhat of a well-established lead out of this game. I mean, Taylor, you were referencing it when both players were alive. It was like, okay, hey, sure, they're going to come out of this one with the lead. Now that Clix drops, that throws a totally different interval into this game in terms of Bugha would be happy just to even this game out at this point. Just making sure that they have a clean slate loading into the next match is going to be their goal. Any elim's a good one if you're Bugha. But knowing what has treated him also kindly in the past, his editing, his building skills, trying to gain as many resources as possible throughout what was a forest on the outskirts of Fatal.
But honestly, even if Bugha would have went back, never mind the res onto Clix, if he would have went back and got the reboot card, it wouldn't have been worth it to go and reboot. Why? Well, because Mario would have been rebooted, and then they would have been fighting Mario off for eliminations. So, and that current time, because Innocence was able to grab his card a little bit earlier, yeah, pretty much reboots were out of the question, I think, for the entirety of the game. So now Bugha is forced to go at it alone, but I will say he's a very consistent player, a solid player to say the least. And look at that shot from a distance, Deagle in hand. And Deagle is so deadly when it comes to those headshot accuracy. So if you can get a headshot with the Deagle, it is the most satisfying things, first of all, but it also takes off a massive amount of damage. And missing just over that guy's head, he's going to go in and go into the cornfield, but the inevitable is going to happen. He has to push forward, and Bugha, he's going to have a shot at him.
See him just waiting, testing, looking for the opportunity at a shot, just on the outskirts of the barn.
Right next to you, behind you.
And you hear the call, it's coming through. Hey, he's right just in front of you, manages to allow for the Deagle shot to do the damage. Sees it up with the assault rifle, and the fastest DPI in the land. He's making it look as if those shots have never been more solid. Nearly hitting the other one, as everybody on the outskirts of Fatal Fields wants to vacate this area as quick as they can. Take a trip, take a vacation over to Paradise. That would be their ideal spot, but Bugha is hot on their tracks. And there goes another enemy dropped and finalized, liquidating the rest of the lobby right now. Bugha is a one-man wrecking crew and looking toward future opportunities, even taking a few sniper shots out of the storm. That's the way that this lobby has to take out those final bosses, by catching him off guard.
See, right now they know over here it looks like one actually is running away instead of maybe trying to square up a shot. Now setting up a 1-by-1 here. And this is going to be the tricky part right here. Still down ever so slightly. I believe they're down by maybe 3 points, 2 points. So these are the big ones. There's still, you know, we've been talking, there's still 15 eliminations on this map, right? We've sometimes forget about that when there's only one up, but there is still plenty of elims left to be had if Bugha can make it work. Does have a couple traps here as well.
Wow.
And great work forcing one down and one shot, all that's needed there. Now, plenty of mats, plenty of shields, plenty of health, plenty of weapons. Suddenly, another 10 elims isn't looking too unlikely.
Plenty of confidence, I think, too.
Yeah, if nothing else.
Depending on, especially that last play broke down, places down the cone, and then just decides to make the slight little edit to make it go his way. As we discussed, quite a few eliminations still to be found, and only down by just one elimination. If he would hit that random Deagle shot, I'm leaving. It's official. I'm literally leaving the studio, and I'm going to visit Bugha and wear a T-shirt, wear a Sentinels jersey at the Fortnite World Cup. It would have happened. I would have actually liked that opportunity. But regardless, though, Bugha can still dazzle us, making his way up the mountaintop, much like he is right now in the losers bracket, and holding on toward his team's flag. Let's see if he can start to make some magic happen. And Taylor, this guy has been lighting it up all day. Let's see if he can do it again.
Oh, guy caught out on a hoverboard. Unfortunately, little shaky builds from his opponent. He might pay for that if Bugha sees fit. Whew. Nice edits to come through. He's going to go ahead and break it down. Not a bad play. Snipe, though, whizzing by. As I do hear some chug splashes coming through. And finally, the edit goes down. Can he get a solid shot on the fall? He cannot. The opponent builds up. And this is getting shaky for Bugha. He's so focused on this player, but sniper shots continue to whiz by. And it definitely would worry me, at least, as he finally breaks through. But this opponent is sweaty. He is moving down and continues to move away. And I got to say, this opponent knows how to move. And unfortunately, just down to 65 health. And even Bugha, you know, commented like, what am I playing here? Like, this is definitely a sweaty final circle. Lucky landing doesn't help. The fact that there's a lot of builds around. Luckily, we're going to be moving over into the grassland, maybe even desert area. But Bugha doesn't have the mats to deal with these kinds of opponents, right? He cannot continue or afford to do the Turtle Wars. He just doesn't have the mats to sustain himself. So it's going to be a tough situation. He has to get an elimination and quick and solidify some mats into his inventory. If he doesn't, this final is not going to go for him. He's not going to be able to get the victory royale, and we're going to go in pretty much tied.
That was really rough, too, because there was a chance at the start of that to really end that before that fight even started. Was sitting around 500 wood at the time, too. So missing those early shots very costly, not only not getting the elim, but taking, like you were saying, almost all the mats to do so. Now means that Bugha's really kind of caught up in this bad situation. Is going to get the chance to get the drop, if nothing else.
There's the trap, yeah. I'm so glad he didn't drop.
Definitely not. Would not have been the
I wonder why there was the
Greatest of
chance to do
positions.
that. How about that? I would have died there, everybody. How about that?
You just would have kept spamming your drum gunner SMG, just bursting down with the spam meta.
Place down the ramp, real quick. Been fine. You've been all good.
Yeah,
No
you think
worries.
So.
No problem inside whatsoever. That seems to be the way that Bugha's feeling right now. Just manages to narrowly get out of dodge and frustratingly loses one of the elimination possibilities that he could have found. But landing shots, unfortunately, the enemy is doing just the same. Trying to take a few of these minis, but only has the opportunity to grab one. Here the enemy is just above, knowing the zone. The Storm is about to move in. He's got to be careful. And as you mentioned, Taylor, no mats, but he might have just found a few. Yes, quite a bit, 500 to be exact. And tried to utilize that bounce pad. Enemies just in front of him. You hear constant shadow bombs being used, and so low on HP. Has to try to get out. Walls being placed, making pretty much a current tunnel for him.
This is where that World Cup practice comes through big, and this is where he's home, right? And he's going to be feeling good. Those mats definitely helped, but a player just up above. And it's going to be tough as Roof was placed down, so he's forced to maintain low ground. He's not going to be able to get ultimate high. So with that being said, shot up above, not a lot you can do. But man, what a final circle, to say the least. What a final ending. These players were solid, and there you go. Whenever it comes to this format, right, you never know who you're going to be running into. You might run into just the ultimate sweats who are ready to go into half and half and play it like a World Cup finish.
That looked like one.
It absolutely did, right? I mean, you saw players who were automatically taking that high ground. Players were
You heard shadow bombs toward the end, too.
You definitely did. Rotations were coming through. It was a tough situation. Not that, Bugha couldn't handle it. It's just, unfortunately, the mats weren't in his favor, and you're also potentially in a couple of 1v4 situations. It's just tough.
I feel like, depending on, I feel as if he deserved at least one elimination after all the work that he put in, constantly doing damage to the opponents. He, unfortunately, didn't really escape with anything in the end. It's just more of a factor that he's really good. But, I mean, hey, that's obviously a thing. But 14-13 coming into this one, in this game number 2, all things considered, hey, if you're Mario, if you're Innocence, no worries, right? We unfortunately started to drop a little bit early, but we established so much of a lead off the start because we saw Clix and Bugha also struggle in the early game. Both teams kind of, struggled, I guess you could say, and for the most part, a clean slate coming into game 2. I think both teams are going to be somewhat proud with this, all things considered.
I think they will too, and I think if nothing else, this shows you don't really have to change your game plan, right? Some very unfortunate sweats, as you called them, very strong opponents out there making life difficult for them, so I don't think either team needs to feel too bad about it. Clean up the execution in a couple spots and don't get taken out by people who are camping reboot cards.
That is a fact. That guy took me by surprise.
That was like literally out of a horror movie. That's like what every person who was watching that literally just felt like such a cringe about themselves. Like, oh my gosh, like that is the way that you drop, is trying to go for your teammate's reboot card. And the one time that you're not ready to place a ramp down or to even just be ready on the trigger was the one moment where you're pressing E or whatever your hotkey happens to be, and you're trying to, go for the reboot, obviously. So an unfortunate situation, one that could not be escaped out of. But like we said, a clean slate for the most part coming into this game. Just a 1 elim differential, as Mario and Innocence will be holding on to that one. And based on the matches that we've seen, based off the results, 1 elim actually means quite a bit. It's not just a random number for sure. It is a decent amount and somewhat of a positive, if you will, for Mario and Innocence coming into this game number 2. But somewhat of an interesting landing locations. These sky platforms seem to be a constant target for a number of different squadrons that are currently out there right now in Friday Fortnite. And it looks as if Clix and Bugha maybe just going toward the outskirts of Salty Springs, as it looks as if maybe somewhat of a split. So Clix going toward Grandma's house, Bugha on the outskirts of Megga Malls. So outskirts of both these locations are not too far away from each other, but that's not a spot that I've seen happen, actually, I think, in Friday Fortnite, to go toward those exact locations. Outskirts Megga, outskirts Salty, sure, but not toward those two places.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely interesting, to say the least, but I guess when you are getting deeper into this tournament, it makes sense to kind of shake things up a little bit, right? This is for a loser semifinal spot. And here we are. Stinks going through. That's going to force the rotation out straight into, hopefully, Mario down below, who's able to solidify one. Now, Innocence he's going to be looking for a couple of the others. Shield will be broken, as I do believe they are going to be talking about lag. And why? Well, because they are now going off host, so it's going to be kind of interesting to see, to say the least. But that being said, airstrike is going to be coming through. That's going to make them rotate out.
Bro, wait,
but
why
overall,
is it so delayed?
good communication coming through them. And I will
Watch out,
say,
airstrike.
though, not a bad opportunity to kind of get a couple of eliminations. Airstrike coming through. You hear the kind of chaotic call-outs coming out, but luckily everybody's alive.
I know you love the airstrike.
Yeah, the airstrike's interesting. I will say I am very happy the airstrike isn't as powerful as I thought it was going to be. Whenever I saw Epic was adding the airstrike, I was like, oh, no. Everybody was like, oh, no, here we go. We saw the clips, right? We saw Courage. We saw Tim the Tapman Ninja, all of them using it in creative mode, throwing out 100 out there. When you throw 100, yeah, it's crazy looking. But in reality, whenever you use them, it's not that crazy. I think in World Cup, hey, it might, be something, but like we talked about Landon a bit earlier, right? You want to choose shockwaves. You want to choose, your shadow bombs. You want to choose smokes. These are going to be the items that you want to prioritize, especially over an airstrike.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could toss it from time to time, but it's not really going to be the item of choice as the enemy clearly realizes that that's the case. Stink Bomb's tossed out, and Bugha pretty much has to distance himself. That's the thing that we discussed, right? Stink Bomb pretty much allows for you to constantly be taking damage. It pretty much allows for a constant worry, as maybe a trap had the idea for it. Unfortunately, they don't really have any of those things because of how early game this is. Keeping in mind this is the early game, they do earn the cozy campfire, a few of those shockwaves, and more importantly, those chug splashes. And these players, the one thing that they've been kind of struggling for throughout a lot of these games in terms of Bugha and Clix through a lot of their games is just HP. Like, they need to find the med kits. They need the overall shield, so that's going to be nice for them for right now. Clix, thankfully, does not have to really worry about that all that much because he's at full 200. Looking for some resources and looking for some more enemies that I'm sure are still around here in Salty. Multiple floors, all kinds of different choke points toward the bottom sides of these buildings. And still surveying that. However, on the other end, Mario and Innocence still up, still hanging on, and these guys, you can never count them out. We were discussing kind of coming into this, what do we really kind of expect as the easiest elim of the day comes through? But what can we really expect from those boys? And I think you were calling it out earlier, Taylor. These guys are looking so good. Mario and Innocence, very talented duo, managed to make it pretty far, and based on their run so far in the losers bracket, this is a very talented team. Looking out for them for weeks to come for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Mario, Innocence, very talented players to say the least. Their communication's been on point. And I got to say their rotations have been great too, because do not forget, right? Let's not forget that before Clix and Bugha were able to run the map in game number 1 between these two, they were in fact alive, but you see that Bugha is going to drop. This is a great opportunity now for Innocence and Mario. They cannot let this go to waste. They need to maintain their composure and continue to play the game that they know how to play, because mind you, they did have a minor lead going into game number 1 with just 1, but Clix, tough situation, 86 health, but luckily able to finish off the remaining player. And he can only hope there's no one else around. He's got to go and get Bugha's card, and he's got to capitalize in this moment. He has to go over towards the reboot van just outside of Long Barn and get the reboot. But first, he's got to deal with some straggling opponents.
Yeah, straggling. I believe there's 2 out there, maybe even 3. And fortunately has enough mats to make this interesting for a while, but that's going to be a long saunter over to get to that card. Stink Bombs going up there, forcing him to go even higher. See right now, what do you do here? Opting to build straight across in a bridge. Now coming back. This is so tight. Has to play this absolutely perfectly here. He knows that they're waiting and sort of distantly camping it, so that's exactly what he's going to need to do. One pick there. Needs that second one, another knock. That third one should be the last.
Nice. I love seeing stuff like it. Anytime that I see the floor edit down, plus the shot to solidify a kill, like I absolutely enjoy seeing that because it's just so clean, right? It looks so incredibly nice. Campfire off in the distance, and I think that's from one of the opponents that was just removed back to the lobby. But for the meantime, does he go back? And yes, he is. He's going to be using those shockwaves to go back towards that reboot van outside of Long Barn, and then he'll kind of rotate in. It's going to be just inside Storm, but he has plenty of time to get it, and they shouldn't get touched by Storm and continue their rotations through. But a great opportunity if you're on the side of Mario and Innocence. They haven't dropped, and because of that, they can continue to rotate freely.
And that's a big moment if you're Clix, right? Because we're talking about the situation of which, okay, Innocence and Mario, they're in a really good spot now because, of course, this is going to take them some time to do and try to reboot and to pretty much try to get them up to full strength and to do all these, outside things. The fact that he was able to find, what, 4 or 5 elims there was super huge for them. He obviously has 9 up to this point and still being contested. This is actually good for them, all things considered. As long as they can kind of keep their enemy, rather their teammates alive, they're going to be in a good position, but they want to be in the action. They want to constantly be seeing enemies. And while it may not be the most profitable right now for Bugha, Clix has made every single one of these opportunities count, and still a very sizable circle. One that they're going to be able to easily get involved with, but 45 seconds still as that one starts to move in. Still trying to pepper some players from afar. That heavy assault rifle has treated him oh so kindly. The reason why he's still alive right now is because of that very weapon, and here comes the rush. We heard the airstrike was inbound just a few moments ago, and I think the nades may be here soon as well.
Tough situation. The spam meta coming through. These opponents are hungry. Luckily finds a backdoor out and able to at least get a couple of shots onto these guys. But look how hungry they are. Combat shotguns galore, and shots are connecting on both ends. Unfortunately, this battle will have to happen in the storm. Luckily, not too far to run away. He's going to go ahead and break this build down. Smart plays on his part, as this player is going to be launching up, and he does have redeploys. But did Bugha connect enough, or excuse me, Clix? He did not. That player gets out just barely, to say the least, because all I saw was just constant 9 whites being taken off of him. But Innocence in a fight himself, and he's going to go ahead and win over this wall. Edits through, and luckily Mario's there too to be able to get a little clean up shots. But with that being said, both sides, a very competitive match we have here, and whoever wins this is definitely the team that deserved the spot in loser semifinals.
I would agree, and this is, on one side you have a team that has stayed alive, made all the rotations, and done everything the way you're supposed to. On the other side, you have Clix and Bugha, who are only in this game because people continue to rush them after one of them goes down. They continue to stay alive and get their elims that way, and it's just remarkable the composure needed to do that. Well, on the other side, you can't really even say that Mario and Innocence have done anything wrong. They've played the game the way you're supposed to play it, stay up, gear up, make the rotations. I know this score is very close right now, as you said. Both teams in the double digits, and there was only 1 point separating them to begin with. So now what might be the final rotation or somewhere along that line is going to be very, very crucial.
We'll see if that can start to translate a little bit. Like we said, off the rotation, looking to try to accomplish maybe some tasks over at Neo Tilted. You hear the communication coming through from Mario saying, I think someone may be behind me, noticing he places some metal maybe to absorb a few of the shots that inevitably could be coming at any moment. Do hear a few shots start to be inbound, and those most likely are breaking down in Neo Tilted. Innocence already is off toward the races, maybe even thinking of somewhat of a split. Obviously utilizing those slipstreams as Mario's calling out, I'm going to be a little bit late, but I'm going to be there regardless. As a good friend would be, at least shows up.
Better late than never, Landon. That's the best way to be. But one player just hopping over to the other slipstream. Actually, I think that might even be 2. Mario, good shots, at least off the initial, was able to knock off 36 health. And you notice Clix, Bugha are going to be up there ready to pounce on that weak player. And it definitely hurts, right? Because
thanks so much.
And they did, right? Yeah, he got him literally down to 1 shot. Just wasn't able to take him out in the end. And unfortunately goes into the hands of Bugha, who I got to say is kitted up very well. Probably would want a little bit more shields, but with that being said, we're now down to a total of 13 more eliminations for both teams to get.
A lot of work to be done. Bugha, Clix, they're feeling good at this moment, all things considered, knowing the advantages that could be inbound here soon. And that last fry that they take, right, that was a lot of work that Mario put in, right? He pretty much rushed this guy out. He seeked him out off the rotation coming in from Neo Tilted. He followed up on it, and nothing gets accomplished, right? That's a very valuable time that pretty much ultimately goes the way of the opponent. You pretty much just peppered. You allowed for their lives to be easier. We talked about maybe 1 more, maybe 2 more shots land from that Scar, and things were absolutely different. But off the start of a rush, here comes Bugha. Saying that he is the best player in the game, and now it's time to prove it. There's 2. There's about to be the 3rd. Good night to John Wick. Good night to John Wick, and good night to everybody else. Thank you for all of the inventory space. I appreciate it kindly. Taking a new residency up toward this area. And my word, making a ton of progress, loses some HP toward the top lines, but to no avail. A good moment right now for these boys. A great situation here for them as well. But keep in mind, just on their heels happens to be Mario.
Yeah, Mario's coming up quick, and Mario wants revenge because he had a player, he had damaged quite a bit just on the outside of Neo Tilted. Going to the hands of Bugha, but man, this man is not stopping. Tries to go for the quick scope. Unfortunately, he needs to reload before he's able to do that. Calls out the Black Knight just up ahead. And he's going to go ahead and spam some shots as his team is going to be, or his teammate is going to be pushing up himself. One player just down below. Nice edit to break through. And that's going to be one more knock in his hands. Innocence now pushing up as well. And he's going to manage to at least get one himself. Or excuse me, Mario is. So now we're just down to the remaining 3 players. It's definitely coming down to the wire. Luckily, able to pick up a legendary combat. And a lot of distance to cover, it seems. But this is an open area, and an area to where you can kind of see some plays going through. His Innocence unfortunately dies, and I think that's it. You hear the screams coming through, and I think that means it's mathematically impossible as Bugha and Clix move forward to the semifinals. And what a flex right from Bugha to come through, say he's the best player in the game, do a 360, and come through with this combat and finish off a squad of 3. I mean, honestly, what is the biggest flex ever? That is the biggest flex I've seen whenever it comes to at least Friday Fortnite. To say that and then kill off 3 enemies? Come on.
Yeah, he called it. He called the shot like a Larry Bird three-pointer, right? He's like, hey, I already got it.
Larry
No problems,
Bird.
no word, or rather, nothing really else to say. No more descriptions. It was about time to show it, and he absolutely did. A phenomenal performance coming in from these guys, and as you mentioned, Taylor, a progression now on toward the losers semifinals. I cannot wait to see these guys as time goes on because they're starting to catch some momentum. While they've had a few slow moments, whenever they go off, it is so scary. And like I said, in situations like that, they're calling out saying, yep, we got this one. They're screaming. They're confident. And my word, I worry for anyone else who has to face off against these guys because it's not going to be fun.
Look at these builds. This is the most stylish and technical victory lap I've ever seen.
What is Bugha's DPI? Like, have you guys been like, he'll jump and he'll literally do like a full 360 before he lands. And like, that's, I have no idea what that's got to be. I don't even know. I'm trying to call out a certain number, but I have no idea what it is.
Well, there's a site that keeps track of all of it that you can actually go to.
Right.
I know if you probably went to a stream and you were to like, I don't know, Google settings, like, or excuse me, exclamation point settings, it'd probably pop up. I'm curious myself to find out.
I have no idea.
But I got it, man. Some of these young kids just like, look at this. I'm the best in the game, and then finishes off 3 players without getting shot, by the way. And then, mind you, went on a tear after that and finished off like 4 more.
People didn't even know what hit him.
No,
I'm not even sure they shot at him. They were just so stunned by the fact came flying in, and you know, I'm not really sure that knowing that he was coming would have helped much. But
honestly.
Great work. Moving on now to the winners semifinals. That means we are down for our final 4 teams. And look who didn't make it. Ninja and Sway being taken out by Kamo and Aqua.
Yeah, definitely so. Kamo, obviously a solid player whenever it comes to Fortnite, as well as Aqua, double qualify for World Cup. So, I mean, a very storied team to say the least. But, yeah, Clix and Bugha versus Kamo and Aqua is going to be a tough one to say the least, but it's going to be even tougher in losers finals. TG and Thieves. The face-off against them, the monster team, and then, of course, the final boss, Nate Hill and HD.
Yeah, and I know we haven't got to watch too much of Kamo and Aqua, too much in terms of their game plan and how they play. But Clix and Bugha, very similar toward a squad of like Dubs and Megga or a Mongraal and Mitro in terms of they want to play aggressive. They're constantly rotating, and while they don't necessarily go toward Neo Tilted all the time, regardless of whatever location they go toward, it is all-out aggression, super, kind of fast-paced play style. And that has kind of been the one thing that has allowed for so many of these first-place finishes. Mongraal and Mitro. We even go back toward the NRG boys whenever they end up winning their championship. I mean, whenever these teams have won, or majority of the teams that have won have been based off of this fast-paced play style. And so I'm curious if that trend will continue versus a squad like TG and Thieves, and then finally versus a squad like Nate Hill and HD, or whether or not these will, kind of continue to fall out the way that they have been. So it's going to be interesting for sure, and I cannot wait to see exactly how the rest of these games start to partake. But feel free, guys, if you haven't done so already, let us know your thoughts on social media in terms of these games. How have things been turning out for you, and who is your current favorite to win it all? And don't be like a Taylor. No offense, Taylor. Taylor. Don't be
come
like a
on.
Taylor and pick, a number of different sleeper teams. Be real. Who was your sleeper squad coming into this? Feel free. Like I said, you can gloat a little bit. We have no problems with that here at the studio. We're all about gloating from time to time. But hey, more gloating possibly to come. Our players are feeling like it, and even some of our analysts are as well. But guys, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we return, it is time for some more Losers Bracket games. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 6. As we're hopping toward another Losers Bracket game. Losers semifinals, to be exact. Winner of this game faces off against TG and Thieves in Losers finals. It's about to be an exciting and hype one. All kinds of emotions are running ravenous, including my very loud introduction. But I'm excited. I'm hyped for this one, like we said myself. Lano Sanders, Reflections, 9-Hole Grains. Guys, how are we feeling coming into this game, all things considered, knowing how Clix and Bugha have been playing?
Feeling solid, but worried about Kamo and Aqua, right? The fact that they're outside of Pleasant Park, an area that we are not too fond of whenever it comes to watching Friday Fortnite, simply because the engagements are just very rocky and shaky. Last week, we had a lot of players heading over towards Pleasant Park. This week, we haven't seen a single soul other than the players coming over here because it was the natural rotation, but seems as if they're very comfortable with this, and that's exactly what they want to go through with. But we have watched Clix and Bugha make such a great run because 9, they ended up, they were eliminated first round, right? So they've been making a great loser bracket run.
They were indeed. This is right up there with Mongraal and Mitro's run back in week 3 when they went from losers round 1 all the way up through the bracket reset and taking the whole thing. And this match, I think, is giving me some flashbacks to that. This is going to be the first time that we've seen 2 really quick teams. This should be a fight fire with fire type of match. These are always fun to see. We've been talking about the actions per frame, seemingly, with some of these players. At least actions per minute, actions per second. But right now, it's just going to be a matter of them getting kitted up, make the rotations you see coming up here as high as they can, just to get some eyes. And don't usually get people that far north here acting out. But we already see some interactions going on. It's Bugha picking right up where he left off.
Definitely so, doing some damage just down below as it will in fact be Clix getting up close and personal, but taking a lot of damage. I do believe that was from a combat shotgun, so something to definitely watch out for, at least a drum shotgun, as a much needed loot coming through, and he will be kitted up fairly well. You know, you're noticing the health is a little bit low on both sides, or at least a white health, but they should be okay. There's going to be some ice cream cones down below that they'll be able to take, and minis as well. So they'll be doing well as they will push out over towards houses of Megga, and hopefully that's going to prove to be fruitful for themselves. But over to Block, an area that I've actually become very fond of as of recently. There's a lot of ammo crates around. You also have the golden chest, which usually gets you at least 1 guaranteed gold item, plenty of chests and plenty of hills. And on top of that, you will always find at least 1 or 2 squads that go here.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? I mean, depending on the block, that obviously always kind of throws a wrench maybe into the setups in terms of a negative, but a lot of times there's a decent amount of chests that kind of exist here, quite a few squads, as you mentioned, that want to try to investigate, maybe kind of see the new location, what it's looking like, how many chests are spawning there. I know that's even been a strategy for a number of different teams, even when it comes down to regular competitive play, in terms of how many chests are here, where are they spawning at, is it good for us to kind of go toward the top side of the map? So not too much of a surprise in terms of regular competitive, but for Friday Fortnite, it's not the most typical thing, I guess you could say. But I've been liking what we've been kind of laid witness to as of recent. Kamo Aqua could be working out well for them, but we know on the other side how fast these players like to rotate. Clix and Bugha starting to do it right now, 5 already toward their name, and that's not something they're feeling good about. They want to keep going. They want to try to aggress even more, and it looks as if Clix leading the way, making their way potentially here toward the divot.
Divot makes sense. And, you know, this is interesting. These rotations are going to be very, very different between the two of them because, like you said, rotating towards divot, but up still here at the block, if they're going to make a rotation, you would think it's either going to be to Lazy Lagoon, maybe down to Loot Lake. And I think they have to hurry when they're coming down here because you can understand after going to divot, should they clear this out cleanly, either Salty or Loot would be a pretty natural progression for Clix and Aqua. So I think whatever Kamo and Aqua are doing up at the top, they need to move down pretty quickly because, as you said, Clix doesn't take too long whenever he goes on these fights.
Yeah.
Typically, this team doesn't do anything slowly. Let's just say that.
Oh, the bush. He tried to just camp out on the edge of the mount. I haven't seen that strategy.
I had to
since
res my
season 2.
teammates. I had to do everything I could. Was not enough.
Wow, bringing it back. I like it. What is this, classic mode?
I love how he paused. It was just like, I've been engaged upon. Don't worry about it. Nothing to be worried about whatsoever. Slow-paced,
no.
fast-paced, Clix. Too
Doesn't
good.
matter.
Too good.
That's funny.
He asked if he enjoyed the campfire, and he said, no, you're not invited. You're not invited to our party. It's a cozy time for only us. No one else is invited. Maybe even decides to go ahead and take the hoverboard for a little bit of a ride, but no. They're going to go and venture out, try to see if anybody happens to be toward the outskirts. I think there might have been some builds behind them, possibly, or maybe my eyes deceive me. Always a possibility. Regardless, though, Kamo in the midst of maybe what was previously a fight. I think they did end up taking down a few, handing off some of the meds as well, some of the shields. Is Aqua going to get up to at least 50 shield overall with those 2 minis that he'll be grabbing? But we've seen quite a few players actually get found out toward Loot Lake. That seems to be a very profitable rotation. And when this was kind of initially added, and this is when we were doing the Sunday Showdown, highlighting a lot of the amateur players kind of throughout the Fortnite scene, Loot Lake was kind of brought up in terms of, should it be viable? Is it a good option? And over time, this is constantly, I think for me, one of the most crucial mid-game rotations that you can make. There's always teams around this position, especially in terms of, squads that kind of relate as, for me at least, like Neo Tilted is kind of the center point of the map. Like regardless of the way that you really think about what is the actual center point, most players the average player normally likes to gravitate toward that particular position. And the way that a lot of players get there is by going toward Loot Lake first, not wanting to cross over that massive kind of quarry that you have to worry about, that massive cliffside. Going toward Loot Lake is a lot easier. And that may be a rotation that could be working out for the other side. But in terms of Clix, in terms of Bugha, they're hitting all shots right now outside of Salty Springs.
Ooh, absolutely going for it right in with the drum gun. Player distracted, but the 3P opportunity to pick up both is going to be Clix, but a player is going to drop. That's Aqua, and a great opportunity for Clix and Bugha to take a nice size lead, especially with Kamo's shield has currently been removed. Clix having no problems with this player trapped down below. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. He gets dropped, and plenty of mats and ammo going his way as Kamo is going to go ahead and heal up himself, but Aqua is, in fact, it looks as if he's going to be rezzed currently, I do believe, or maybe not, but tough situations all around. And mind you guys, this is, in fact, a losers semifinals. Winner moves on to play typical gamer and thieves in losers finals for that opportunity for grands. A lot riding on the lines, and luckily Kamo is going to be the savior. Aqua picked up, bandages thrown out, and Kamo, he's going to be that Overwatch, just looking to see if anybody else is going to push.
They're not in a bad spot in the rotation either. You can see, I imagine the reason that they were in such a bad spot is because they were engaged in a fight, playing the gatekeeper role up by Loot Lake, making it all the scarier to be at. Desperation does that. You see, this is just so standard. This is so run-of-the-mill that it's remarkable. You have to appreciate the greatness when you see it, even when it seems to happen every 30 or so seconds. But I do think that both of the teams are in a good enough position that they'll probably be able to catch some people, and indeed, one flying around in the baller there. It's amazing what you see players do in these lobbies, but we'll see right now. In a pretty strong position are Clix and Bugha. I do believe they're reasonably well kitted up. You can see the shields up there at the top, certainly more so than Kamo and Aqua. I think they're going to use this advantage to push forward, maybe towards... They were in Mega Mall earlier, so I'm wondering if they're going to opt to sit down here and just wait for people to come in from the airship and fields, or if they're going to opt to be a little more aggressive.
I think aggression is what they're known for, right? At least Kamo on that side. Aqua probably can match his aggression. They made it this far, right, by playing incredibly well. Clix, though, he's going to be kind of pinned up for the time being. Bugha as well. They do have that mobility. I think 2 launch pads in the hand of Clix as a drop comes through. The snipe onto Bugha. And it shouldn't be too terrible given the fact that how far away those players are. But I will say they have mobility with that slipstream. And whenever it comes to pub matches, as soon as a knock comes through, the team is pushing.
That's a good point, right? That's something that they've got to have in their minds, like we discussed, rotations, elims, zone, everything. In the back of these players' minds at the moment, a lot of decision-making, a lot of crucial moments. That's going to decide how this first half goes. And nice shots from range from Clix. Immediately focusing his attention toward that baller, which is desperately trying to get out of dodge. And thankfully will have the opportunity to mask itself alongside the structures that exist toward the outskirts of Salty Springs, but still hitting shots even with the zone being in frame. A few ballers call-outs being given. Clix saying, hey, there's 2 ballers. There's players maybe even trying to go for a potential revive opportunity just inside of the bush, but you've been found out, good sir, Clix. Easy Elam, great work, and another player falling outside of a bush as desperately trying to make their way inside of that zone, and they've got plenty, and I mean plenty of those bounce pads. He just utilized 1. He's got 3 more. On the other end, though, it's about traps. This is the slots that they're using, the ones that they're starting to succeed with. However, Aqua, a potential opportunity for him to get taken down again, and yes, he has fallen. It's going to be Kamo who needs to go big from the backside.
Ooh, Aqua once again getting dropped. Kamo has managed to clutch up in the past.
Oh my god.
Maybe he could do that in this case, but down to 36 health and decreasing because the storm is on him. Luckily, Launchpad in hand, but no bandages for white health as he's going to drop. And now Clix Bugha in this position can capitalize for extra credit to move forward. Look at Clix, 16 eliminations. Are you kidding me? He is playing out of his mind. It is impressive if a team as a duo goes into game 2 with 16 elims, let alone an individual having 16 elims. And you know, Bugha has had a couple himself. So, man, impressive stuff coming out. Use that launch pad. Get out of dodge of the storm and start to focus your attention on the last remaining 11 players. And we're going to have a split between the two, and a launch pad goes through. This player's doing everything in his power to get away, and I don't blame him. But quickly on the pursuit is going to be Clix, and how he plays this next moment is going to be critical. It's going to set him up for either.
Oh, he feels good. You can see it. He just feels overly confident, and
no.
unfortunately, confidence sometimes can be an outlier.
Luckily, Bugha's there, though.
Bugha's going to be here for the save. Like we said, this is a great opportunity for him to try to make a highlight moment, and I think, yeah, good situation for the opponent, as I think that, yeah, they utilized that nade to pretty much distance themselves into the slipstream. So good situation for them. Kind of works out for both parties, if you will, but you hear those steps. Structure's being destroyed. I think there was a shotgun that we also just heard get triggered as well. Bugha being the first scout, tossing off the minis, trying to get them up in the best way they can. I think Clix maybe saying, I might try to go for the bait. I'll try to lead here. Here comes the bait. Trap actually gets utilized. Calling out that he's in there, but nice trade. It actually works out. However, here comes the zone.
Yeah.
Here comes the storm.
I have a launch pad.
Okay,
calling out, yeah.
Couple of bandages too, but that storm is going to hurt. Luckily, though, with the launch pad, they'll be able to outrun that storm, so they should be okay.
Let's go.
And there we go. Yeah, and then now
They can take the slipstream,
they'll just hop in
exactly.
the slipstream. They'll be okay. So a solid play to keep your teammate up. Yeah, it has a little bit of a range. It definitely grabs onto you, but look at that lead. And Clix has been the main factor for this. But don't forget, Bugha had 8 eliminations himself, and that is incredibly impressive to say the least. 24-10 against a team such as Kamo and Aqua. That's impressive any day of the week.
It is, and now they're going to be able to just sit back here. I don't think anybody followed them here. Certainly don't hear any shots, so they're going to get kitted up again. And if that isn't scary, you finally have a team this dangerous on the ropes. They get away, healed back up, see some legendary weapons, some epic weapons, and now 11 more. I think they're going to get to 30 this game. A 20-point lead. I'm not sure that even Kamo and Aqua can make that much up.
Yeah, that's not going to be an easy feat, that's for sure. Because I'm sure they're already at the blueprint right now, already at the whiteboard, trying to drop some type of configuration, some math problem, some equation of how to take down this dynamic duo that has looked so good as of recently. Their technical skill in combination with their rotations and just their all-out aggressiveness has been a marvel. They do have, you know, a few issues along the way, but it's not really that big of a deal.
So they say, I don't know if you guys know about the in-game events, but the robot is going to come alive over in Pressure Plant. That robot they just passed apparently is going to be the robot that is going to win the fight overall. You guys don't know that's one of the original robots that's been there since like season 2.
Yeah.
So pretty
It's
interesting.
finally moving. Look
Fun
at that.
facts. Just as interesting as Westworld with the chairs that continue to get added to that one building. There's like they add like a couple of chairs every season. Back onto the action. Clix though taking over the high ground on this player, and you call him saying, I have heights, the player just down below is going to get knocked and fully eliminated. Stinks are going to come through. That's going to force a rotation, but directly into the action, and the hype coming through from Clix as Bugha comes through and finishes off the last player from that squad.
They sound like they're playing tennis. I love to see this, man. This is great. Just after every single shot, they're just giving out a quick little scream, a quick little yell. Love to hear it. These guys are feeling good, and that's the thing, right? When it comes down to tennis, they're fighting for Wimbledon. They're fighting for the Wimbledon Cup, and here they're fighting for their own cup, right? They've only got a few more days before they're fighting for the Fortnite one.
What? Rip Nip TV for $100. Not only is he playing it out for a portion of the $10,000, first place, what, $6,000? He is also just getting $100 for him.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna steal all these.
Yeah, I would too. I'd be hyped up after that, right? He comes through, picks up a lot. But just, I'm just a little bit sad because this time he didn't say I'm the best player in the world, 360, and then do that.
This is Wimbledon, and they're playing tennis. Clix and Bugha, certainly Novak Djokovic in this one. Novak Djokovic, can we?
There you go.
I'll work on that one.
That was close. I appreciated that attempt.
Well,
It's not even easy to say.
I'll go back to the workshop and come up with a better one. Only one player left, so I probably won't have a long time to do so. Now, where is the hide-and-seek champion at?
Yeah, that's always the question, right? As he might be in the tower. Just crank 90s, bro.
Are they both doing this right now? Or are they both just trying to build as high as they can?
They are. You can look at the other arrow on the top right. Oh, wait, maybe.
Nah, Bugha's
Oh, no, Bugha's just, okay. I thought for a moment, I was totally convinced that by the way that Bugha was turning it must be the 12,000 DPI that he happens to be playing on, because it was just a quick little 360 that he was making as well. So Bugha on low ground, Clix at the highest of heights, floor 912.
Oh my gosh, he's really up there. It's actually funny.
It took him like 3 seconds to do so.
Clix is
he even put up a bounce pad just to be safe. You know what?
It's funny. Clix is like known for his 90s. Like that's genuine. Like his mechanics is insane for it. And I know there was a moment during the Trio Cup where I think it was Sway or Tifu that was like, "Bro, just crank 90s," and he knew it was his moment. He just turned into an animal, pure focus, and he just cranked 90s all the way up. And then he looks up to his left, and Sway is like 10 floors above him, and he's like, what? So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a funny moment to say the least.
There he is.
There he is right there, man. Kill him. Lock it down. Oh, he really is there. Oh, I was looking at a blade of grass. I thought he wasn't there.
He didn't even toy
Oh, he's going for the trap.
He didn't even toy with him.
31 kills.
31. 31 to 10. Are you kidding me? I'd be pumped up too. Shoot. Hey, get him off screen. Hey, go to replay.
The children, what is going on today?
What is going on with Friday Fortnite today?
No filter. My word.
My good. Come on. Hey.
This is a children's show, folks. It's a children's show. I don't know what's going on here. My goodness.
It's rated G. For general.
For Gorsh.
For Gorsh.
For Gorsh. What is this? Goofy.
Gorsh, they did well.
Oh no. What is that? What's the Disney movie with Goofy?
Extremely Goofy movie.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, extremely goofy movie.
There's more than one, but I'm assuming that's the one you're going for.
Listen, I have proved my knowledge when it comes to movies a little bit earlier, talking about Infinity War. So
yeah, there are multiple ones apparently that are coming.
Stop! We're over it. All
right.
right.
So speaking of multiple, 10 times 3 is 30. That still would be not enough to catch up with Clix and Bugha. 31 points. Is that the highest total? It's certainly the highest total today.
For one game?
For one game.
Absolutely.
Is that the highest in Friday
it's gotta
Fortnite?
Be, sure.
No.
I know all time.
Sway had 28 that one time alone, right?
Yeah, not all for Fortnite or Friday Fortnite, but I definitely because you got to remember. Well, I do remember whenever the farming was involved. Well, that was Sunday Shonen, excuse me, but at least for Friday Fortnite, I don't think 31's the highest, but. No, because we had a record once set on Friday Fortnite. Actually, we had a squad record set, and I forget who was involved. I always ask this question to you.
Well,
and I know
like this would be a duo. We had a squad.
Oh, it was a squad record.
Right, because it was Nick28T, One Shot Girl, Tifu, and Cloaksy.
And they all set the.
It was like 43 in one game. All 4 of them combined.
And 2 got 31.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, that was 41 right there. So that was almost that record.
That is true, actually.
Well, that was an old record though, which isn't. I mean,
but it was almost.
I get it. Yeah, I'm not trying to take away from it. I'm just saying.
All I gotta say,
It's
Nine,
impressive
I'm not
nonetheless.
You asked some tough questions that I can't answer.
Well, you know, I'm sorry. I'll try not to.
Okay,
Just
fair
for
enough.
future.
That's all I
Fair
can say. I'll try not to, but
As we were discussing what Goofy movie, we were trying to label out basic arithmetic, of which I still struggle with myself. Regardless, though, Kamo and Aqua looked at that same fraction and that same math problem and are thinking, okay, how do we try to come about this? How do we try and tackle this big issue that is clearly an outlier right now? And it looks as if they have decided their fractions equaled out to going toward Paradise Palms. And already off the start of this one, trying to make some work happen. Takes down 2 off the start, which is going to be somewhat nice. That's only one of many more that need to be coming throughout the initial of this phase. And as he kind of takes a quick little gainer throughout Paradise Palms, not really seeing all that many players, probably as many as they would like. But hey, you vacate Paradise, you find some players, and you start to move on.
go ahead.
Players locked just down below as he's going to go ahead and scout the horizon. But one thing I do notice, they're sticking together, and a split right here would definitely be beneficial. But honestly, I think a split, I've kind of been putting some thought into this, and I see, oh my goodness, as he gets totally melted, and he jumps to the side of his wall that was protecting him. But it's all well. That ends well. 2 chug splashes in his inventory as he'll continue to maintain high ground. The last stand at the Alamo as he continues to rain down shots below.
That player just went a little bit of a height differential there.
Just a little bit. But, you know, you talked about,
Come on.
this is going to be, I think, 6, 7, somewhere in that range in terms of elims that they should be able to get here. So this was a pretty good drop. They're going to be reasonably well kitted out, provided they get through this cleanly. They're certainly going to have the mats, and they're going to have the pick of where they want to rotate. So this might have been the right play. The question is it too little too late? Did you see another one maybe coming in? Shield gone. Chase is on as well, hiding behind the bushes. The bushes have not been a good place for players tonight. People hiding as bushes, people hiding in bushes, people hiding behind bushes. Meaning the same Grizzly and the Hedge Clippers, we will call our player pool.
Ooh, and the Hedge Clippers
Wow.
are coming out. Aqua getting tagged up a little bit, but good recovery to get some eliminations in his hands. And now this is what I was talking about. Off the start, I think sticking together is extremely critical. Why? Because, you know, whenever it comes to the start, you never know if you're going to get a weapon. You never know if your teammate is going to go down and drop early on, right? So sticking together is crucial, at least off the break. But I think a split, especially mid-game, is going to be critical to do. And to cover this deficit, we're going to need Aqua and Kamo to split and go their own ways. They both can handle themselves. Because look at Clix and Bugha over here in Salty. Despite being off-host, they are not stopping. And already 4 for Clix.
And I'll be honest, too, Clix and Bugha put on a crazy performance in that last game. A lot of it was off the back of the fact that no one else was alive, right? They were the only 2 up at that moment. I'll be totally honest, if they find maybe 10, 12 eliminations in this entire game
Absolutely.
and don't drop, I think they win. Like, legitimately. They find 10, and I'm thinking it's looking very unlikely for the opponents. And like I said, I'm not trying to count out early and say, oh, there's no way that Kamo Aqua can happen or make this happen. But we were giving a huge credit to the point that Clix and Bugha pulled off 31, along with the fact that the enemy wasn't on the map at the time. To say that they have to overtake 30+, along with the enemy still being on the map, I think would be probably and nearly impossible. So I'm thinking if they get 10, if not 10 to 12, I think this game is pretty much over. So for them, I'm playing it careful. I'm playing my life. Like I said, I know for them that's not the typical play style that they like to rock with, but they're sitting pretty right now. As long as they're alive, I think that's going to be the biggest issue that Kamo and Aqua are going to have to face off against, is the fact that the enemy is still roaming around the map and is always a constant threat.
Yeah, I agree. Even if you don't win game 2, right? As long as you just keep them at bay, that's the way to go about it. With such a lead, you really can't go wrong.
No, and this is kind of frustrating for Kamo and Aqua. Look at their early game. They're at 11, maybe even 12. I didn't get a final count there. In the early game from just basically the first location they were at and then the natural rotation. Like, this is looking great for them. Look, 13 with 39 eliminations still possibly left on the map. And this has to be so frustrating, right? They might put up a 30 bomb themselves, but as long as Clix and Bugha stay up, it's not really going to matter, as you guys were saying there. But they are making it interesting. I will say that.
And honestly, 12 was within striking distance, Landon. If I'm correct, right? Just 12 elims between the 2, Kamo and Aqua. If they can cover 12, potentially tie this up, it's not too bad.
I mean, even if they get 12, though,
Well, that's true.
that's
but
probably not going to be enough still.
I agree, but you got to be thinking, like, if I am Bugha and Clix, we still have to be playing our lives appropriately. Just
Oh,
get a
yeah,
pick here and there.
absolutely.
We can't be
100%.
aggro like we were doing before.
Oh, no, that's 100% what I agree with as well. All my thing was is that, hey, you walk with 10, 12 eliminations,
Sure.
considering the lead that you came into this
Right.
one with, as long as you stay alive toward the end game, you're good. Like, I legitimately think that you were 100% good. Now, it's still going to put the tracker on Kamo and Aqua, but you look at this, Clix lower in HP, Bugha is still pretty well off, but if Clix goes down, then we start to have those conversations in terms of, is this one actually a real possibility? Because it's awesome to watch these players really start to grind it out, but, you know, we're not trying to blow smoke. We're trying to be realistic here. So they still have a lot of work to do, but they're really relying on Clix, not really earning a whole lot of that HP back. And unfortunately for them, he takes a med kit. He's back up in the HP game, and he and Bugha are still roaming. But the fact that this is even capable of happening for Kamo and for Aqua is super, super impressive. And to watch teams that are really on the edge, to really see them kind of play their very best Fortnite when the pressure is on, it is a marvel because we get to watch them at their very best. And I think this may be them at their very best right now, not stopping and continuing to hunt down players in the midst of corn stalks, in the midst of even just running around. They are lighting everybody up in sight.
I don't think they've let a single one escape. I think they've gotten every elim of every player they've seen on the map. This is unreal.
Yeah, you have to. You have to, especially at this level. Despite having a lead, you know you have to capitalize on every moment that you have. And Bugha and Clix are going to be over at Lazy Lagoon, an area that can be a little bit chaotic when it comes to a fight. And I believe they just continue to follow this player as he uses the geyser to try and just get away momentarily. And they'll just hang out for the time being. Luckily, this player is going to wrap back around, and shots are going to be fired. Player is white, and he goes down. The full elim is going to come through, and that's much needed now to bring it up to 2 as an airstrike will be called in. Rotation is going to happen as Clix down low. He's going to find an elimination himself. Still players remain at this location, though.
They need 11 this game or in total?
Yeah, this game.
And you hear him talking, right? They still need 11 elims. That's Kamo and Aqua to make this comeback possible.
They have 19.
That's fine. That's fine.
And you hear him talking, right? That's fine. We're still doing well, but what, 25 total engagements still remaining, so you need just a little over, or at least a little less than half the lobby now if you're on the side of Kamo and Aqua to make this comeback.
You are, and they're going to get the chance to rotate wherever they want. It looks like they're choosing Neo, or at least, actually, it looks like they're going for the split here, so I believe the call was made. One over to just outside of Dusty, the other one coming over looking to Neo, and actually got that one miraculously. I think they're rotating over to make this a more even fight, but that's going to be another elim. If they clean this up quick, they might win the rotation over to Neo
There goes
as
Clix.
well.
There goes Clix. Oh, he's knocked. He's also thirsted. And now this is when we start to have that conversation. This is when the game now is starting to be pushed toward the other side, not necessarily super in favor of one, but here we go. Kamo and Aqua are on a run here in the diner. They're feasting and also taking a quick few sips before they vacate the position. What a move it is for these boys. And we talked about what an insurmountable lead that they had coming into this. We just wanted to see 10 to 12 and just stay alive. Well, one of them's dropped, and they are not close to that 10 to 12 mark as of this moment. 13 for Kamo. I'm sure double digits already reached for Aqua. Unbelievable stuff that they are pulling off right now. And you notice now maybe time for the split. As like you mentioned, Clix is back in the game.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge to get your teammate back. Obviously, a touchy situation. And Bugha, he's going to go ahead and rotate out, and he's going to be on the heels of Kamo. Not a bad strategy, especially now. If you get trade for trade, that's going to be enough to keep your opponents at bay. And I do see some shots off into the distance. And Aqua, he's got that split through. Only 8 elims separate these two teams. 1 at block. That's going to be fruitful. If I'm being honest with you, I think there's going to be quite a few players who are still going to be at this location.
And I like this split. I think that's a very well-calculated risk, all things considered, knowing the enemy is up right now. They're feeling good. We also do see one stalking Kamo right now. They know how talented he is as a player, so they're going to leave Aqua all by himself, and you have to seize that opportunity. As risky, as nerve-wracking as it may be, he has to find elims there. He cannot go down. And while it may seem like a lot of pressure, that's not fair. Well, I mean, coming into this game, nothing's fair. You got to try to you got to play a lot better than the opponents do. And unfortunately for Aqua, I'm not really seeing him fill the feed right now. I'm not really seeing too many highlight moments, at least when it comes down to the play, as things have started to slow down. And that's the one negative if you're Kamo and Aqua, as Aqua is going to leave the block, I think, pretty much empty-handed. He came through in that position with 9 elims, and he leaves with the exact same. Clix trying to be oh so careful. Trap gets in play from the opponent, but it's not going to equal out to much outside of quite a bit of HP loss toward Clix. 25 to be exact. Has the med kit, has a big pot, and has a few chug splashes to his name. He'll be back and brought up here soon, so he'll be good in this situation, but to no avail. You see, they can take this one calmly. As long as they're up, as long as they're still playing their game, they're going to be in a good position. But now, Aqua, he has to recap. He has to find anything he can. Currently up by himself, and he makes the shot work out. Great work, and the enemy is desperately trying to flee away from his position. But Aqua is not stopping. He is not slowing down. And he can't. He has to keep on the aggression, and he'll make it land his 11th frag of the game, finding some loot. And we notice he and Kamo are together. They may have to split again because why? We're seeing the other side start to find some elims themselves, as that's going to be at least 3, if not 4 for them.
Clix coming
that may be
through.
it.
That might be it, right? We're down to 4 total eliminations, but the victory route is going to solidify the final score for us as they are quickly maneuvering their way over there. Another elimination going into the hands of Bugha to continue to add on to that lead that they currently have. We're down to just 3 remaining players and a lot of area to cover. Launchpad in hand. Other player has the baller, so he's going to have plenty of mobility. It's definitely a good trade-off, and Launchpad, when's it going to get placed? Just kind of scouting out the remaining area before he decides to launch over. And a baller on both sides. 1 for Kamo, 1 for Clix. And now you got to be thinking to yourself, where are these last 3 players? Are they in the ship? If I'm honestly, probably they're going to be on the other side, probably over by the, I believe it's a boat. It might even be a crab over in the water. That thing over to the left. Whatever that is. There was a fort bite in it. But I guess no one's going to be over there, so the hunt still begins.
2, just 2. If we get these 2, we win.
Tossing out some names. They're calling out saying, hey, we get these 2. This one's done. I think they may already have it in the bag, but just for some extra confidence, Snails in the coffin. Bugha beginning to rush forward, calling out, trying to single out the enemies. Makes the 1 combat shot land, but he'll also get taken down quite a bit. And there we go. There goes another one. Solidifies its 6th kill, and while it may not seem a lot in comparison, based off of their first game performance, that is more than enough. Even spotting a few players coming in from the sky platform, 3 for 3. This infantry rifle has never looked so good. My goodness, Bugha, even in the tree branch, he sees another one, and that's going to do it. A valiant attempt from Kamo and Aqua, and I'll be honest, I don't know if they could have played that one any better considering the deficit that they faced, being down 21 eliminations in this matchup. They put on one heck of a performance from beginning to end. They were all out aggression. It was just a matter, as we talked about, finding around 8 to 10 eliminations for the other side. As long as they stay up, they did it. They can accomplish it. That's exactly what happened.
And we didn't talk a ton about the, I think it was 2 different reboots that we saw, a revive. If those don't go through, that's an entirely different match.
Absolutely.
You have to assume that at the pace that Kamo and Aqua were playing at, that they were going to catch up a little bit. That is 11 points, but it was a lot closer than that at certain moments. You just never know if one engagement goes a little different, how quickly that score can change either way. And as you said, a valiant effort in Game 2 by Kamo and Aqua. There's not really anything you can say that they did wrong or could have done better that game.
Honestly,
it was
That's
fantastic.
like, what, 85 eliminations in 2 games from 4 players. That's absurd.
Out of 200, well, no, out of 192 total elims possible.
Yeah,
That's
it's massive.
Absolutely crazy. And the fact that, and we talked about it too, I mean, in terms of game number 2 for Bugha and for Clix, I mean, they didn't really turn up in that second game. They could absolutely have turned it up to a new level if they really wanted to. But to say 31 in game 1, 27 in game 2 from either of those sides who absolutely felt the pressure at those moments, that was just unbelievable pace that they were on, and I literally can't even imagine what we would have saw if we went to a game 3.
It's funny you say they didn't turn up, but they still got 17 eliminations.
Yeah. That's the scary part,
and they were playing passive. 17 elims and playing passive, and a player still dropped and a reboot had to come through.
Yeah.
That's how dominant this team is today.
Yeah, we said that was going to be a fight fire with fire set, and I think we got that. A 31 elim game, a 27 elim game. That was everything we wanted and more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, right? We talked about our losers finals is getting ready to come through, and I'll be honest, for the old school guys, I'm a little bit worried for them right now in terms of the way that we're seeing the boys in terms of Clix and Bugha start to play. Will they be able to withstand the pressure, withstand the aggressiveness for a team that's known for playing a little bit more passively than maybe in terms of more of our younger squads have been as of the last few moments. So let's go and talk about that one as time goes on. We'll talk about it more when we come back after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 6. It is time for Losers Finals, a top 3 position in the lower end of things. Of course, if you do advance through, it is a ticket to the grand finals to face off against Nate Hill and High Distortion. It's going down. It's old school versus new school type fights. Ones that we love to see as TG and Thieves have been patiently awaiting who would make it through the ringer to face off against them here at the top of the Losers Mountain. But here we go. It is now time to start this one off. Clix and Bugha have looked unreal in their Losers bracket run. They're scoring 17 in their sleep. Let's see if the old guard can hold them off again.
We have a salty drop versus the tried and true fatal drop over on the other side for TG and Thieves. You love to see it. With that being said, Clix, he's going to be pushing in. Bugha already finds a first victim. That's going to be one elim going his way. Thinking there's a player over at Grandma's. Well, there might be. But look at who's flying in. It's going to be Thieves, and lit up is going to be Bugha. And it's going to be a tough situation to get out of, especially early on. When you start getting tagged up like this, these guys love to focus you, especially in the public lobbies. But over on the top rope is Clix. But watch out, Thieves coming in the elimination feed. He's going to get a couple himself. But Bugha continues to get tagged up.
Great and exciting start here at the beginning. And like you said, both players converging into the same general area. And what do you know? The same thing that we've said so often. The strength of Thieves and Typical Gamer, their ability to mirror, and they were actually the ones to get onto the board first. I believe they're comfortably in the lead right now. Of course, we know not really much of anything this early in the game, but I think we've all talked about wanting to see if Typical Gamer and Thieves can get over this hump, right? They have lost in this exact position 2 previous times. This would be their top finish. This would represent them taking the next step, and I feel like so many times they've run into an aggressive team that's come up through losers bracket and has all the momentum. Let's see if this is the time they can weather the storm. Already sitting at 4 elims this early. This is good, reasonably well kitted up. Right now they're just trying to get more mats before they make that rotation, and I think they're in a good spot to do so.
It might be a question coming into this, and I'm glad that you brought it up, Nine, was in terms of the fact that they've been to this exact same situation, losers finals, so many times in the past. So far in 2019, this is their 3rd time being here. And are they willing to change something up, right? Do they look back at the VODs and say, oh, we should have played this one more aggressively, or oh, we should have done this a little bit differently? And I'm sure, right, these guys are top-tier competitors, Typical Gamer and Thieves. They know how to play this game. But I'm sure, I know without a doubt, that these guys were watching the streams. They were watching Clix and Bugha, and that may have changed up their strategies a little bit. And my question for them is it now time to change things up? Is it now time to change up the strategy of what you know and maybe ramp it up a little bit? Play maybe a little bit more aggressively, knowing who you are facing off against, knowing your opposition is super important. And a lot of times players will say, and even maybe esports teams will say, we got to play to our skills, not play to the enemies. I think in this situation, based off the way that Clix and Bugha have played up to this point, it may be a situation or maybe a conversation that they've been having in their mind. Should we change something up? Ooh. And if they do, are they going to a full extent, or are they going to rely on Clix and Bugha to make the mistakes? That is a big question to be asking because, hey, It's worked out many times in the past. Many of these very aggressive squads haven't even made it to grand finals previously because of their inconsistencies of dropping early, of getting toward the later stages, and finally something starts to change up a little bit. Based off the scoreboard, a fantastic performance right now for Thieves and Typical Gamer. We discussed, hey, is it time for them to change things up? Based off the initial, I think that they have changed their game plan up at least a little bit for the time as players go off in the distance, different locations. And I think players are even emoting right now, trying to utilize a few of their kits. But Thieves, TG, they're feeling good.
Chasing a player over the lake. I believe he was shadowbound for the time being because I know I couldn't see him. Roof up. Player will drop down. Now he's going to be going into that trusty 1-by-1. Unfortunately, edits out, and Thieves is thanking his lucky stars that a trap was not placed down because he would have been in a very bad position. But Bugha, he's going to get dropped just on the outside of Paradise, I do believe. And now Clix needs to go big in this situation, and he does at least pick up one elimination, getting tagged up himself, but luckily able to get another knock. Now, there's going to be more players maybe potentially around here. Especially with it being Megga, you could be thinking there's a couple of teams that are going to be rotating through, and it's going to be absolutely imperative that Clix is able to clutch this through, and he's able to do so. He needs to get down and get his card, because even now, with the card, with him able to get the card, even if Clix does go down, it's going to force TG and Thieves, whenever one of them drop, or if they drop, to kind of think, do we want to go for that reboot or not? If we do, we're going to be bringing our enemy team back. So, not wasting any time, he's going to go ahead and head over. He'll use this previous build, a little added protection, and he's going to go ahead and reboot Bugha up and be business as usual. But not a strong start from them, and also not a strong mid-game for them. Thieves, Typical Gamer, are having the game of their life.
Is there an extra pump up there, you know?
We'll see if they can keep it up. We'll see if they can continue the trend. As we discussed, Clix and Bugha, that was about, what, maybe a good 45 seconds to a minute, of which they had nothing really being accomplished other than the fact that they wanted to try to get their full squadron back up and alive. And on the other end, Thieves and TG have absolutely adapted their game plan, saying, hey, we're tired of these third-place positions. It's time to finally change things up, turn it up a notch, if you will. The old guard are looking fantastic from the skies. Thieves peppering up a few and has so many enemies right now in his line sights. There's going to be one, possibly a second one finalized here shortly, and maybe a third one for Trix. Lovely stuff coming through from Thieves, but the opponents do not stop here. More toward the bottom side of this ridge. There goes another. And my goodness, they are just throwing player after player over the top rope, but there goes TG. A little bit of a misstep on one side, and now Thieves and TG are starting to experience the exact same thing. Thieves manages to take them down, thankful for the storm damage. And should be good to get his teammate back up alive, but my goodness, how nerve-wracking was that?
Absolute clutch plays from Thieves there, staying alive. And that was a really tricky spot to engage in, right? Because you said it right there, thankful for the storm damage there. If not for that, I'm not sure that Thieves would have had a great angle, because you saw that player was starting to rotate out to try to get out of the storm. Thieves took advantage of that, and I love the way we're seeing Typical Gamer be the one that goes in and Thieves be the one that stays back behind. We've seen that so often with these aggressive teams, and if you look at the way that they started that game, starting in Salty, then going to Mega Mall, then going to Neo Tilted, that is the mark of an aggressive team. You know, maybe they haven't changed anything at all. Maybe they have just said, hey, these work, we're going to go with this now, but I agree with you, Landon. It certainly seems like it's a new look that we're seeing from them right now, and it looks great.
Tripping out the competition. That's going to be another Elam going towards his inventory. He's only at 3, so one of the slower scoring games, to say the least. And you can atone that to maybe, a little bit of that rocky start over in Megga, but dropping down, opponent, he's going to be lasered. And now they got to focus their attention on potentially the last one. Where is he at? Well, shots are going to be coming through just up ahead. Quickly takes high ground, cones his opponent, drops down. Will he take the wall? He just goes straight in. Gets in one pump range, but luckily doesn't connect. And he's able to survive and continue to push forward. We're now down to 16 elims.
That's a positive, right? If you are this young duo, if you're a fan of Sentinels or Misfits, that's what exactly you need to see at this moment, is them kind of turning up toward the start of the late game.
It's a full squad.
And they're going to call it saying, hey, this might be a full squad. We might have seen the first straggler just up ahead. Target practice. Constant HP loss, and you see one straggler just trying to take a little bit of a seat. And Clix in the shooting gallery. Unfortunately misses a few, but
Let's focus on these guys.
No, these are the, yeah.
And you hear the communication going forward in terms of, hey, how should we do this? Should we separate? How should we try to engage on this one? One player up close. Awkward range, but here comes the trap, and player manages to get out. Actually takes quite a bit of fall damage, around 30.
Down north, down north.
Thankfully, he does have a few bandages, but to no avail. That definitely could start to slow things down a little bit. As great work as Clix, pixel perfect. Thankfully, does have his teammate just behind him, though. The storm starts to move in, and they realize how crucial, how important these kills are to find.
Yeah, it's been a little minute since we've seen Thieves Are Typical Gamer there on the kill feed. They've, I think, run a little dry, trying to find anybody that they can. So I agree with you. This is absolutely important. As I say that, commentator's blessing, maybe.
Wow.
Depending on which side you're looking at, Typical Gamer comes up on the kill feed getting a couple. But these are crucial, right? There are at least 2 other players they know are up there. They are already down. They need to get these, even if it means risking themselves in the storm, because there aren't that many elims left, and you don't want to get in a rotation war with Typical Gamer and Thieves.
Oh, and Clix is actually super low on overall health right now. Currently involved in the storm, and you hear him saying, calling out. Just a few more, and we need to try to get out of the situation. Clix, though, has to be careful, going for the clutch bandage. Here comes the enemy just in front of him. He actually misses the shot, and what a play from his teammate, like a guardian angel watching right over him. Clix was in the middle of going for a bandage, and Bugha was there to watch right over him, takes him down, and Clix is still alive throughout the rest of this game. If Clix falls in that moment, he is out. He is no longer in game number 1, but what a moment that is from Bugha. Target practice, the one-shot hit. And my goodness, the one shot to keep his teammate alive. Unreal stuff as TG and Thieves off of this rotation are starting to find a few players of their own.
Awesome shots coming through. Campfire, Launchpad in the inventory of TG, and now Thieves. He's going to be pushing up himself to get that distance. He's going to go ahead and bring down the whole build. As he comes through, he breaks the Launchpad, communicates that to TG, and now he's going to be back into the action. Player up top. Not wasting any time. Thieves already onto that player. Luckily, he only knows how to build a wall. He comes through and he gets the elim down. He's going to drop onto the launch or onto the clothesline and manages at least to see TG pick up another elim, and they're going to go ahead and rotate out. You're going to notice how quick they are and effective when it comes to rotating through, finding these last eliminations. We're sitting at a total of 4 to be found, and already a great game from TG and Thieves. Thieves, sitting at a total of 11 himself.
I believe TG was
He's also
at
in
9
doubles.
or 10, so they're at least over 20 right now, which is fantastic. But even like you said, in their sleep, Clix and Bugha were around 15, I believe, as well. So this is going to be a close one that's certainly going to come down to game 2. And suddenly, these last 4 really, really make a big difference. It's going to be a difference of maybe 5, 6 points and maybe 10 to 11.
Oh, man, this is getting intense. Thieves and TG, if they want to try to distance themselves, get a little bit farther away from the opponents, now's the time to do it. However, Bugha taking down 2, I believe we just saw fill up in the feed. 2 more left, and he seems to have a really good inclination that they've got to be just around his north. His teammate's just behind him. Yeah, there's going to be at least one. And the other one should be just behind as there's the knock. So good moment here at the end, actually, for Clix and Bugha, all things considered. We talked about how they were a little bit slower off the rip. Their mid-game wasn't the greatest either, but in the end game, that's when they really started to turn up. Like we said, we saw some good moments from TG and Thieves, but by no means were the frags as consistent as they were off the start.
Definitely so. Awesome stuff coming out from both sides. A very competitive game, to say the least. And if you're looking at TG and Thieves, you're hoping they can break and go to the grand finals. They have got third 2 times in a row, and they definitely do not want to have that same finish, right? But at least this time, they'll finish with a little bit of money, $1,000 going their way. So whoever loses this will at least get 1K. And then, but if you make second place, right, or at least make it into grand finals, you are guaranteed a $2,000 prize increase at 3K. So a lot riding on the line. But I want to see TG and Thieves up there in the mix, even though Clix and Bugha were my dark horse team, and I'm still calling it, claiming it. But I want to see Thieves and Typical Gamer up there just because of nostalgia, but also they've been so consistent, and it's finally time they get a break.
I would agree. It's finally time that they climb over that next level. Second place. We always say they never play your national anthem if you get the silver medal. But I think getting second for them would feel so much better after so many times at third. And
Yeah.
I'm really curious what the score is right now and how big that gap is, because we obviously know there's absolutely no problem putting up points right now. We've seen in all of our last few sets, lots of it, and we do see it right there. 7 points. 7 points. 24 to 17. That's one engagement. That's a sneeze and a breath.
Yeah, especially if you are Clix and Bugha, right? In terms of their prior games. My thing in terms of coming into this next game is, can TG and Thieves keep it up? Because that was a great performance, and by no means am I trying to call out the veterans, of which I love to watch. It's probably one of my favorite duos in Friday Fortnite history. But can they replicate that early game performance of which they were taking down every single player and their mom and their dad and their cousin? Like, everybody was right in front of them. They were taking down everybody, man. They were literally, like, off the start. It was, what, 9 elims for them within, like, the first few seconds? So my big thing is, can they replicate that? And how aggressive are Clix and Bugha going to come out and change up their strategy a little bit? Because I'm sure they're coming into this game. They know how TG and Thieves work, man. They know exactly how these guys like to play. Slow and steady for the most part. Not at all in terms of this last game.
Yeah.
But are they going to turn up their own pace? Are they going to raise it up a little bit as well? Because their biggest problem was early and mid-game. They toned those things up. Maybe if they even things out a little bit with TG and Thieves, they're in a much better position.
Yeah.
But boy, would it be a performance if TG and Thieves could make what they just had happen again, right? Content creators taking down multi-time World Cup qualifiers would be unbelievable. And obviously in this format included, these are some of the most talented content creators in the world. And I cannot wait to see exactly what they can do when it comes down to this next matchup. They struck gold the first time around. Can they do it again?
Looks like we have a split going through. Bugha on the houses on the outside of Megga. Salty just on the outside of Grandma's. And we might be seeing them trying to converge on one location. We might even see Clix push straight into Salty, which he might do. Typically they converge on the mountaintop, but I think Clix is going straight in. This is going to be a very risky play. Yeah, splitting up is definitely testy, right? High risk, high reward. You come out, maybe you close that gap, you converge in the middle, and then, hey, it was totally worth it. But then you lose your teammate. He gets thirsted.
Is it enough
You're
of a
forced to
deficit,
rotate.
though?
7 eliminations, I don't think it's enough of a deficit. I don't think there's a reason to split in this current point in time. But Clix has been on point. If he's feeling confident, hey, for all the beans, he's going for it.
And just imagine if they do make up those 7 here very early on. Suddenly you get to the mid-game, it's equal, and then it's just a race to the finish. Whenever you're as fast as this team is, I think you're okay with a race.
Yeah.
You absolutely are. Already off the gun. Clix. Hearing quite a few fights begin to partake when it comes into Salty Springs. You also notice interesting arrows beginning to make their way through. Quite a few players getting to plant themselves inside of Salty Springs. Look at this. Thieves is just on the edge of Clix, and this is what this team is known for. Clix beginning to feel the pressure, says, hey, I got to rush for this. He's going to be also careful. Does that player have a trap? No, he does not. Takes down the referee. And Clix says, it's my turn to blow the whistle. It's my turn to start to change things up a little bit. I want to change the rules up and finally take down this team. And like we talked about, it's TG and Thieves. This is what they do. This is what they like to do. They like to hang around the opponents. My issue is, though, I don't know if you can catch these guys because of how fast they run.
That's exactly what I was just thinking right there. It looks like they have converged on the same spot, and maybe it's because it's Salty and it's a very popular spot, but converging here, I really hope they don't retreat back to their normal mirroring selves. I think that only serves to hurt them right here. The game that they played last time, they're certainly capable of playing it a second time, and I hope that that's what they do opt to do, and rotating over to Mega Mall at least is going to show me that going to be fighting here and trying to keep up. But yeah, I don't think they're fast enough to keep up with this team, so I think they have to try to do what they did that other time, and we're starting. Players are dropping very, very quickly here. This race against time is only getting scarier.
And I'm really glad that Clix actually managed to realize the situation in hand. Actually comes over with his teammate. Bugha's calling out, hey, there's plenty of guys at Mega Mall. They realize they have the advantage right now. Come together. Do not continue to separate. Do not allow for Bugha to be put under this amount of pressure to perform. You've got what you wanted off the initial, and now let's play together and take down everybody that exists in this location as well.
Nice elims coming through for Bugha, as maybe a couple more are going to be in this location. Yeah, goes ahead and solidifies the one knockdown low. He does see a campfire just up ahead, calling out the call out, and what a teammate comes through. Clix, player on his backside, and Bugha able to provide some nice coverage.
Oof.
But down in Dusty, we flew in, right? We're going to see TG already taking over that high ground. Thieves just down below. He's going to go ahead and drop, tack in hand. That's going to be 2 knocks, a third just up above. And Thieves comes through, and he's able to solidify it himself. Not a bad job coming through onto Dusty. And they're going to go ahead and fly away. This is the aggression they need to keep up with. This is what they're known for, these rotations. They're on point. Let's see if they go over towards loot. That's where I would be heading.
I think that's the right call. That's the ones you have to make. We were discussing earlier on throughout the broadcast of how important it is to rotate yourself through loot late, get somewhat of a visual kind of toward this mid to late game, and that seems to be the call for them. And they're giving the call out saying, hey, we see a few players inside of tilted, or rather in tilted. Are they going to be able to get there in time and catch them? And yes, they will.
Yeah, let's go. I'm going to shadow.
Going ahead, going for the shadow bomb play. Thieves playing the scout roll. As a Thief would, trying to get toward the very top side of the building, get on the roof, and manage to get up there just in the nick of time. It is overlooking where these players might have just been. Spots one out, and this is exactly what TG and Thieves need to do at this moment. Based off the way the opposition is playing right now, they're gaining. They've doubled your score in this game number 2. They're only up by 2, and quite a bit of HP lost there for Thieves. Thankfully, he's got a med kit. But to no avail, this is the play they have to make at this point, guys. I think this is the massive situation that they can take and start to utilize it for themselves.
I agree. They were the first ones to get here to Tilted, and this is a mid-late game Tilted, so you know that there's going to be people here, and I agree. They need to clean this up, and they need to clean it up quickly. You know that the rotation is going to come over here in due time, so we'll see here if they can make it work. Airstrike come in.
I have a full pot for you. I'm just going to pop it.
Here.
Popping the half pot, trying to just top off before he goes for the final engagement. Chooses not to use it for the time being. We are going to see a shadow is going to be popped. On your other screen, though, you're going to see Clix in engagement himself. Over
wow!
Next to Paradise, the players push through very aggressively. One's going to get knocked and punished, but look at the damage that Thieves took. Luckily, he's going to have a Slurpee. He also still has that half pot that he wasn't able to take just a little bit earlier, plus some minis, so he's going to be sitting very well, to say the least.
We're good, bro.
As you hear him confidently saying that we're good to go. Let's continue to push through as you hear the footsteps of the enemies just up ahead.
I'm gonna build for height, okay?
Tough situation in Neo. It always seems to be the case, but they are at least working through it very well and handling the situation in style.
I think they're just sitting up there.
Yeah, I think we got to take a quick little visual. Bottom right show the Clix and Bugha. We're in Paradise. I think they took a rift to go ahead and vacate that position. So, and there goes TG. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, he actually dropped from a great fall, so that is going to be the ultimate negative, but also somewhat of a positive, right? It'd be nice if there was an enemy around the area, but you also want to try and be aware of that. And here come the shots. That is the worst time for him to go down, and the airstrike is right on their position. They have to be oh so careful. Here comes the influx. Here comes the rapid amount of players, and can Thieves escape from the position? Can he get out of this area? TG is down. And that is the worst time possible they could have asked for that to occur.
It's going to be an incredibly tough situation to get out of. Hits the air vent, unfortunately going down himself.
They're in the storm.
Storm
Oh, no.
coming through. He's got to break it. He's going to go ahead and build up 2 to Slipstream. Hopefully use that to get away.
Reboot? Like, what do I do?
But honestly, you can't go for the reboot. It's going to be so tough to get in there. He wants to do it.
What do I do?
He's even calling out. He doesn't know what to do. And at this point, it's a valid question. Like, what do I do? Because of how close this game is, I don't think he can get this done 1v2. And look at all the elims that exist just in front of him. Maybe this is a sign from the Fortnite gods
Nice
telling him what he
shots.
needs to do. Great from long range. There's one. There's nearly a second, but no. Thieves a little bit over-aggressive. Makes his presence known, and he will be dropped. As there goes Thieves, there goes TG. And now you immediately see the emotional change on Clix's face saying, hey, we might have this. We very well might have this in the bag. Can we force TG and Thieves to have 3 third-place finishes, to drop consistently in the losers finals? They played so well in game 1, but did that one fall that TG suffered be the difference maker, and who makes it on to the grand finals? It seems to be the way. It seems to be looking as if that's the case. Clix takes down another.
What's the score, Thieves? Could you maybe
Calculating the score, listening in.
He thought it was that.
Fucking told you.
There's the clap, the words, the wipe. They have done it. They were down by 7.
Wow.
They are well above that
Nice.
right now. I believe they're standing somewhere in the range of 18 to 10, somewhere in there. They've certainly made that up. Plenty of elims left on the map if they were to get that, but
Wow.
you can see right there. And what a heartbreaking way for it to end for Typical Gamer and Thieves. That is indeed the way it is to end.
You were up 7 last game. You're up 4 right now. Like overall in the series, you win.
And I guess they were just solidifying that the score, in fact, was finalized, like you were saying, 9. And it is heartbreaking, isn't it? TG and Thieves,
Good fucking shit, buddy.
for the 3rd time,
Wow.
have got 3rd place once again. This time, though, they're going to finish off with $1,000. So playing maybe wasn't entirely for naught, but still a tough break, to say the least, for the veterans who cannot seem to get past 3rd place. But, man, did they not perform well today? So many high elimination games coming out from them, even from the first time that we got to watch them, finishing out with 42 eliminations in one game. And then, of course, even going back to the other, right, they were sitting at 24 for the first one. But I got to say, TG and Thieves still remain, and I'm fairly confident in this. Other than Nate, I got to say Nate Hill, though, is starting to quickly become the most consistent player in this tournament format. But still, TG and Thieves right now hold the crown for the most consistent players in this game.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say for sure, right? They have been kind of in that top situation. I know they had like one minor placement kind of toward the beginning of Friday Fortnite, but once they've kind of caught their stride, they've been ultimately consistent. And I've kind of read, unfortunately, that 3rd place strain. One that obviously for us is very impressive, but for one I'm sure for them is looking upon it as somewhat of a curse. Maybe they can break it eventually, but man, that fall damage that Thieves takes is just at the worst time possible. And then, of course, right when that happens, there comes the airstrike. There comes the mass influx of players.
The one time.
Yeah.
The
literally.
one time.
And they
the
were looking
airstrike.
for enemies at that point, too. It was just like they finally got their wish, but it was just at the wrong time. As, man, these guys, Clix and Bugha, you cannot take anything away from these boys. They have been rising to the occasion versus everybody they've faced off against. And now they've got Nate Hill and High Distortion in the grand finals. And the one negative, if you are, obviously in the situation of Clix and Bugha, you do have to win back-to-back series. You have to get the bracket reset after winning the first one, because, of course, you are coming from loser's bracket, so they're going to need to win one, and then another one after that. Nate Hill and High Distortion, due to coming from the winner's bracket, only need to accomplish one of those series victories to become your champions, and for Nate Hill to become back-to-back champions for the first time in Friday Fortnite 2019. That has been done by nobody, and the sniper himself, of course, Mr. FaZe, may be able to accomplish that very, very difficult feat. But like we said, guys, feel free to let us know on social media using the hashtag Friday Fortnite. Who do you think is walking away with this one? Will it be the Young Guns, or will we see High Distortion and Nate Hill hold on to their crown? If you're Nate Hill, look like one of the best players in all of Friday Fortnite history. Can he keep it up? What's going to happen? Feel free to let us know. And while you're in the midst of getting involved in social media, feel free to visit our friends at G Fuel. Make sure, by the way, to use the code UMG for 10% off discount in honor of Friday Fortnite. Order some awesome flavors. Get ready for this grand finals. Tell your friends. Get everybody in the mix around the computer screen, around the television, whatever you've got going, because this one is about to be fun. We'll be right back with the grand finals here in week number 6. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 6. It's time for our grand finals. Of course, we are live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Lando, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Whole Grains. Guys, it's taken us a long time to get to this point, but boy, am I excited. We've got the Young Guns who have been making their way throughout the bracket, have been really making a really big kind of performance. Your sleeper pick kind of coming into this, but now versus a top-tier team, a squad who has looked almost unbeatable in terms of Nate Hill and his newfound teammate for this week, High Distortion.
Yeah, HD really fits the bill whenever it comes to the replacement for Funk Bomb. I got to say, he fits in quite well. The up-close and personal destroyer, if you will, and Nate Hill, the violent player from the back with the sniper and the AR, both manage each other very well, balance each other out well. But Clix and Bugha, what a run that they have had. talking about getting eliminated from winners bracket first round, starting in losers round 1, and now in the grand finals. Hands down, one of the best runs we have seen from or throughout the losers bracket. And a grand final that we are going to see go down is going to be an explosive one, but Clix Bugha have to force a bracket reset if they want to take over the grand finals and claim themselves as the victor of Week 6 Friday Fortnite.
And I will say one thing that we do have to kind of keep in mind in this conversation of, is it one of the greatest or is it the greatest losers bracket run of all time? They have to win. There's no questions asked. If you want to be in the conversation for the greatest losers bracket run of all time, you look at the matchups, but more specifically, you have to be able to accomplish something, right? You have to be able to win the big one, and that's exactly what Mongraal and Mitro did whenever they won back in Week 3, was that they started off in losers round 1, and they took down Titan team after Titan team, and they came in the grand finals, and it wasn't as if they just won it. They dominated the grand finals. Outside of one map, it was not close whatsoever. I think it was Series 2, Game 2 is when it actually started to kind of heat up a little bit. But from there, they really turned up. And I think we need to see the same thing from Clix and Bugha if they want to be in that same conversation. However, versus a team like Nate Hill and High Distortion, we talk about it, 9. This roster was kind of, rather not this roster, but this kind of game plan was somewhat generated off of the same strategy that we have known Typical Gamer and Thieves to have been known for since back in 2018, week number 2 of Friday Fortnite. They've kind of, changed up the strategy a little bit. They're way better in the late games, but they play that same kind of slow-paced style. And to be honest with you, one little bit of fall damage and Neil tilted, and this series is differently. Maybe we have TG and Thieves here instead of Bugha and Clix.
We might, and we saw earlier TG and Thieves put up one of the best fights that we'd seen anybody put up with on Nate Hill and High Distortion. So we see some replays right here so you can relive some of the action that we did get to see earlier. But Nate Hill and HD have been pushed. They have had 2 series that came down to 1 point.
Yeah.
Some of it being survival, some of it being slaying out. But what they have shown me again and again is versatility, being able to do a little bit of everything, making the split when they needed to generate the points against Sway and Ninja, being able to survive Turtle, take it slow when they needed to get the final pick. I think this is theirs to lose. I know one side has all the momentum, but a champion is a champion, and you're going to have to pry that championship from Nate Hill's hands.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? This guy has been on an absolute run, Taylor, in terms of the things that he has been putting up. We talked about it. Outside of one game that we can recollect, he has not been outside of 10 eliminations per map, which is crazy to think about. And the one time where he didn't put up 10 eliminations was the game where he literally took it all. Like, it was like down to 1 elimination, and he clutched it out. So this guy has been Mr. Consistent. He has the opportunity to become the first person in Friday Fortnite 2019 to be a repeating champion and also a back-to-back champion, which is also very difficult to accomplish as well. What really is the key to success for this guy? What can really shut him down in terms of his game plan? Because Nate Hill has looked like one of the best players in Friday Fortnite history over the past few weeks.
That's a tough question, honestly, because, even going back to Clix and Bugha versus TG and Thieves, right? Whenever we saw them play against each other, TG and Thieves put up one of the best fights that we have seen in terms of Nate Hill and HD. In fact, they almost took over the victory against them, and it came down to the wire, the final few snipes Nate Hill was able to get. And they play pretty much an identical style, right? Sticking to the heels of Nate Hill and HD. And that's probably the best strategy to beat a team such as Nate Hill and HD, right? But then you look at Clix and Bugha, and you saw that they almost struggled a little bit whenever it came to TG and Thieves. In fact, they had a 7 elimination deficit going into Game 2 in Losers Finals. Because of that, I have to favor Nate Hill and HD going into finals. They've been on ice for a little bit, but if they've been playing and staying up to par, I think they'll do well.
Absolutely, and I want to hear your thoughts as well. Now, like we said, Taylor's making his claim. He's going with the what could be the 2-time champion in Nate Hill, the defending champion, along with HD. Where's your allegiance line for right now?
Mine also goes with Nate Hill, and it's for one specific reason. And correct me if I'm wrong. Has Nate Hill been knocked in the last 2 tournaments?
He has not been knocked, at least tonight. And last week, I think Funk Bomb was the only one to get
He has not been knocked yet, and that is the reason right there. You talk about what is his weakness?
Yeah.
Knock him. Someone has to do it. I don't know if he has a weakness. He has not been knocked, and that's almost
fair.
unheard of over a 2-tournament span, at least that we have seen on broadcast. Maybe something happened in round 1 that we missed. But the point is, the man is so consistent, right? He's not going to beat himself, and I think that is why I have to keep going with Nate Hill. Regardless of who his teammate is, HD, a fantastic player as well, but until Nate makes a mistake, I think it's his to lose.
Now, I'll play devil's advocate at this moment, and I'll say, well, one positive that could be relying in terms of the young guns is that, hey, they're off quite a bit of momentum right now. They're riding this train. They've constantly been taking down a number of different squads, and while it hasn't been the cleanest of execution, they've managed to accomplish it. And for Nate Hill and HD, they haven't been playing for a while, right? They've been kind of just sitting off in the distance. They've been just trying to, maybe trying to scrim a little bit. They haven't really been doing a whole lot. While on the other side, that's the big positive is if they can get, if the losers bracket team, if they can make it through, if Clix and Bugha can make out that first game and make it go in their favor, I'll just say even the first map of the first series overall, because obviously there's 2 different series if they do manage to reset it. If they can not just win the first map, but win the first series, I think they are in a great position to take it all.
Yeah.
But what are our thoughts on that first series? Do we think it has a real good chance of it going the other way? I know where your guys' allegiances in terms of Nate Hill and HD for right now. What is the likelihood? What is the call, if you will, for the Young Guns? If they want to try to take this one, what do they have to do? What is the strategy coming into this?
When it comes to Clix and Bugha, they've struggled early game, and I think that's been their weakest point. They love to strive to get those eliminations, especially mid and late game, but the early game struggles. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing whenever you're looking at Nate Hill and HD, and only for the reason that Nate Hill and HD, their beginning game isn't necessarily the strongest either.
Yeah.
They start to strive off the rotations. That's where they thrive, right? Whenever they start to rotate through, they're very consistent with their landing. Nate Hill goes up dropship. HD, he's going to be landing at dropship on the other side of Fatal or just outside of Fatal, and then they both converge and do a pinch, if you will, onto the remaining teams inside of Salty, and it's so effective. And so for that reason, that's the reason why I'm going with Nate Hill and HD. There's no way to really counter that. We've seen, as I said before, TG and Thieves try to counter that, but even they weren't able to do that by sticking to their hills. Clix and Bugha, they're going to be hugely aggressive. That's where they thrive. They can put up huge numbers, but I don't think that's going to be enough against a consistent play of HD and Nate Hill.
Okay, I like that. I like what we're kind of bringing up. The discussion that we're having right now, I think, is so interesting to me because it really is like each time we come into the grand finals, and we just don't know how these different play styles are going to intertwine, how they're going to intermix, and which one is really going to kind of rise above the other. There is so much to talk about. There's so many storylines that we kind of bring up in terms of what this kind of means for both of these teams. I think High Distortion, this would be his first ever Friday Fortnite championship.
It would be
if he was he was to win this one. Obviously, Nate Hill, the only person who has won one previously. In terms of in terms of Clix and Co, like they haven't won one either in terms of their history. I think this might be Clix's second.
I think it's his first. I want to say maybe even his second.
I think it's his second, and then Bugha, this is his first, I think, ever.
Yeah,
as well.
This is
so that would be
for sure first,
how crazy a performance would that be if you're in your first
ever
ever one? You managed to take it versus a champion who is defending himself, which hasn't happened very often.
Well, the only time that I do believe it's happened, first performance, was Mongraal and Dementos when they were on Team Secret. They came in Friday Fortnite 2018, and they took over the victory, the first ever performance in Friday Fortnite. But I love that you brought up HD. I think the highest he's ever got is second place, or maybe even third in Friday Fortnite 2018.
I think he and Avery placed second, like week 6, week 7. Someone obviously who has the placements in front of him can feel free to let us know in the chat. But I think it nearly is time, guys. Feel free. Let us know on social media. Let us know in the chat who do you think is going to walk away with this grand final. I know the couch is saying Nate Hill and Funk Bomb, and or rather Nate Hill and HD, trying to make somewhat of that connection happen in terms of what Nate Hill was able to do with Funk Bomb last week, but I think I may be on the same train as well. Feel free, chat, to let us know what you are thinking. Will it be Clix and Bugha, or will it be Nate Hill and HD? We're about to find out. We are flying in, and the locations look somewhat similar to what we've seen in the past, as it looks as if Clix making his way toward Grandma's, while Bugha entering in toward Mega Mall, while Nate Hill and HD may be tempting for somewhat of a similar strategy. Nate Hill also going for a Sky platform, while it looks as if for right now HD is surveying the area, trying to gain some information, and actually calling out exactly where the enemy is landing.
Yeah, at Grandma's house. And how many times have we seen that? A couple of times. Bugha loves to go to Grandma's. Meanwhile, on the other side, or excuse me, Clix likes to go over to Grandma's. Bugha likes to go over just off into the distance, and they converge in onto the edge of Salty. A very unique push that we haven't seen from any other team besides Clix and Bugha. So I would like to say that, I like that strategy personally. I think it brings a fresh new look into a couple of different landing spots, and there is, in fact, going to be Bugha off into the distance. Last time he went to this location himself, and it's kind of interesting that they both go this way because they're kind of stealing a play from the playbook of Nate Hill and HD, but tagged up quite well is Clix. And if I remember correctly, in Losers Finals, he got tagged up just the same in that exact location.
Risky drop here, and I was about to say I like the fact that they were sticking together, but you see Bugha's moving over with HD there, so oh my goodness, making it too easy. It's people that are moving.
There goes
Makes it
Clix.
look easy. Clix is down now, and just like we said, the separation right there, such a risky spot to go by yourself, not able to rotate over. And we see right there, we are going to get a revive here, so the damage is going to be minimal. It is going to slow them down, but for now, at least, they can continue to breathe easy as we see.
He
How
just
did
missed
that
the head.
miss? I'm
He
not even
just
certain.
missed the head. He hit like one of those like ghost antlers off of that shadow skin too. So unfair. 30 health for Clix. He does have some minis, but gets taken out once again. That's gonna be Bugha. And now Clix last up from the flank comes through and gets one. But if I'm not mistaken, I think there's still one more player around here potentially, but he'll go down. He's going to be able to get that revive. Luckily, he does have some minis. He's going to be able to hand those off half pot as well, but a rocky start to say the least. Luckily, though, Nate Hill and HD haven't had that hot start that they typically do, so the scoreline will still stay intact, and both sides are going to still remain competitive.
And literally, that was the moment right there. If they both go down, you could argue this is 100% over. There's literally a 1% chance that they manage to make the comeback if they drop at that moment, knowing the history that Nate Hill especially, and of course High Distortion have had so far throughout this tournament is that, hey, the enemy drops early, cool, we'll ride this one out. We'll get that 25 elim advantage over you. That's not a problem for us. So with that in mind, a huge situation, a very nerve-wracking one if you're a fan of Clix and Bugha, if you're a fan of Sentinels, if you're a fan of Misfits, you're rooting on for them to make that clutch, and just in the nick of time, they managed to do so. Off to the races, off to the rotation. Except for Nate Hill and HD, they're venturing inside of Dusty Divot. And boy, Nate Hill with that sniper rifle looking oh so scary. Bunny ears and all. No worries whatsoever. A great inventory as well.
Great inventory. And, you know, they start off a little slow, but it did not take them long to be able to move in. A knock right there. They're going to get another. They're already kitted up for the long run, and that's what makes this strategy that they do so effective here, is they're not going to need to take much time to change anything should worst come to worst. And right there, a little bit of a chaotic situation. Nate Hill says, it's nothing I haven't seen before. Get the full elim right there, and they've been so efficient as they go to do this. And as I was saying before, the way that they open up their games means they don't have to spend much more time trying to retool their kits, trying to get more materials, and it just makes those rotations that much more efficient. And speaking of efficient, no actions wasted over here as Clix moves around. A much cleaner engagement than the last one. As I say that, though,
Uh-oh.
commentator's curse.
Clix goes down. Yeah,
Power is unlimited.
Yeah, honestly, the power is over 9,000. Now we have to see Bugha go big in this situation. He's going to go ahead and take that high ground, getting shot at. Luckily, able to break down some builds. This player dipped out. Really dipped out. I don't even know where that player, he tricked me out, but yeah, gets tagged up. I do believe that was from a snipe or maybe even a potential headshot. 65 health. Fortunately for him, he is going to get that trusty combat. He didn't have that before, so now it's a game changer to say the least, but I think he loses the wall, breaks out, and rebuilds his own one by one. He looks to overtake potential high ground. He has both the roof as well as that ceiling, so he's got to take control. It's a player looking to edit through, tries to get a shot off, unable to connect, unfortunately. But this player, ever relenting, unrelenting rather, is finally the shot comes through, threads the needle with the combat, and is able to solidify another elimination and stay alive once again. Now HD on the other side, he gets an engagement. Two players, one player hiding behind the stall, and that's going to be an elim. HD, Nate Hill, that's 3.
My goodness, that was just an unreal play for Bugha. Looked like a caged animal at that point. He was ready to rattle the cage, and he made his impact happen. As my goodness, just back and forth in terms of Clix and Bugha managing to just narrowly stay alive. And we were discussing for either side, the early game isn't necessarily the specialty for either of these rosters. So the fact that at this moment Clix and Bugha have struggled the way they have, constantly going toward those reboot bans, constantly worrying about players being knocked. This is the chance, already being up by 3 eliminations, for HD and Nate to really distance themselves. They're near Dusty Divot. We talk about how this is kind of the interstate, or this is kind of the middle portion of the map. This is when you can see, this is your best chance of seeing players on the map right now, peppering up from afar. But if they can seize this chance, if they can seize the opportunity of finding 2 to 3 squads, that would be massive coming into this next game. And look at this, just as they decide to go and hop in the subway, hop inside of the slipstream, someone is just behind them, taking quite a bit of damage, though, is HD, aware of his shield at the moment, places down the excess structures and goes for the high ground, going up just a floor higher, being aware of the position, being aware of the enemy. I was attempting some Turtle Wars toward the southwest. HD has a flight in mind of his own. Stink bomb's tossed out at a lovely combat shot just through the stink. Here comes the wall. Here comes the edit. He's just behind you there, HD, and he'll make it happen.
Risky.
Great work, as that's going to be the 5th now for High Distortion.
Risky play to say the least. You never know when that player's going to have.
Oh, no. They let
The
him go.
trap on the end. Yeah, they do let him go, but the player's white. A couple more shots, and surely they're going to be able to get that elim. And Nate Hill gets to knock with the rifle from 155,
What?
and that's going to be
What?
another one going to his name. Nate Hill, not only deadly accurate with the bolt, but also with the AR. On the other side, though, now we're at the hometown of Clix and Bugha over at Megga Mall. 6 elims to Clix's name. We've seen him get high elimination games, what, 17, 18 elims one time, and even higher in other games, to say the least. But they've got to continue to move forward. There are still plenty of eliminations remaining. We're down now to a total of 29, 25 engagements. And I just saw HD on the elimination feed. He picked up yet another elim himself.
If I'm Clix, if I'm Bugha in this situation, I have to feel comfortable. You can count it up right there, 9 to 14. You've gone down, you've gotten knocked, what, 3 times, 4 times? And you're still within reasonable striking distance. Provided that they get one good rotation here, if they beat Nate Hill and Distortion, they can look at themselves and say, hey, this was a very sloppy game from us. We're still within striking distance. I think they can feel good about that.
Yeah.
But as you said there, Taylor, a lot of work still to be done. We're seeing on one side, heading to the Springs. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like we're going the same place. Oh no, it looks like one's in Fields. Is this a full split from Nate Hill and Distortion? I know Distortion's a little behind, at least in the feed, but them choosing to split right here would be very interesting. I know they're still within striking distance, but I wonder if they're trying to turn it up right here.
Interesting to say the least. It looks like a split on both sides. Clix has got some distance himself. I think it's a minor split. There's still a lot of rotations to be made. But Clix will spot a player up top. He's going to go ahead and pursue it. I know he at least cleared some shield off of this guy just down below. As a challenge does come in. Luckily, this player is going to challenge and not dip out. And that's going to be one knock. Player just down below 2. A little juke, and he's got to watch out. Doesn't want that player to hop off, and he doesn't, as Bugha is going to get dropped himself. And now Clix, he's got to go for the revive. Where is he at? I believe he's over by Fatal, so that is going to be a tough situation as the full elim goes through. That's going to waste a lot of Bugha's time, especially this late in the game. Clix has to make a decision. Do I go for the revive? I think you should if you can get there early enough. But he's already got players to engage on, and honestly, I think this is going to continue. As the Boogie Bomb does come through, it's going to connect. He's going to get a full elim there, plus a heavy snipe if he so decides to grab it, but can't waste any more time. Player continues to push forward. But the longer he engages, the less time he's going to have to get his teammate's card. Meanwhile, Nate Hill, he's going to get tagged up a little bit as well, as HD's going to get another elim, but Clix on his side is handling his business.
Clix, another day at the office. Lovely stuff coming through despite constant adversity. The 3rd time that a player has gone down in this game, and they need to end this. They need to finally capitalize on all of these problems. Bugha's card has still yet to be grabbed.
I got minis on me.
And right now, if you're Nate Hill and HD, this has been your game. This has been Nate Hill's game plan since last week. Staying alive, allowing for the opposition to make the mistakes has been the bread and butter. It's been the strategy. And I'm looking at Bugha's card. 5 seconds. Can Clix get here? I know he's not even going to try to go for it. It looks as if right now he's ventured over towards Salty Springs, and what a toss! The Boogie Bomb lands just before the structures get there. Coming from the skies, lovely work from Clix right now. All things considered, the enemy is all turned around. Coming on your backside is a lovely play coming through from Clix.
Awesome stuff. Definitely, to say the least. Clix sitting at a total of 12 elims himself. But a total of, what, 6 more elims to come through as the donos continue to happen. We saw a $100 one before, and Clix is pumped up, ready to go.
Clix has kept them in this single-handedly.
Honestly, he has, right? Clix has been performing so incredibly well. And if they win this, Clix, by far, the MVP.
Wow. 21-15. A very solid scoreline, but one that can easily be trampled upon if you are Clix and Bugha, right? We talked about this. These guys can just randomly turn up at the right time and make any lead that you might have possessed previously somewhat an anomaly. High Distortion, 78 meters away, knocks out another player. HD is going off right now. And now in toward the Fatal Fields area, there comes another knock. Players constantly falling when it comes down to the corn stalks and nearly snipes another one. Great work right now from HD.
See the arrows converging in here. Clix is going to try to play spoiler here, and Nate Hill finally
Are
gets
you kidding me?
knocked.
It took 2 Friday Fortnites to get to this moment. What does this mean, though? What does this mean, right? We're talking about a total of 4 more eliminations you can get. If this would have happened earlier on, man, this would have been detrimental. But it comes to show you, Nate Hill is but human and not just a god.
It took us a little while to find that answer, but we did indeed. I think another conversation about whether or not someone is human might want to switch over to this one. Clix again with another knock, and Elim and kicking them down the hill for good measure. Currently sitting at 13. There are only 3 left available. And at the very least, Clix knows where one of them is.
Yeah.
Are we really going to see Clix slay out here? This one looks
hello.
certain.
Oh, no.
Again, all turned around. Busy setting up the trap. And where are the last 2? That is the question.
Clix doing such a
And
great
Nate Hill,
job.
again, the sniper rifle, 114 meters that time.
Oh, he's mad. He's angry.
He said, I've been knocked? What is this about? What is all this going on?
I heard 25 to something.
I think I'm 17.
If that's
maybe?
the case, that is a nice lead going into game number 2. But grand finals, man, well underway. Huge performances coming out both sides. Clix, the man of the hour. Like I said, if Clix and Bugha come through and they force a bracket reset and they win grand finals, not only will they have one of the best loser bracket runs, Clix is by far going to be the MVP. He has had so many clutch moments where he's clutched up, so many high elimination games. Definitely a true star in at least when it comes to week 6 of Friday Fortnite. But man, a lot on the line. Nate Hill and HD not out of the water yet. We've seen TG and Thieves and Losers Finals come through with a 7 elim lead and lose it to finish off in 3rd place. So Clix and Bugha back against the wall. But hey, nothing they can't handle.
No, only 80 limbs. And I will say, as great as Clix has been, Clix kind of started that chain reaction of one getting knocked, the other getting knocked, one getting knocked, the other getting knocked. And we saw that in the last set as well. It's a very unfortunate way for those games to start, and Clix generally always makes it back up, but they won't get too many more chances to make that happen, right? And we finally saw Nate Hill get knocked, not even turned into a card, just immediately brought back and responding with 2 immediate snipes to the last 2 people who were there. So they're not going to give you too many chances, and I think that they just have to play a little more cleanly. They clearly have the skill. They're clearly able to get all the elims and take out everyone on a screen at any given time. They just have to clean it up, but I think this is well within reach.
I think it is too. I think in terms of the way that the Young Guns have been performing, this one is without question still possible. I know you even bringing it up, Nine. It's like, hey, you know what? We struggled as much as we did, and we're at the time we're down by like 4 or 5. Like big deal. Like that we can easily accomplish that just based off of a better rotation than the opponent. So this one is still doable. Like we talked about, 25-17 advantage coming into game number 2. Favor toward Nate Hill and High Distortion as they are now 1 map away from becoming your week 6 champions. Clix and Bugha, a lot of work still to be done. They need to accomplish this, which will force the bracket reset.
Straight in.
And it looks as if Clix maybe changing up the strategy. Thought about going instead of Salty Springs, but backs up instead. A lot on the line. These guys dropped quite a bit last game. We talked about if they can clean up their game plan, look a little bit better for the most part, they could be in a good situation, but what can you do when you've got no weapon?
Hesitation does not win championships, and we saw the first bit of hesitation from Clix as a split is under effect. I saw Bugha go into the drop ship just outside of Pleasant, and I was kind of wondering, or excuse me, Paradise. I was wondering, is that typical of him? We've seen him go there, you know, quite a few times, but going into Paradise by yourself, I mean, I don't care if you're Clix or Bugha. I don't care if you're Nate Hill or HD. It's always dangerous to do so. It's a very tough location to kind of solo squad at. Clix on the outside, though. Not the best of inventories, but he will rock attack as well as the revolver. Legendary, in fact, does massive amounts of damage. A little over 50 damage per hit. Headshots closer at least to 100, maybe even 97, but could in fact work with it. You see the body shot coming in for 66 and 132 for the headshot. Not bad at all. Taking his time on the outside, but he's worrying me, right? He's not moving. He doesn't have a lot of mats to his name, and he's finally going to get pushed. Unfortunately, Ramp's just above him, and does he have enough of his inventory to rock this fight out? If he does go down, will Bugha be able to make his way over and help him? He's still off in the distance, and he's won the push Paradise by himself.
And you notice, top part of our screens, who are those two arrows that are kind of watching this game plan start to unfold? It's actually HD, and it's Nate Hill. They're watching this partake, and I think they're trying to take some pop shots from afar, trying to do some damage, but want to allow for him to maybe fall at this moment. I like that situation, but here comes the trap, and a wonderful play coming through from Clix, but he's not done. A second one just on the roof. As he'll take it, he'll take both. And as we discussed, in that MVP conversation and making a call for it, considering the deficit that they are in the midst of right now. Great performance off the break, which is what we discussed needs to be the case for these two.
This is, and this might be, stay with me for this one, guys. This might be the first time that a split in grand finals actually works out.
That's true.
That is true.
This would be the biggest split that we have seen in terms of how far apart they are. They are still within moderate rotation of each other, but certainly far away, and they've both done their job. Neither one of them have really gone down or gotten in any true danger. And you see right here, that's another knock, finds another one.
Ooh.
Full-on elim, and I know that's 3 on one side. I believe Clix had 5. That might be most of that deficit already made up here, and there's still over 40 engagements left to be had.
Definitely so. Seems to be very fruitful, this split over on the outside of Mansion. We've seen them land here before, right, in the past, and it worked out quite well, but player still down below, edits the roof, goes in for the pickaxe on to the ceiling, luckily able to at least get his build down. Luckily, the teammate or the opponent down below wasn't turbo building, but a grenade does come through. He's going to be forced to back off, taking the high ground. And a couple player just off in the distance. And you hear the frustration coming out as some random nades coming his way next to the solar panel. As the player just down below. Bugha, I will say, in a very awkward situation, but not a situation that I'm worried for him.
They trust him. If you're this duo, right? If you're Clix, you're saying, hey, I got all my faith in you on a total opposite side of the map, nearly an island, if you will. As Bugha left to engage. He drops. We argue. We talk about. We discuss. Series may be over. A huge opportunity for them to try to get back in this game. This is what they betted on. This is where they put their chips. We'll see if they can rise to the occasion. You notice Clix just off the distance up to this point, 8-3 in game number 2. A total change-up, and here comes Clix to the rescue on the back. Trying to catch the enemy off guard, and here comes the near edit. Waits for the enemy to go first, but no. Actually, it's Bugha who takes down one with the rifle, now up close with a shotty, and Clix makes it happen, but there's not about to be another enemy. Surely no, the edits. Fantastic work for Clix, as there is another one. We talked about it, was Bugha. He's got to be trusted in this situation. Would Clix be able to make the rotation? And yes, he was flying in valiantly and helping out his teammate, as now they are sitting pretty at 11 eliminations so far throughout this game alone.
They have tied it up right now, if my math does serve me right there. They're actually in the lead now. They were down by 8. That is going to be 12-3, so that will be 9 points. They are in the lead by 1, but What a great call right there. I don't know if they intentionally set it up that way, but so many teams were converging, saying, oh, there's one person stuck in the middle there of that build, that awkward position, as you called it, Landon. And then right as they feel like they finally got Bugha pinned down, that's when Clix comes behind them all. A lot of, comparatively, for him, probably easy eliminations. For the rest of us, not so much, but this has been dry for a little while for Nate Hill and HD. And as we say right there, already made up the deficit and in the lead. They have not gotten anything off of the rotations that they've tried so far. And more importantly, Clix and Bugha, they've cleared out their area. Now they can start rotating over to the middle as well. And I think they got a couple more elims as I was talking right there.
Yeah, a couple of sketchy opportunities, but opportunities that they made into a success of their own. Edits coming through. Player might drop into the trap, but luckily he's going to be coned in. He'll be down to one shot. Pickaxe comes through, but the pump's so deadly up close. Knocks him down to 35. Luckily, 2 minis in hand. As Paradise continues to be dangerous despite the low amount of players that are over here. Takes the mini out in the open. Bold move, but able to live at least for the time being. This Bugha is going to be pushing over. And luckily, they do have a couple of rifts that they're going to be able to use for that mobility, and that's exactly what they need during this moment in time. They're going to go for the chest on top of the carriage. On the other side, HD, as well as Nate Hill, just on the outside of Fatal. They haven't rotated too much, right? We started over in Salty, and we stay at Fatal on top of Ice Cream Mountain, as Nate Hill, I think, might be in an engagement over next to Bridge. And if so, HD, he's going to be in hot pursuit.
This is when they need to try to turn up. This is their situation. These slipstreams, these rotations very well could decide whether or not we do see a bracket reset. Nate Hill in that MVP conversation has looked so good up to this point. Doing some work from range with that heavy assault rifle. Looks as if they are going to be currently 3-peat, maybe even having that a few extra members coming in from afar as the structures begin to fall. And keep in mind, a lot of work to be done. Some shield loss coming in from Nate Hill. Can he get the opportunity to go for these minis? Using that burst the way that it's intended to be to pretty much claw through the structures. As High Distortion very low on health, trying to give some calls to Nate Hill. A big moment for him, and HD goes down.
Gosh,
but
HD.
Nate Hill is not stopping, trying to do some damage, and thankfully takes down another one. Given the markers, given the callouts, Nate Hill doing everything he can at this moment. That's going to be his 4th. But to no avail, this is a huge situation as Nate Hill is coming in for the engagement. Can he get his teammate up? As HD has, in fact, been thirsted, as you'll see it confirmed in the bottom right.
Tough situation to say the least. Luckily, he's able to get that wall. Comes through, 2 players in front. I think he gets a 2-for-1 with a shot and able to knock at least one. As other players going to try and build up and maybe even take the slipstream out. But I think Nate Hill knows exactly where he's at. The shockwave grenade comes through, and that's going to bust him up to the top. Stink's coming through. It's not going to be able to connect. And now Nate Hill has to make a decision. Take over high ground and continue to pursue this, or drop down and get HD's card. Well, he's going to go for the pursuit. No reason to get HD's card if you can't finish off the last opponent that you're currently facing off against.
Wow.
Full elim coming through. RPG drops him, but luckily it's not going to matter. And now he has an opportunity to pick up an RPG if he so decides. He's going to go ahead and leave it. It's a bit too slow for his play style. And now he'll be able to get HD's card and potentially go for the revive a little later on. There is still plenty of time for him to do so. We're looking at least 17 engagements remaining, which means there's definitely potential for him to do so. But up close and personal, Clix, he's going to get a knock.
Another player just noticed toward the top side, and look at that cone. Perfect placement. The enemy trying to escape from what seems to be the inevitable. Clix, unreal stuff. We went toward his perspective. We saw he had 12 eliminations, instantly back, has 15. A Friday Fortnite to remember. As the grand finals is getting more and more interesting, Chug Splash is ready for the entire crew. And Clix and Bugha trying to expose, looking to try and make a dent at that advantage that they were distanced toward. And look at that, 25-7.
They need every
in just
elimination.
this game. And as you guys were pointing out, right, for Nate Hill and HD, they have to play perfect
Yeah.
if they want to stay alive and want to and pretty much close this one out right here.
Math's pretty simple. Need all of them.
Oh,
The reboot
Reboot came through.
has come up,
Well,
but
that's HD, yeah.
it is. HD is now back, but it's still pretty simple. They have to get all of these. All Clix has to do is get this one, and it's done, barring some reboot shenanigans here. We will, of course, take you all the way through. Gets that knock, and at least, barring reboot,
Yeah.
that is going to be it. We will see. Still lots of game left to be played, but the way Clix is playing right now, I feel like we could play 5 or 6 of these sets and it would still end the same way. Another knock, and Nate's going to try to get down there. Maybe get the elim, but Bugha gets another and another, and I don't know how many reboots you would need at this point, guys, but I think
You need a lot.
I think
honestly.
I think we may be seeing another game.
Let's see, Salty's out of play. Fatal might still be an option, which I think it is next to Long Barn. Other than that, that's pretty much all she wrote. We're down to a total of 6 engagements. Players just up ahead. Unfortunate. Going to take some fall damage. Not as bad as it could have been. As that's going to be 1 melt up top, and that's a potential reboot out of the way, given the fact that that was a solo player. If he had some cards, maybe gets to reboot. That could have been an additional maybe 3 or 4 players on the map, but not going to come to fruition. And that is going to benefit Clix and Bugha definitely, as they don't want reboots to come through. They don't want any more potential elims added onto the map, because that just gives an opportunity for Nate Hill and HD to make the comeback possible.
Yeah.
And only 4 more remain, Landon.
They do indeed. Taking a look at Bugha. Only adding toward what seems to be, like we talked about, the inevitable right now. Nate Hill on the other side, trying to make somewhat of an impact, going for a few of the quick edits, trying to make his way through the wall, and places down the trap, taking down 1, which is nice, but we talk about it. Too little, too late. Sniper shots are lovely. What a play coming through from Nate, but this time, this one moment, the sniper shots may not be enough. And there goes Clix, but finally silenced after what has been one crazy game for him.
A lot of first happened in this game, right? We saw Nate Hill drop for the first time, at least for our eyes, when it comes to Friday Fortnite.
Yeah, really.
And the emo comes through. And also, we're going to see a potential bracket reset, which, by the way, Nate Hill hasn't dropped a single game in Friday Fortnite, at least as of last week to this week. So this would be the first game they've dropped from the guys who have made such a great bracket run through the losers. And let's listen.
Yeah, we had 19. We had altogether, we had 30.
Because I do believe we'll get official word soon, but as they were just adding it up, I do think that we are going to be going into a bracket reset. Mind you, the first bracket reset we've had in a while whenever it comes to Friday Fortnite. Normally our grand finals end after the first 2 games.
Yeah, the
but
last few have been that way, right?
yeah, they have. And Clix and Bugha, though, man, they are looking absolutely unstoppable in rare form. 48-34. Mind you, they came in with an 8-point deficit.
Yeah, that's crazy from beginning to end 9. I mean, these guys were just lighting it up, and we got to call it out, right? Clix, I mean, was up to around 16, 17, 18 eliminations. He was a massive factor in the amount that they put up in this game, and obviously exact same thing for Bugha. I mean, it was pretty much from beginning to end. These guys were all out aggressive. In the early game, we were discussing Nate Hill and HD. They were slowing down a little bit. There was definitely not that same fire that we saw in the first series. They come out 25-17. They were looking fantastic. But Clix and Bugha, it really wasn't a matter of the opposition playing incredible. It was just a matter of them slowing down. They really couldn't get anything going. But now that they finally have, you see that 17 turn into 31. And it wasn't as if the enemy, you know, was dead for most of the game. They were alive, which is unbelievable to think about, that you put up 31 eliminations, which we credit as crazy. And the fact that the enemy team was, you know, survives at the end with you is actually insane to think about.
And point out, too, you remember when that split happened, and we kind of questioned it, was that split going to be worth it, right? One over on the mansion just outside of Paradise, and then the other one pushing out from, I believe, from a drone ship going down into Salty, right around that area. It was a risky play, but it paid off, and, man, they closed that deficit quickly.
And those are those situations we discussed, right, with Dubs and Megga previously, with Mongraal and Mitro. It is those calculated risks that you just have to play with sometimes. You just have to allow for that to take place. And if you do, those normally can kind of decide your tournament in either a negative or a positive way. Clearly there at that moment, it did work out in a positive way if you are obviously a fan in terms of Clix and Co. But man, what a crazy matchup that was, as officially the Grand Finals has been reset. It's about to be a fun one. Of course, at the end of this quick commercial break, we've got our final confirmed series here for Friday Fortnite 2019 Week 6. You do not want to miss it. Welcome back, folks. It's time for our confirmed final series here for Friday Fortnite 2019 week number 6, as it's Nate Hill and High Distortion facing off against Clix and Bugha. We just watched Clix and Bugha take that last series 48-34. They were down a decent amount coming into game number 2, but they overtook it, and they looked incredible at the same time. Clix putting up one crazy performance, lighting it up throughout the day at MVP versus MVP, Clix versus Nate Hill. Who can get it done? And can Nate Hill accomplish this back-to-back championships as we see a ton of people go towards Salty Springs here, Taylor?
I have never seen that many people, at least whenever it comes to, I guess, to this week anyways, go over towards Salty. And that's a main reason why you started seeing players, instead of going directly into Salty, which was incredibly popular back even in the early weeks of Friday Fortnite 2019, and definitely going straight into Salty during Friday Fortnite 2018, you see players opting to go to the outside, to Weird Mountain, over towards the drone ships, whether it be the one outside of Salty or whether it be the one outside of Fatal. It's just a lot safer. You get kitted up and you can engage in those gunfights with a little bit more control. But Nate Hill does get tagged up just a little bit, but off from 77 meters. Comes in with the hunting rifle and able to get at least one elimination. That's going to be 2 going towards his name.
And this is the opening that you want if you're him, right? You saw all those people going into Salty. He gets to sit on Weird Mountain and stay out here in the side and can really kind of pick and choose the moment where they want to go in. But where is High Distortion? You have to imagine they're going to be doing the same opening, and there's actually one kind of walking off to the front right there. I'm not sure if Nate saw it. When crawling there, that would have been an easy elim. Instead, opting to go in and try to make a play happen, maybe responding to something that High Distortion was saying. Not able to steal that one. They're trading elims right here at the start, and man, this is again scary. We saw this at the beginning of the first set. The mirror strategy, it favored Nate Hill and High Distortion.
Yeah.
It wasn't until we saw the split that we really saw what Bugha and Clix were able to bring to the table. And I wonder at what point are they going to try that this time too.
Clix going toward the bottom, toward the layer. Easily dropping one.
Oh, you can't jump up there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure how well that's going to work out for you, but at least attempted it. Maybe wasted an item in that example, but spotting some enemies, and it looks as if it's going to be Bugha who takes one down. HD as well, doing some damage, but to no avail. A good start for the Young Guns as they look to continue on with their run. And this conversation we could bring up at this moment. We were bringing it up and saying, okay, if we see Bugha, if we see Clix take that first series, every single ounce of momentum, every single bit of pride that you held from making it through the winners bracket instantly is deflated. It's instantly out the window. Why? Because you know you can be beat by this team. And if you're the team that obviously just accomplished that feat, if you are Bugha, if you're Clix, you know that they're or you know that you can take them down. You know they're not inevitable. You know that there is an opportunity to replicate what you just had happen the series prior. So a lot on the line here, but I'm excited to see how Clix and Bugha can continue up that level of play and whether or not Nate Hill and High Distortion can respond back.
HD's first ever Friday Fortnite potential to win. Back-to-back 2019 Friday Fortnite champion for Nate Hill. A lot on the line. First ever victory for Clix and Bugha. Bugha's first ever competition in Friday Fortnite. So much weighing on this final game between the two. But Clix and Bugha are the answer, I guess, we needed for Nate Hill and Distortion, because we were kind of thinking to ourselves, what will it take to beat a team such as them? Well, Clix and Bugha definitely had the answer, and with the split, the risk, it made it happen. Now, over towards Megga. They've been very successful in this location. Taking over the high ground, stinks to make the opponent rotate out, and immediately focuses his attention with the SMG. And able to get the Elim. He's at 3.
It's very interesting, again, to see Nate Hill and HD moving over to the same general areas. If this is part of the strategy to try to steal some of these, or if they just really don't want to try a different rotation. That last game they played, it felt like no matter where they rotated, they couldn't find anybody. So trying to take a page out of the book of Typical Gamer and Thieves. We've, of course, talked about how that set went ad nauseum, and we've talked about that skill ad nauseum, and we've talked about how versatile this team is. So maybe they feel they've got a better look at what the rotations are. They're going to try to move somewhere around like that, but they have not been rotating nearly as well.
Clix, an opportunity to get 2 free ones, but look at that.
Hill.
Nate Hill just comes in and steals one right out from underneath him.
And then HD stole another.
My goodness, that was such a big opportunity, and Nate Hill starting to heat up a little. I was waiting for that moment when
Sniper behind us.
Nate Hill managed to get that heavy sniper rifle. Clix had the kill pretty much in hand, and he took it over. And now that thing in the inventory, it's definitely doing some damage. However, also losing some HP himself. Nate Hill has to be careful, and Clix actually steals that one right up from underneath him. Back and forth we go. Constant elimination stealing.
Okay, there's hella kids over here.
And you already hear the calls coming through from Clix. He and Bugha may already have the focus
I'm just not gonna be able to
toward their north.
I'm
And based off the arrows that exist toward our top right, High Distortion is hanging in there right with them.
no help right now.
HD, Nate Hill, though, looking for that blue arrow. He's going to be there. But where is Bugha? Right? Bugha is going to be off on his own at another location. And as far as I know, he's still in Megga Mall, potentially fighting some other people.
Did you say they're on you?
But luckily, Clix is, in fact, going to be on the go-ahead to head over there through the slipstream as Nate Hill gets a snipe from 51. So good to know that he's not slowing down.
Yeah, really.
And Bugha luckily does stay alive for the time being, and I don't even think he's been touched, so he's going to be sitting pretty well. Good communication coming through. Clix now on the attack. The sandwich is going to happen. This is what they're pretty well known for, I would have to say, at least from watching them. They love to bait and switch themselves, and the attack going through Clix, he's going to be the first one to engage.
White's dead. To the right, to the right.
Got one.
Great damage already coming in from Clix, being the entry for the team and showing a ton of success, a ton of promise, as that rotation was absolutely worth it. Bugha had the call, and Clix immediately realized, hey, you know what? Not going to stick around with Nate Hill and High Distortion. I'm going to go and go my own way, and you see them fill that kill feed as they found 12 at the start of this match. Still 19 eliminations left to find. It looks as if, based off of what we just saw in the kill feed, it is going to be High Distortion and Nate Hill, who rotate in toward Neo tilted, down 4 in terms of just this game alone, but we know how talented both of these rosters, both of these duos can be. One rotation, that's one squad. And for both these teams, that sadly isn't all that much, all things considered.
Honestly.
No, it's not that much, and this is the same rotation that really kind of bit them in the last game. They're going about the same thing, and you can call it luck, you can call it what you will, but the same rotation hasn't worked. They've been going up the left side of the typical rotation zone, the left side of the slipstream. Meanwhile, we've seen on this right side, this is where Bugha and Clix have really kind of made their home here. They're going to continue to stick around the same side. They haven't felt a need to rotate out, and this is where they found all those elims, and now Nate locked in a very dangerous fight here. Does get the trap, but hasn't found the knock just yet. Now down to 4, and once again, Nate Hill down, and this time fully elimed. Where is HD? Needs to come in, and now go clutch.
Oh, this is so huge right now. Like, this literally is.
It's a tournament.
Very well could be. A very high percentage relies upon whether or not High Distortion can come through big. He's
So many
known
players.
for his clutch play. A long and veteran-like esports history. Can he pull off one more? Already coming through, taking down one. Like we discussed, not a whole lot of mats left, but can he make a lot of work happen? There's another one just in front of him, brought down to 9 HP. Has to be careful with the trap that could be coming in from the opponents, and there goes High Distortion. Nate Hill falls. He tries to come in for the escape. He tries to come in for the clutch, but to no avail. It does not happen. And for Clix and Bugha, here is your chance. You were up by 4 just a few moments ago. Do not let this one slip. And Clix already brought down to 4, but quickly takes down another one with the infantry rifle. Lovely work coming through from this young man, as he's already got 11.
Uh-oh.
And in that conversation for MVP, quickly starts to raise even more.
Literally, from round 1 losers bracket to now a bracket reset at grand finals. It has been a phenomenal run, to say the least, and now in position to go into game 2 with such a massive, massive lead. Clix, Bugha now, they can't stop.
They have 10. They have 10.
So I'm hearing that they have 10. Clix alone has 11.
Yeah, up by 10.
So, oh, is that what they said? They said they were up by 10? So
I think
that's massive.
what is being said, and that is only going to grow here.
11 players still remain.
They can have a 21 elim advantage.
Wow.
So what's going to be the...
It's sad because it's a very real possibility that could
100%.
literally occur.
Wow.
There
Okay,
you
so
go.
up by 9.
Oh, okay.
Wow. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, only 9. Thank goodness. We were.
It's insane.
And
I got minis for you. I'm coming.
I mean, for the sake of argument, let's say that something tragic happens here and that Bugha and Clix can't get another one. Even if that is the case, Nate Hill and HD are going to have to change their game plan up so much if they want to keep up with this, because the rotations that they were going for weren't getting it done. Even though Nate Hill did get taken down in a double team right there and HD wasn't quite over
They
there.
still look the
to say
same.
That they don't look the same, and it's because they're not finding the players in the mid game with their typical rotations.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what change they could try to do for this, but right now it is all about adding on the extra credit. All the points they can get will make them that much closer
Nice.
to the prize. $6 grand and all the prestige, which you can't really put a price tag on.
No, you cannot.
They're down here at the cabin.
This is only the 16th ever Friday Fortnite, so to claim yourself as a champion is definitely an honor, to say the least. As Clix
Chase him, okay?
pushing out along with Bugha. Bugha's calling out, I'm going to go ahead and chase this guy, chase him down.
There's 3 kids. 2 gliding.
And 3 is going to be gliding down on Clix. Bugha, honestly, wouldn't be a bad idea to kind of rotate back and help out his teammate, but he's going to go ahead and land straight onto this individual, into the trees. And now it's a matter of who's going to be landing first and gets the first shot. Well, gets tagged up a little bit, but I think he got the better end of the bargain. Bugha gets a knock plus a full elim.
Yeah. You're good.
And just adding toward the totals. As if you are Nate Hill and High Distortion, it's going to weigh on you a lot, knowing that that clutch, those one different
Here, Clix.
shot, one different little play, HD maybe evaluating how could I have engaged upon that differently. Maybe I should have gone for resources, not immediately try to go for the revive. A lot of thoughts,
On the hill.
but ones that have to be focused when it comes down to this next game, because my goodness,
Just build. I'll be here in a
Bugha,
second.
Clix,
Coming.
continuing on their prowl, continuing on their hunt.
He's a sweat.
Yeah, no.
It looks as if Clix is going to go for the medkit, get back up to 100, because they realize how influential, how crucial these final few frags are, wanting to distance themselves as much as they can. They respect Nate Hill and HD. It's not as if,
You
oh,
have
you know,
to.
whatever this game kind of, it isn't really the most important. No, they realize they have to try to distance themselves as much as they can to make their lives that much easier. And they know that the opposition, if given the opportunity, will make that one a fun game, but
Oh, this is so good.
another coming in for Bugha, as that's going to be 11 for him. Instant elimination and all the spoils. 4 players left.
Calling out, saying, I'm the best player in the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, right now I think the best argument is, are you the best player on your own team? Which is not bad at all, a bad argument to have with the way that Clix is playing right now, but 11 on one side, 14 on the other, 25-9. Some quick math for you. 16 that they'll have to make up right now. We're starting to get into the territory where that's only doable if tragedy befalls Bugha and Clix, and we'll see right now. They have not really had that happen to them. They had a little slop right there at the beginning, so 15 right now of that first set. They still kept it close. They brought it back. Now they've played well, and this is what they're capable of. And still 4 more elims left to be had, and you know they want all of them. They're greedy. They're greedy.
We talked about it. Okay, if they find this many eliminations, I know our math was a little bit incorrect at the time. They have found every single elim since our conversation of, oh, if they take down everybody that's left in the lobby, they'll be up by 21. In this situation, to be 19. They've taken every single person and are only going to continue. As there's a one more toward the top side. Bugha, like you mentioned, Taylor, one of the last few players up as one player remains. Hopefully it doesn't fall to the storm in their case. If you are HD, if you're Nate Hill, you're praying that this guy just randomly decides to go ahead and jump off a mountain because that's your best bet at trying to find any positives out of this situation. As these boys are putting on a clinic. Unreal stuff. And we discussed, right? They want to try to be in that situation, in that conversation for one of the greatest losers bracket runs of all time. They have to win it all. And up to this point, they're very much looking like that's the case. Going for a few trap plays. Clix goes down. Try to go for the trap, but isn't able to initiate it. Bugha coming from the top side. Ready for the engagement. Goes toward the top. Looking for that high ground advantage and quickly grabs it.
Storm
flip. Storm flip, okay.
Nice, yeah.
Trying to distance him out.
Not a bad strategy to say the least. Get that player to rotate out. This is actually, I'm not going to lie, a decent player, it seems. Campfire down, you hear him saying, why is this kid screaming? Well, to be honest, like, you know, he really wants the victory royale. Luckily, though, able to get his builds, and this might be all she wrote, but now player, very slippery, slips through. Shockwave grenade to take over the high ground, and the battle continues on. As Bugha now at low ground.
Don't make him angry.
I don't know.
Don't make him angry.
I think we might be past that point. He definitely wants to get this, and he's almost out of mats, and you can't bring this behemoth of a build down.
He says, this is weird. This doesn't normally happen, to be honest with you. I'm kind of have the spotlight on me, and this player's making this kind of awkward. I need to...
Come on, man.
Exactly, right? So
kind of my moment here, you know.
Decides to go ahead and put on the bush. Trying to disguise himself. That could be a strategy. Definitely not. Bugha, though, looking for some resources. Like we said, he's down to 2 for right now. There's both.
Right 18 above.
18 above, maybe 19.
Surely 19.
Your guys' math was on point, I have to say.
Literally, in our conversation, we were discussing, you know, okay, they find every single elimination, which isn't going to be easy. They found every single elimination. Every single person.
Every single one.
Except for this one.
Except
right,
for
exactly.
one. They haven't got this
Well, they found him. I'll say that. They have found him. Will they kill him? Or eliminate him? That's the thing. But there's your chance.
Wolf.
Jumps down. Player's starting to get a little bit excited.
This guy's going off. Let me tell you.
Bugha's got some traps.
Another shockwave. Are you kidding me? Dude, this is like the biggest 1v1 battle I have ever seen in Friday Fortnite, honestly.
I love what you're sitting down. You're kind of ruining my moment here. Like, this is my chance. I just called myself the best player in the game. Come on.
If this guy takes the 1v1, is going into game 2 18 up really worth it?
We have a new Friday Fortnite champion.
So it seems.
Let's get this guy in next week. My goodness.
Honestly.
Where is he even? Like, now we've just completely lost sight of him here.
This guy's playing in the other Friday Fortnite qualifier. He's trying to qualify for the next Friday Fortnite.
I don't blame him, man. That's a gauntlet.
This is awesome. And this, whenever it comes to these, these games, you never know who you're going to play against, right? These lobbies are completely random, and that's the beautiful thing about it. You could play in against, the utmost of total bots, or you could come in and play against some of the best players in the game. You never know. This player is literally nowhere to be found. And he is just trying to bring everything down. Meanwhile, the guy's just down below eating some ice cream sundaes, getting 5
He's
HP
drinking
for
some
every
G
single
Fuel,
one.
baby.
Hey man, use code UMG for G Fuel at Strawberry Shortcake, best flavor. And they just came out with the what other flavor they just come out with? Snow cone. Ooh, snow cone is. I want to. I actually almost bought it. I was like, but I'm about to leave, so I was like, I'm not going to get it in time. But I definitely, if it's still available when I get back, code UMG. I'm picking up some snow cone. Who doesn't like a snow cone?
We have
Snow
to
cones
win.
are great.
We win this
Honestly,
next
I
game.
love
best.
snow cones,
Like,
especially during
they
the
don't get 19
summertime. You know?
Shoot, and over here in Illinois,
However many after I kill this.
Tell you what, humidity's not
It's
a
too
joke.
hot.
It is. It is. Humidity
It's
is not
too
a
hot.
joke.
Okay, it resets. Yeah, everything resets.
all right. So I'm really we're now down to half and half, right?
I think
half
he's gonna have to
circle.
take
and
literally every
12 or
piece
18.
of this mall down.
it's just it's so funny because we're literally down to half circle, and it's now into a 1v1.
Damn, so that fucking sucks. We have to win 3.
As we see, finally the player is in fact now. Does he have a shockwave grenade? That's the question. Every single time he has a shockwave grenade, goes for the edits. Still tax coming through. Are you kidding me, Bugha? 1v1 situation.
And then this is our 3rd game.
And I understand you're gonna have a great game too.
We have to win and kills the last
But brother, you got to win this 1v1. This is it. This is like the
This
world
is you.
championship
This
right
is
here,
you.
apparently. And he finally does it. Player 303 goes down to 306. What an ending. But that's going to be a 19 elimination lead going in to game number 2. Phenomenal stuff, to say the least. But man, that last kid, definition of a sweat. I like it.
He made him work for it.
Oh,
That's
he
for
did.
sure, man. But like we talked about, 29-10 coming into this game. Obviously, it was all highlights for Clix and Bugha toward the end of things. But let's be real. Nate, HD, they need a change up. They need to work something out. In being down by this amount of elims, right, 19 to be exact, you're almost hoping for the enemy to make the mistake. And this has been a squad who, whenever they were facing off against Kamo and Aqua, they played passive. They had no problem playing a little bit slower. They were up by a crazy amount of elims. I think it was like 21, actually, to be exact. But they were up and they played this one slow. They realized, hey, we find, 8, 9, 10 elims. We stay alive. We're good. They've been in this situation before. Finals a little bit different, but this is where we're looking at it and saying it's not what Clix and Bugha can do. It's what HD and what Nate Hill have to do. They have to pull off something crazy. What are our thoughts in terms of just the initial landing locations for these guys? Is it time for a split? Is it time to change things up?
What's interesting about this situation is we haven't seen Nate Hill in this position before, actually. Well, in previous Friday Fortnites we have, right? But we didn't get to highlight him as much because there was other teams, kind of progressing and going further in the bracket. But going off of last week to now this week, this is the first time Nate Hill has been down so many points, right? We're talking 19. So because of that, we're kind of in uncharted territory. Now we got to be thinking, what is Nate Hill going to do? Because the strategy that he's had, right, landing on the drop ship, splitting up, coming into salty, has been so effective. He's never been in this situation, at least previously in the past Friday Fortnite to now. And it's going to be a difficult situation to say the least. Do they split? I think a split here is warranted. You got to go for it, right? You have to risk it all because if you want first place to cover 19 eliminations, you cannot play the game you've been playing. It's just not going to be effective enough. You have to split. What's a good positive about this, though? You have HD, the solo squad god himself, 100K eliminations plus and continues to grow on. But with that being said, I trust HD to go in solo squad. Do I trust Nate Hill to solo squad? Honestly, I do. And I think that is the exact thing they need to do. Nate Hill continue drop ship, go into salty, get his elims. Distortion, I think he should go and drop on the drop ship outside of Fatal and then push into Fatal, and then they clear out both of those areas. I think that's the only way to go about it.
Well, there is somewhat of a blueprint that's already been established. We saw Kamo and Aqua pull off a crazy near comeback.
Is he dropping Neo tilted?
Versus this particular squad, and it looks as if Nate Hill and HD realize what the situation may look like,
Nobody
and Nate
went
Hill decides to go ahead and ditch it, which, interesting, right? Because this is the call. You have to keep in mind that bus path. Where are players dropping? No one goes Neo. No bueno. Not the greatest call, but has to be careful, and thank goodness. Nate Hill finds the first one, but there's a sneak attack just off to the side, and that is the worst position that you can find yourself in. And to think both of those players were separate. They weren't even on the same team. And now for High Distortion, you're thinking, there's no way I can get to that guy. And also, there was an enemy who is just in front of him who has a weapon. He has nothing but his pickaxe. He's got to find something. He's got to find some sort of a weapon just to make this competitive. Thankfully, he finds a pump. He's got some shield.
Yo, what happened?
But what a mountain to climb. What a situation in front of him right now. has a chest, has something.
Is
my
he even going
goodness.
to be able to get to Nate?
No.
No, surely not.
No, there's no way.
I don't even know if he's going to be able to survive this.
He looked up. Come on, HD. You got to win this engagement. Up close and personal. Takes a lot of damage, 54. And he's going to be forced to pop a mini. And he was looking, or I don't know what he was looking at, to be quite honest with you, but that Yeti just pushed in full send and almost took out HD. The solo squad got himself.
no!
A player in the corner quickly finds him, and he goes through. He gets an elim himself, but surely, though, the rest of the squad is going to be after him. That's going to be 2 players down, forced to heal up in a corner and watch his angles. The pump, very trusty, does a lot of damage, but pushing out into uncharted territory, and automatically he gets tagged up. Player building up just up top of Log House. This is going to be the moment HD needs to step up to clutch it out. If he doesn't, HD and Nate Hill are going to finish in second and lose, and Clix and Bugha is going to finish in first place for their first ever Friday Fortnite Championship. But a pump comes in, the attack on up top, but unfortunately does not have the high ground. Player edits through, playing around with HD, brings him down to 48 health, now 2, and HD is gone. HD and Nate Hill are going to finish in second place, and Clix and Bugha have the most consistent run, the best run through loser bracket. This is your moment. Clix, let us see it.
Dog, I told you, we're going undefeated in one of the brackets.
I'm inviting Brooke.
What a moment this must be for these guys. We talk about it, right? To come through the losers bracket, to drop
Reconnect.
as early as they did.
Oh, here we go.
We just won some we just won.
He can't even speak.
We just won. I'm freaking out.
He's freaking out right now, and for good reason.
They both died. We just fucking won. We just
Are you kidding me? Clix, his second Friday Fortnite. Bugha, his first Friday Fortnite. And champion already to only match Mongraal Mitro week 6 of Friday Fortnite 2018. Or Mongraal and Dementos. What a run, to say the least. Nate Hill finally goes down. And we're not going to see a back-to-back champion, but what a run, to say the least.
And what an unfortunate situation that
so
this was, right? And that enemy, the first player that he took down wasn't, like, those were 2 different players, right? Those were 2 different parties that were inbound in HD. I mean, in all to do, literally the ultimate come-up story that just could not be accomplished. He felt the pressure, and obviously with no real heals, no real shields at this point, just tried to make anything that he could and just gets taken down from that high ground range. As our final standings are here, your first-time champions, Misfits' own Clix and Sentinels Bugha, as they are your Friday Fortnite 2019 Week 6 champions. A very respectable second-place finish. Nate Hill back-to-back grand finals. Wanted to be the first 2-time Friday Fortnite 2019 champion. Also wanted to be the first back-to-back, but could not make it happen. He and HD, a respectable second-place finish in a squad, a duo that I want to see for maybe a few more weeks. Obviously, Funk Bomb, fantastic player. Hope to see him in the mix as well, but watching Nate and HD together was a fantastic one, and obviously rounding out things in third place, as they have been recently, their 3rd time doing so here in 2019, Typical Gamer and Thieves.
Great stuff from all the teams. And as we talk about, is this the greatest losers run? I don't think we've had a losers run where the final boss was a champion.
Yeah.
To take 2 sets off of Nate Hill there, and to lose game 1 of what would eventually become a 4-game series over the 2 sets.
Yeah.
To lose game 1, to have the composure, to make the comeback, to so dominantly outplay them in game 1, and then to be able to take an entire game as a victory lap in game 2. I think that's got to be up there, guys. I do.
No, it definitely is. And I think the best run previously this was Mongraal Mitro through losers bracket, where they came through and they won in week number 3 over, of course, Gotaga and Airwalks, who were sitting in the grand finals for the longest time. But even them, right, even them, Mongraal Mitro didn't even start in round 1 of losers bracket.
Yeah.
Clix and Bugha did, right? So the fact that they made it through and forced a bracket reset and won is amazing, to say the least. But one of the best runs I've ever seen. Clix, by the way, definitely the MVP. It was a question of, is he going to be the MVP hands down. I mean, he was dropping 16 bombs, 20 bombs when it mattered most, and he was coming through and being that savior for Bugha in so many clutch situations. And honestly, a run that they absolutely deserve to be champions here for $6,000.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's well deserved. I mean, these guys just, whenever we first got our chance to kind of take a look at them, they were going off. They were having insane performances whenever they got the chance, whenever they were given their opportunities. They seized them. They looked fantastic when it came down to their losers bracket runs. And even when it came down to finals, outside of that first map, they controlled it from there on out. They made the adjustments. They realized, I think it was U9 who mentioned it, okay, they had their slow game. Cool, no problems. We kind of fine-tuned things when it comes into game number 2. We'll be totally fine off. That's exactly what we saw take place. A fantastic performance coming in from those guys. And just to echo what you said, Taylor, my MVP has got to be Clix. I think without question, the way that he played, the way that he was constantly lining it up. And, you know, Bugha had some fantastic performances in his own regard. He was constantly lining it up. He was a great kind of complementary piece. But the guy who was ultimately making the major differences, the guy who was pretty much putting up 17, 18 elims on average, which is, I don't think, ever been accomplished. I remember last year in 2018, it was like, oh my gosh, these players are averaging 9. He's averaging like 15, 16, 17, which is crazy to think about. In just a year, we're getting to this point where it's nearly double that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess all the credit to those boys. They absolutely deserve this championship.
Yeah, insanity. Honestly, it was a phenomenal Friday Fortnite, right? As every week is. We're already in week number 6, to say the least. It has gotten better every single week, week after week, and we still haven't seen a back-to-back champion. But I know the World Cup is coming up next weekend, and what do you say, $30 million they're going to be playing it out for. We're talking about a young gun out there, 15 years, 14 years old, right, is going to be able to come through and have more money than all 3 of our networks combined. Everybody in this studio, man, it's absolute insanity that they're playing out for that, and it's only possible because Epic Games and Fortnite. I got to say, a beautiful game, bringing the world together and also just coming through big and just making things great. But Friday Fortnite, always a good experience because you guys out there.
Absolutely. Any final thoughts, Nine?
I wonder what the betting line is for who's going to be the first 2-time champion.
Yeah.
I think that's
That's
where
the
the
narrative
discussion,
now,
that is. That's where it has to go because we've seen a number of great players, and it seems like every week we're saying, oh, how are they going to top this one?
Yep.
Who's going to beat this monster? And yet it continues to happen. So all you at home, if you know who it is, please tell me so that I can make a prediction and make a little bit of money. You guys are throwing around millions of dollars at that number, $30 million. So now you've got me going for it. But seriously, great job to all the competitors, and it's like another great week.
Yeah, definitely. Another great week, one that we're not going to forget for a long time, that's for sure. Some insane runs, some unbelievable competition, and some even better matches. Like we said, we want to give a massive thank you to you guys out there for tuning in all throughout the day. It was a long broadcast, but one that's always a blast to be a part of. Of course, along with that, you guys can feel free to check out our friends at G Fuel yet again. Visit their website, the official energy drink of esports. Make sure to use the code UMG for a 10% off discount. Along with that, guys, give a huge thank you to Keemstar. If it wasn't for Keem, it wouldn't be possible, right, guys? If it wasn't for Keemstar, this event would not take place. Friday Fortnite would have never made the resurgence here in 2019. So a massive thank you to all of our partners out there, and of course, along with Keemstar for making this event possible. But hey, like we said, another event, 2 new champions for the first time ever in their Friday Fortnite careers. They are your Week 6 champions, Clix and Bugha. Congratulations to you guys. But like we said, that's kind of all that we have to say here from the UMG studio, from the entire team here, Reflections and 9 Hole Grains. I'm Landon Lano Sanders signing off for the final time, saying thank you so much for watching this week, and we will see you all next time.